aware at the time of submitting the bid that Mr. King had resigned prior to that as a director of inline trading?
No.
I would like, on that note, Chair, just to take us to Mr. King's affidavit, where those facts are set out. Mr. Mahlangu, you will find them in Ms. Nancy's bundle, which is Exhibit DD2. And you'll find it right towards the end of that. Chair, I did ask that you have Ms. Nancy's bundle available to you this morning as well.
You know that sometimes I'm not provided.
I think they might be at the back on your left, Chair. You're looking for DD2.
I think my registrar sometimes decides that she won't put some of these here. She wants me to stretch.
Indeed. Well, we're sitting so much of the day that may not be a bad thing. Chair, and Mr. Mahlangu, I'd like to ask that we go to page 317 of Exhibit DD2, which is right towards the end of the file.
And maybe before you proceed with that question, let me ask this question, and maybe it's a question you may have intended to ask. Did you know in 2016, prior to your consortium putting in its bid at SAA, who the directors of inline trading were, as a matter of fact?
No, Chair, I didn't know. I guess the information that we had was the information that was provided to us by Mr. Mngadi.
By Mr. Mngadi?
Yes.
Yes, but the information that he provided to you, did it state clearly that, did it state clearly who the directors were, or did it just give you the name of Mr. King and himself?
Yes.
How was it put?
Yes, Chair. There was, he did mention the name of the CEO then of inline trading.
Yeah.
And subsequently to that, he came to us and then he said that person actually has passed away for some reason.
He said the person has passed away?
The CEO, yes, actually passed away.
Yes.
So that was basically our discussion with him to say who actually are these guys from inline trading. And then when he got back to us, actually that was during the course when we were actually doing this exercise. And then he said actually the CEO has passed on.
Did Mr. Mngadi say to you that he was a director of inline trading, or did you just take it that he was a director?
He didn't actually mention, and we just made assumption on that basis.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mahlangu, just a follow-up question there. As I understand your statement, he referred to it as his company. Is that right?
He was part of the company, yes.
Yes, yes. So it was at the basis of assumption that you regarded him as holding a director position. Is that right?
That's true.
Thank you. The person who passed away, do you recall his name?
Unfortunately, I can't.
I think page 317 might be able to assist you, because at page 317 is the affidavit that's been provided to the Commission by Mr. King, Chair. And
what's the page again?
317, right towards the back of that file.
Is that Ms. Nancy's file?
It's Ms. Nancy's file, Exhibit DD2.
Okay.
And right at the back at page 317, you'll find the affidavit of Mr. King.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahlangu, if we pick it up at paragraph 3, Could you please read what is stated there?
I would like to state that Mr. Gary, Ronald, Gillard, and I were business partners since 2008. I was introduced to Mr. Mgadi by Gary in line of normal business. Mr. Mgadi, over the years, brought several vehicles from inline trading, passing over a few clients to the business.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 4,
Beginning of 2016, Mr. Eric Mbezi took over inline trading, 10 PTY Ltd. Being on the 5th of February 2016, I resigned as a director of inline trading 10 PTY. Unfortunately, Mr. Mbezi passed away on the 9th of February, a week after my resignation. I was not aware of any dealings between BNP Capital, Mr. Mgadi, or Mr. Mbezi. I was only made aware of BNP Capital by Outer and the press in August 2016.
thank you, Mr. Mahlangu. Can I take it that these facts, as they're set out by Mr. King in paragraphs 3 and paragraphs 4, were not known to you at the time that you included him in the bid pursuant to Mr. Mgadi's instructions?
That's true.
Ms. Hofmeyer,
Yes, Chair.
it seems to me that it's uncertain from Mr. King's affidavit when he resigned from inline trading, and that could be important. I don't know whether you read 4 differently.
Yes, Chair. It's not the most clearly framed statement because it's dealing with 2 subject matters, both when
In one
Mr.
sentence.
Mbezi took over, indeed, and his resignation. Chair, there are SIPC records in relation to inline trading, which will reflect clearly the dates of resignation. I am aware of having seen those in the
Yes.
Commission's records.
Yes.
They were not included here, but we can certainly make them available so that
Yes.
clarity as to the date on which Mr. King left and
Yes.
Mr. Mbezi took over can be established.
Yes, okay.
At the moment, certainly I had read paragraph 4, but I do see the ambiguity as indicating that the 5th of February 2016 was the date on which Mr. King resigned as a director. But the SIPC records will make that clear.
Yes. I think what happened is what should have been in 2 sentences was
Yes,
put in one
precisely.
sentence. Yeah.
Precisely.
Okay.
But we can certainly clarify that. And if any issue becomes of it in relation to responses, we'll take it further.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Mr. Mahlangu, had you known these facts as stated on page 317 and 318 of Exhibit DD2, would you have entered into a consortium to tender for transactional advisor services to SAA with inline trading?
Chair, I'm not sure whether I understand the question. Yes.
Let me break it down. Would you have proposed to SAA that you enter into a consortium with an entity whose experience was in motor vehicle sales for the purposes of tendering for transaction advisor services to SAA?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Hofmeyer, no, I think my query gets addressed in the second sentence of paragraph 4.
Yes.
Because,
Oh,
yeah,
indeed.
yeah,
I've just seen that as well.
Yeah, because
So-
he says Mr. Mbezi passed away on the 9th of February, a week after his resignation. So he must have resigned
That prior
around
week.
beginning
Indeed.
of February, yeah,
Indeed.
2016, yeah.
I'm
Okay.
indebted, Chair, thank you. But we will nonetheless just have the SIPC records available.
Yes,
So
no,
that
that's
there's no issue around those dates.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. Mr. Mahlangu, I'd then like to go just to a few loose ends in relation to the FSB license issue.
I'm sorry, I think while I was applying my mind to this, I missed
out on the answer to the question you
Indeed.
put to Mr. Mahlangu, and I guess that in answering it, he can now also take into account that if, like me, he had not picked this up, that Mr. King says he resigned from inline trading at the beginning of February 2016. So the question that I think had been put to you was whether had you been aware of the facts set out in paragraph 3 and 4?
Yes.
Or 4, whether you would have gone into the partnership with inline trading? I think that was the question. I didn't hear the answer. What was your answer?
Yes, sir. What I said was, given the information that is presented, before me, we actually wouldn't have actually partnered with them.
Yes.
Yes,
and-
but I
yes.
think, can I qualify? We wouldn't have partnered with them on the basis that Ms. Hofmeyer has actually just highlighted. On the basis
Okay,
that
please just raise your voice. For some reason, I'm not hearing you.
is it
Maybe-
my voice?
Maybe it's not you, it's my ears. Yes,
I'm fine now.
I think you are fine, but don't go too close to the
Okay.
mic, yeah.
Yes, sir. What I actually said was I wouldn't have actually partnered with them on the basis that what Ms. Hofmeyer just highlighted, to say inline trading was actually in the business of
Was a car dealership.
yes. So on that basis, we wouldn't have actually have partnered with if we actually knew that information. But information that was presented before us was something else.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mahlangu, just to follow that up, if you'd known Mr. King was no longer associated with inline trading on the date you put in the bid, I assume you wouldn't have referred to him as part of the team.
Definitely.
Thank you. I'd then like to go to the issue of the FSB license.
I'm sorry again, Ms. Hofmeyer.
Apologies, Chair.
Before you, when you were putting in the team, you were aware that Mr. Mngadi no longer, or didn't want his name to appear, is that correct? Or before the bid documents were submitted to SAA, were you aware at that time that his name did not appear among the team, and that he didn't want his name to appear?
Yesterday I actually responded to that particular question. What I said, there was a correspondence between Mr. Moyo at the office and Mr. Mngadi, which was sent on a Saturday to actually request Mr. Moyo to remove his detail. And it's only now that, as I said, that 2 weeks back, that I saw that email. But as far as the bid was concerned, I thought there were, it was basically an inline trading plan to say who should actually be part of that bid as far as inline trading, staff is concerned. So I wasn't actually aware. I was actually made aware, now when I actually saw those things, but I wasn't actually completely aware of it.
Well, I'm not sure if I get your answer. Let's take it step by step. Let's leave out the document that you only became aware of, I think, about 2 weeks ago when you were preparing for your appearance here.
Yes.
I take it that before the bid was sent through to SAA, you had seen who the members of the team were who were identified there.
Yes, initially I have.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were aware that Mr. Mngadi's name did not appear there.
And not then. Not
At that time,
Yes. Remember, Chair.
when you saw the list.
Yes. Remember, Chair, what has happened is that discussion happened over the weekend. And
No.
No, what I'm saying
At a
is,
certain stage, you saw the list of identifying the team, isn't it?
yes, I saw the
Yes, let's
list.
leave out when it was.
Okay.
At a certain stage, you saw the names.
Yes, I agree with you,
Okay.
Chair.
Was that time before the bid was sent through to SAA?
It was after, yes.
It was after?
Yes.
You didn't see the list of the team members before the bid was sent, the bid documents were sent to SAA?
I did. And
You did?
yes, and when I saw it, Mr. Mgadi was there.
Mr. Mgadi was there at
Yes,
that time?
at that time.
Oh, okay. So later on, you became aware that his name no longer appeared there, but that was after?
Yes, it was after.
Oh, okay, all right.
But Chair, if I may be permitted to follow up. Mr. Mahlangu, I understand you're referring to what you saw over the weekend in February. And what you saw in the weekend of February was a version of the documents that included Mr. Mgadi's name. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. What I saw was the email, which basically...
No, sorry, Mr. Mahlangu. Remember, we're back in 2016.
Yes.
As I have your evidence of yesterday, you did not see that email
Yes, that's true.
of the 13th of February until 2 weeks ago, correct?
That's true.
Right, so if we could go back to 2016, because as I understand the Chair's questions, we're wanting to establish what knowledge you had in 2016 prior to submitting the bid about who the inline trading representative was. So, can I follow up on that?
Okay.
Were you aware that the bid submission that was given to SAA on the 18th of March 2016 did not refer to Mr. Mgadi anywhere?
Yes, I was aware.
And were you further aware that the representative of inline trading indicated in that bid submission was Mr. Brendan King?
Yes, I was aware.
And then to follow up on that, did you take any steps to satisfy yourself as to Mr. King's representative capacity for inline trading before submitting the bid?
Yes, Chair. Just to respond on that question, unfortunately, we're running a business here. And when you run a business, we actually enter into so many partnerships with different partners. And it's not our responsibility, I mean, as a company.
Yes, Mr. Mahlangu.
Yes.
No. The question is, what steps did you take? Is that
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah, what steps did you take? You say, I didn't take any steps, and if you want to explain why, you can explain, or I did take the
okay.
steps, these were the steps.
Okay. I didn't take any steps. So I just took that information that actually came from inline trading to say this is their representative.
And to be specific, from Mr. Mgadi, and you didn't deal with anyone else at inline trading, did you?
No,
Thank you.
except Mr. Mgadi. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me confirm the timing. Ms. Hofmeyer asked you two questions about whether you were aware, and your answers were yes. Was that awareness before the bid was sent to SAA, or was it after?
Chair, remember there were two bids here. The first one was an RFI, which basically it's the one that I'm talking about here, that I wasn't aware, which was sent earlier on, sometime in Feb. Yes, and the last one was the request for proposal.
The response to the RFP?
Yes.
Yes.
So as far as the RFI is concerned, I wasn't aware, that's what I'm saying, yes. And then I only became aware when obviously we're preparing for response for proposal.
Yes.
Yes.
So before you submitted the bid to SAA in response to the RFP, you were aware that Mr. Mgadi's name did not appear in the list of the members of the team?
Yes.
Yes. Did that strike you as strange in the light of the dominant role he appeared to play in regard to inline trading? He was the person who was referred to you, and he was the person who appeared to be driving this process of the consortium getting this bid.
To be honest, Chair, no. At that point in time, I had no suspicions whatsoever. Yes. So I just took things, As I said that when we actually deal with, in these partnerships, we deal with a particular company, they recommend certain individuals, to the particular structure. And they can change that individual as and when. So there was any suspicion then as to what has actually changed. Yes.
I would have thought that the absence of his name in the list would be strange to you and to anybody in your position, because he was the leading person from inline trading that was dealing with you. You were the leader of BNP, and from the dealings that you had had with him, it was quite clear that he was the leading person in regard to this tender and inline trading. Is my understanding wrong that he was clearly a leading person in regard to, from inline trading in regard to this tender?
Chair, I think that's an assumption. I think he's the person that brought, the transaction to us. Yes, but we
Yes.
didn't make an assumption that he's actually, whether he's the CEO as far as, inline trading is concerned, or the leader.
No, I didn't talk about the CEO. He was the only person from inline trading that you were dealing with, you had dealt with up to that stage, isn't it?
That's true, Chair.
Indeed, is he not the only person that you ever dealt with from inline trading?
Yes, yes.
And you knew of no other person, or you knew no other person from inline trading that you had met? Or had you met any other person from inline trading?
Yes, I haven't, no.
You had not?
Yes.
Yes.
It just mentioned, because when you actually ask about the CEO of inline trading,
Sorry?
when we asked him about the CEO of inline
Yes,
trading, I said,
yes.
who's the CEO? And then he said the gentleman just passed on.
Yes.
Yes, so we thought,
Yes.
okay, fine. We didn't actually deep into it.
Yes, but what I'm wanting to establish is whether in your mind there was anybody else that you associated with leading, anybody else from inline trading that you associated with leading this bid from inline trading side other than Mr. Mngadi.
No, it was Mr. Mngadi. Yes.
So I then say to you, I would have thought that you would have found it strange that the lead man or lead person from inline trading was not on the list, and that may have raised some uneasiness on your part, and you would have wanted to find out, but you are the lead man, how come you are not in the list, number one? Number two, to the extent that you may have been aware that previously he was on the list, you would want to find out why was Mr. Mngadi taken out? He is the lead man.
Chair, as I've indicated, I think when the submission was made, it was on the basis of Mr. Mngadi being part of that submission. So on the eve of the submission, he actually requested one of the employees to remove his detail. And that bid was submitted without his detail, but Mr. King's detail. So when I understand your question as to refund, hence I said, when I actually saw it after that, I questioned myself as to why, but I didn't dig deep into it as to what the reasons are. Because he was still part of the team. So I thought perhaps I don't know, perhaps maybe Mr. King brings a different skill into this game, into the transaction. So I didn't actually think it further than that.
But am I right in understanding your evidence as suggesting that you also did find it a little strange, but you didn't take it further?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Just for the record purposes, Mr. Mahlangu, in your own statement, you referenced Mr. Mgadi as the representative of inline trading. Is that correct?
No, wait, that's true. What page are you at now?
It's page 44 of your statement. It's not particularly necessary that we go there, but it was just a follow-on from the Chair's
Okay.
questions. As I read your statement, there was no doubt in your mind that the representative of inline trading was Mr. Mgadi, correct?
That's true.
Thank you. I'd then like to go to the question of the FSB license suspension, because I do want to probe just a little further the question of whether that letter of yours dated the 13th of May, well, I shouldn't even say dated 13 May, because Mr. Mahlangu, one of the challenges we face when we look at the BNP letters that were sent to SAA during this period is they never bear a date. Is that standard?
No.
But it's quite a feature of all of these letters. They actually are not themselves ever dated. Are you aware of that?
I'm quite aware, ma'am. Chair.
So the only way you can track then when they were sent or not is, I assume, with the email that attached them. Is that correct?
That's true.
Right. So when you said in your statement that the letter which alerts SAA to the fact that the license has been suspended by the FSB, you say in your statement it was sent on the 13th of May. How did you establish that fact?
Yes, Chair. As I've actually indicated yesterday, that when I actually engaged with the guys at the office, actually when I asked all the, the guys that I was dealing with as to whether when this letter was sent, I was actually told the letter was sent on the 13th of May. Hence I actually wrote that to SA to say, based on the letter that was sent to you, on the 13th of May, this is a follow-up discussion. So hence I said yesterday that when that letter was sent to SAA, we're in no way knowing that we're going to be, at this commission answering to it. So, and at the same time, it was not any misrepresentation from our side. Yeah.
Could I follow up on that? Did you rely simply on what your colleagues told you about the date when it was sent? Or did you ask them to bring you the proof of the email?
I've actually relied on them, because they're the ones that send the information.
Yes, and then when Ms. Nancy wrote to you on the 13th of July, we looked at that letter yesterday, we can go to it again today, and she said, please provide me with proof, because you say in your correspondence that you sent us a letter on the 13th of May and we can find no record of it in SAA. Did you then try and look for proof?
Then I actually didn't, but I responded to her.
Yes,
Yes.
and you didn't refer to the proof that she was requiring.
Yes, but remember, on the email that she sent, it was not only please send us the email that you sent to us, but there were other undertakings in as far as that email. So I had to actually deal with undertakings at hand, because they were pressing more than the letter that was sent.
But why didn't you deal with the proof she was asking? Because obviously that was quite something important. You said you sent something, she says you didn't receive us, please give us the proof. How can you omit to deal with that?
Yes, Chair. I think then what basically, as far as the letter is concerned, what basically caught my attention then was they were under undertakings as far as that letter is concerned, because there were actually sort of some indication that if we don't actually comply, our contract might be actually terminated. So we're basically given about a couple of days to rectify the situation.
Okay,
so
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. But you did read the letter and you did see that she was asking for proof.
yes, sir. Yes, Chair.
And did you then decide to ignore that part of the letter and not provide her with proof?
It's not true that I actually ignored. So
So what did you do
Yes.
about this part of the letter?
So what basically I did was to actually send her another letter, an email, basically saying to her, because the issue that she was addressing the issue, the biggest issue besides the letter that she said we must actually forward to her was the issue of she actually has given us a couple of days to rectify our position. Otherwise, if we actually don't do that, she will actually terminate the contract. So what I responded to her was to say to her, we've actually went ahead and trying to rectify the situation as far as the terms of suspensions are concerned. And this is what we've done to date. And we've even sent a letter to the CEO, to actually allow for CFO's references with regards to dealing with some of the suspensions, actually the critical suspension, in the letter that was sent by FSP. So I think that at that point in time, that occupied me. So hence I didn't actually respond to every part of the email, but I thought I should actually bring it to your attention what was very critical at that point in time, because it was a threat to the contract number one, which we actually were working on. So I had to actually respond, with basically information that said we did actually send information to the CEO. These are the details that we sent as far as that contract is concerned, as far as the FSP is concerned.
But obviously, or maybe not obviously, if you believed that you had sent the letter to her and she said she didn't receive it, obviously you would be concerned. How come she had not received the letter that you had sent, and you would want to provide her with that letter, isn't it?
That's true, Chair.
Did you go back to your team and say, where's that letter, let's send it?
Hence, yes, Chair. So hence I said when the threat of our contract was actually mentioned, I didn't do that.
Yeah, you didn't do that. Why
Yes.
not?
Hence I said when the threat of our contract was actually questioned, what I was actually alerting here is to say, based on this, because in essence, whether I did send her that information that she requested was either here nor there at that point in time, because her mind was already made to say, rectify your position. So I had to actually say, how do I respond to that imminent threat as far as our contract is concerned? And then hence I sent that information.
Did you later on take the trouble to respond to her and say, I know you asked for proof, I was attending to other matters, I've now found the proof, here is the proof?
No, I didn't say.
Why not?
Eh.
You thought it wasn't important because you had addressed the other issues that you say you had addressed?
I think at that point in time, obviously one was actually, involved in too many things at that particular point in time. And then what was critical as far as my position was concerned then was to actually save the contract. So at that point in time, I actually, because the only thing that she says to me then was to, post when I actually send an email, because I actually responded to that particular email of hers. But I didn't actually do a follow-up as far as looking for that particular letter.
Yes, well, if the letter that you said you had sent to her, which she said she had not received and was asking for proof, did exist and was there, would you agree that it was the easiest thing to do to send the proof to her? Because all you would need is get somebody to show it to you, and then you say, email it, that's all. Email it with one liner, here is proof. And then the other things that you attended to might have needed more time and more work, but that one must have been the easiest to do. And that's the one you didn't do.
Yes, Sam. I think it was a question of priorities here. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mahlangu, just to follow up on your priorities, I understand your priority was to save the contract, is that correct?
That's true.
Do you not think that finding that letter and sending it to her, and the proof that it had been sent on the 13th of May, would have assisted in saving the contract?
That's not true.
Well, that letter explains precisely the steps you've taken to involve another authorized financial services provider who's going to work with you until you've fulfilled all the suspension conditions in the letter of suspension that you'd received from the FSB. So that letter shows SAA, if you'd managed to find the proof of it being sent, A, that you're acting in compliance with what the FSB requires of you, B, that you've found a partner to work with during the period that you're seeking to have the suspension lifted, and C, that you can therefore continue with the contract. Do you accept that?
No, I don't, Chair. I think the response was based on, because I think we're making a couple of assumptions here. The assumptions is, did you actually notify us about what you're going, your challenges with FSB? And then that's yes. And then when I actually responded on the I can't remember now on the date. When I responded.
You can have a look if you want to have a look. It depends if you think it's important.
Yes, okay, maybe it's not important.
Okay, all
When
right.
I responded on that particular letter, I was basically highlighting the issues that were discussed in that letter of the 13th.
When you say that letter, are you talking to the letter that Ms.
That-
Nancy said she did not receive?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. In essence, I don't think, to be honest, and I think in this commission, I think they need to know that when SAA actually came to us about our license, we found it very strange. They came to us, even though we've actually said to them, these are the steps we're going to take. This is what we're going to do as far as the license is concerned. But they were actually hell-bent.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Mahlangu. I think you may be drifting away from the question, not necessarily deliberately. I'm not saying you're doing so deliberately. As I understand the question you are supposed to deal with is one that is asking you why you think it would not help you in saving the contract with SAA or in being allowed by SAA to continue and do the work, for SAA to know that you had found somebody who had the license who would work with you. You said you didn't think that that would help save the contract.
Yes, sir.
And what is your motivation for saying for SAA to know that would not help in saving the contract?
And thanks, Chair. I was actually I was actually taking on a journey to that particular conclusion. Yes.
I guess I just want the
Yes.
journey shorter to be shorter.
Yes, I understood Ms.
Yes.
Hofmeyer's question.
Yeah.
Okay, let me cut it short. I think when we started engaging with SAA as far as our FSB license is concerned, SAA already took a position. Regardless of the information that actually came from FSB to them, took a position that they're only going to be giving us a couple of days to rectify our position, otherwise they'll actually cancel the contract. Even despite the fact that we actually have found a partner to assist us as far as this exercise is concerned, there was any meeting of minds to say...
But as I understand the position, they never got any information to that effect, or they had not got that information because they didn't get that letter? Or am I mistaken?
Yes, yes, Chair, they did.
They did receive
Yes.
the letter.
Not only the letter, but also the attachments, the FSB attachments.
The letter that was the letter that they said they didn't receive, you are saying they did receive, or are we talking at cross purposes? I'm talking about the letter. My understanding is that the letter that they said they did not receive was the letter in which you advised them that you had found a partner who had the FSB license with whom you could work. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding as well? That that's part of what that letter said? Or is supposed to have said?
Okay. The letter that I'm talking about, it's the initial letter after the suspension. So that letter, in essence, what basically it was doing was to inform the SAA.
I'm sorry, there's a letter that we know
Yes,
SAA said they did not receive, isn't it?
yes, Chair.
Is it your understanding that part of the letter that they say they did not receive, which you said you had sent to them, was advising them that you had found a partner who had an FSB license with whom you were going to work? Is that correct? Is that your understanding of part of what was in that letter that they said they did not receive?
No, it wasn't.
It
Mr.
wasn't.
Mahlangu, if I may just be of assistance, let's go to the letter so that we can all have it in front of us, the one that you allege was sent to SAA on the 13th of May. You'll find it in your statement bundle. That's Exhibit DD4, and it's at page 143 under tab 21. And just as you're going there in a follow-up to what the chair has put to you, as I read that letter, that's precisely what you were seeking to communicate on that day. So you'll find it under tab 21 at page 143. And Ms. Mahlangu, just to orientate you, this is the letter that you in your statement say was sent to SAA on the 13th of May 2016. This is the letter that Ms. Nancy writes to you about on the 13th of July 2016 and says, you have told us that a letter was sent, but we did not receive it. Please tell us precisely who it was sent to and give us proof that it was sent.
I think that last paragraph before, I hope the above is in order, seems to be the paragraph where you were saying that you had found somebody else who has a license. Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. So is it fair to read that paragraph as suggesting that you were conveying to SAA that you intended to try to work with Create Capital Partners, or to talk to them with a view to seeing whether you could work with them? Is it fair to read that paragraph in that way?
Yes, Chair, I think, yeah, I agree with you.
I think it's fair.
Yes.
If that is fair to read it that way, would you still say that it was not important in your attempts to save the contract, for SAA to know that these were the attempts you were making to work with somebody who had a license? To the extent that you wanted to take steps to save the contract,
Yes, sir.
do you say that it was not important for SAA to know that this is one of the attempts you were taking in order to try and make sure that you can continue with the contract without FSB problems?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. I think what we need to do is let's look at the logical sequence of events. We get a letter of a suspension.
Okay, I'll let you do that if it's really necessary, but are you saying you agree that it would have been important for SAA to know that this was one of the attempts you were making? You agree?
I agree.
Okay, all right. I don't, for me, that's enough for now, but I don't know if you want to
Okay.
qualify it for me, but that's enough for me. Do you feel an urge to explain anything?
What I was about to, maybe just spend 2 seconds on it.
Yes.
What I was about to say is when we actually received a letter of suspension,
Yes.
we informed SAA then to say the
Yes.
letter of suspension requires us to do 1, 2, 3. And we're in the
Yes.
process of doing that. And we haven't actually mentioned CRIT then, to say this is what we want to do. And then this was sent sometime in July to say, this is what the terms of suspensions were, and this is what we've done to date. Yes, to actually rectify that position.
Mr. Mahlangu, I truly do not want to belabor this point, but what you have just said is inconsistent with your own statement. The letter at page 143 that you're looking at, you say was sent the day after you got the letter from the FSB informing you that the license was suspended. Do you accept that?
Through you, Chair, no, that's incorrect.
The letter that you're looking at in front of you at page 143.
Yes, it's not the letter that was sent in May.
Okay, let's go to where you say in the statement it was sent on the 13th of May.
Well, I also made a note on the letter yesterday, which reads, Mr. Mahlangu says that this letter was sent on 13 May 2016.
Yes. Should I read it to you? Let's go to page 27 of your statement. At page 27 of your statement, paragraph 6.5 on that page,
Have you got the right file in front of you?
Is it
The
my
one
file?
with your
Your file,
statement?
indeed.
Your file, yeah.
Yes, it's paragraph, sorry?
Page 27, paragraph 6.5.
if I can just read it out for the purposes of the record.
Let's see if he has found it. He hasn't found it yet.
Apologies, Chair.
It's page 37.
27.
Yes. Paragraph 6.5. Have you found it? Have you found, she's still going to ask you the question, but have you found paragraph 6.5 at page 27?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies, I thought that you had found the place, Mr. Mahlangu. At paragraph 6.5 there, as I read your statement, you state, when the FSB license, in brackets, or notice to suspend was given, close brackets, was suspended sometime in April 2016, I informed SAA of the suspension per letter dated 13 May 2016, attached hereto as Annexure PDM 21. That's the letter we were just looking at page 143.
Is this, okay. Yes, I'm looking at it.
So do you accept,
PDM.
as you have stated in the statement,
Okay, I think you want to go back to the letter? It's at page 143.
Yeah. Yes, no, I'm actually looking at the letter now.
Okay, all right.
Is your statement correct when you say you sent that to SAA on the 13th of May?
Yes, it's
Thank you.
correct.
Mr. Mahlangu, to move on then. On the success fee aspect that we concluded your evidence on yesterday.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hoffman, I think you might, in the process, have forgotten some loose end.
Yes.
But maybe you didn't forget. I think now that we have gone to the letter at page 143, and we have gone to, and you have indicated, you have accepted that in that letter, you did indicate to SAA that you were making efforts to get a partner who had an FSB license. And you have indicated that it would have been important for SAA to know that that's what you were doing in your attempts to save the contract. The question that arises is still, why then didn't you take the trouble to look for the letter or the proof that SAA was looking for and send it to them? Because we all accept that that could have contributed in saving the contract, which is what you wanted to do.
Yes, Chair. We've actually done that. Now, I think I was just confusing I've got too much information
Yes,
here.
no, that's fine.
Yes.
Make sure you have got what you want to
Yes,
look at.
we've actually done that because there's a letter that we sent to say, further to your correspondence, I think the information that we shared yesterday.
Chair, you'll find it. I took the step to place it in Mr. Mahlangu's file, and it has been paginated right at the end, at from page 146. So you'll find it in Exhibit DD4 at page 146.
Yes, continue then,
Yes.
Mr. Mahlangu.
Yes, the letter reads as follows.
I'm sorry, you said we did that. I was still going to say, just complete the sentence to say you did what, so that I can understand.
Yes, what I'm saying is, what you just asked, the question that you've asked us to, have we actually, because I think the first question,
Why didn't you take the trouble
yes,
of sending the proof? Because we both accept that that would have been important for SAA to know in your attempts to save the contract.
yes, that's true, Chair. So in response of in response to Ms. Nancy's email, hence I said that email didn't only say to us, just send whatever that you sent on the 13th of May, but it had other critical issues that I had to actually deal with at that point in time. So I actually attempted to address that in this particular letter that I sent to her. So it says, I'll read it to you.
No, don't read it
Okay,
to me, because I think the point you are making is a point you made earlier. There were certain things that the letter from Ms. Nancy raised. There were certain matters that it raised which you regarded as important
Yes.
to address in order to save the contract. Now that I understood, but this was also an important step that SAA needed to know. And so my question was simply, why didn't you take this trouble of just looking for the letter and sending it, because it would add to SAA seeing that you could actually continue with the contract if your engagement with this partner were successful.
Yes, Chair. Hence, I disagree that at that particular point in time, when I engaged with the SAA, they were not in the position to actually assist or to actually even listen to whatever that I sent. Because in the letter that I sent, it says, this is the letter of the 13th, this is what it meant. But as far as the aspects or the content of that letter is concerned, they didn't actually want to hear anything. What they said post that is, we didn't receive the letter. However, rectify your position as far as the FSP license is concerned, and we're giving you this certain number of days, and if you don't, we'll cancel the contract.
But isn't the position that if you had a partner who had an FSP license, you could actually do the job without even rectifying your situation? Or at least that's my understanding.
That's true, Chair. Hence I said it's a bit strange. Remember at the beginning, I think when I said it was a bit strange, I wanted to actually elaborate on it, to say it was a bit strange because we actually provided all the information, including our partners, to them, but there was no any indication on their part to say, okay, fine, we've received this information. As far as the license is concerned, you're actually compliant, because you're actually dealing with some of the aspects of the compliance. And I also send them a discussion, a long discussion that we had with FSB to say, this is a discussion that we had with FSB, but they've just taken a position to say, if you don't rectify your situation, we don't care what you say to us or what you've sent to us, but if you don't rectify your situation, we'll cancel this.
Okay, I think we have spent as much time as we can.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah, okay, proceed.
Chair, I did have some intimations from Mr. Mahlangu's legal team around this issue. I'll take it up with them over the break. If it's relevant, we'll address it again. But I would like to make a bit more progress before we break, if possible.
Yes, thank you.
Just to conclude on the success fee, Mr. Mahlangu, I understood your evidence yesterday to be that you had proposed a success fee of 1.25%. Is that correct?
That's true.
And were you involved in negotiations to increase that success fee at all with SAA?
No.
Were you aware that what the board was asked to approve was a success fee of not 1.25%, but of 1.5%?
No, I haven't received any communication to that effect.
Because that difference of 0.25% is not insignificant. I did a short calculation and it amounts on a funding transaction of 15 billion to 37.5 million. I'm not sure how quickly you can do the mental arithmetic, but are you satisfied that the move from 1.25...
Well, Ms. Hofmeyer, he has an honors in maths, so
he probably can do it. I have to take out my phone and do the calculation.
Yes.
Are you happy that 0.25% of 15 billion is 37.5 million?
I will agree with you.
So the move from your proposed 1.25% to 1.5%, had this transaction ever eventuated, would have resulted in a further 37.5 million to BNP Capital. Do you accept that?
I don't accept it. From my position, I think you discussing from your position of information. From where I'm sitting is, we actually sent a proposal to Ms. Nancy. There was sometime, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually in the file, I think on the 12th of May, discussing our fees, which is 1.25. And even with regards to 1.5, we haven't received any communication with regards to whether it was accepted or they're negotiating. So we haven't. So where I'm sitting, I cannot actually vouch and agree with you on the numbers, and of which I didn't agree on. There's nothing that was communicated to us.
Ms. Mahlangu, we may be at cross purposes. I absolutely understand your evidence to be you weren't aware that the SAA board approved a 1.5% success fee on this transaction. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't aware, that's correct.
Right. What I am putting to you is that if those were the facts, I understand you didn't know them at the time, but if it was the case that the SAA board approved 1.5% as a success fee, they would have been approving to pay you 37.5 million more than you were asking for. Is that correct?
That's incorrect, because obviously if we for some reason, for some strange reason, if we manage to get that 15 billion, which is an assumption we're making here, remember our proposal now it's 1.25. We could have actually sent an invoice of 1.25, not 1.5.
No, I think you don't understand the question. Let me try. Just relax and listen carefully. And if you don't understand, tell me that you don't understand. Ms. Hofmeyr is saying to you, she understands that you were not aware at the time that the SAA board had approved that you be paid a success fee of 1.5%. You agree that that's your evidence, you were not aware of that?
That's true, Chair.
Then she is saying, she has made a calculation of what you would have been paid in rands if indeed you were paid 1.5% of the 50 billion rand. Okay, you understand that part?
Understand, Chair.
She says she wants to tell you the figure that she has arrived at. And she says that would mean you would have been paid, and she will tell you the figure, more than the amount you had said you would charge. You understand? In other words, she says SAA would have ended up paying you far more than what you had said you would charge for the job. And she just wants you to comment whether you think more or less that amount that she is talking about is correct.
Yes, through you, Chair.
In terms of calculations.
Yes, Chair. I think the assumption is flawed in a sense that
Which assumption is flawed?
yes, the assumption that SAA would actually pay us 1.5 when we actually have given them a proposal of 1.25. So the question now is, regardless of our
Let's assume let's assume it is an assumption, and let's assume the assumption is right, despite you thinking it's flawed. She is interested in you indicating whether you accept that it would have meant that you would have been paid an amount that was far more than what you had asked for, or what you had said you would charge for the job. And maybe Ms. Hofmeyr, you can just repeat the figure.
Indeed. The difference, which is the difference between 1.25% and 1.5%, is 37.5 million rand.
So in other words, she says, she says you would have been paid 37.5 million rand more than what you were prepared to charge, but you were not aware of this at the time.
yes, Chair. Actually, I understand completely what
Yes.
Ms. Hofmeyr is saying to me.
But
yes,
you-
and what I'm saying, what I'm putting through is, there are institutions. I'll give you an example. There are institutions that have got a budget on a particular project. They set a budget, and bidders come and actually bid for that particular project. And if they bid for that particular project, the institution already has got a budget on it, and one could come even below that budget. That doesn't mean whoever that won was going to actually be paid the higher amount. So they would pay you what your proposal is at that particular point in time.
Okay, I don't think,
can't,
I think we can, I think the issue can be left there.
We can leave it there,
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah.
The only point, just to conclude it, that I'd like to make to Mr. Mahlangu is you don't have knowledge of the board's decision to approve a 1.5% success fee to you, do you?
No, obviously no. Yeah.
And where it's recorded in the motivation that went to the board for that 1.5% success fee, that the two parties, that's a reference to SAA and BNP, settled for a success fee of 1.5%, should BNP Capital be tasked to urgently source funds, can I take it you were not involved in those negotiations which settled at a success fee of 1.5%?
No, I'm not sure which, yes, Chair. I don't understand the question. It was a discussion between BNP representatives and SAA or the board or SAA board. That's a
Well, maybe let's put it this way. Were you involved in any negotiations with SAA, whether with management or the board of SAA, aimed at getting SAA to agree to 1.5% success fee?
No.
Okay.
Do you know who those engagements would have been with?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Mahlangu, I'd then like to move to the cancellation fee. We've got a few more minutes before tea, if we can use them, Chair.
Yes, let's use them.
Mr. Mahlangu, if you could turn up page 20 of your statement. Ms. Mahlangu, as I read paragraph 5.25 on that page, you offer two motivations for the cancellation fee that was sought from SAA. I'll come to them in a moment. But just so we get our facts correct, do you accept that on the same day that BNP Capital was awarded the work to source funds, you wrote back to SAA and said you would like a cancellation fee of 50% of all your fee proposals until that point, if there was to be a termination?
That's true.
And you give at page 22 motivations, as I have it, for that cancellation fee. To be of assistance, the first I picked up midway down that paragraph, where you start, in our case, GRISAG had already furnished us with proof of funds, and therefore failure on the part of SAA to utilize such funds would warrant a cancellation fee. Is that correct, that that was one of the grounds on which you justified it?
Yes, based on a discussion between GRISAG and Mr. Mngadi, yes.
That was then relayed to you by Mr. Mngadi?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you. And then the second one that I pick up in that paragraph is towards the bottom of the page. You state there, in the absence of a cancellation fee, the service provider would have worked, in brackets, sometimes for months, and then over the page, and delivered on its mandate, but received no remuneration therefore, simply because the trigger for its remuneration, i.e. utilization of funds, would not have occurred due to no fault of the service provider. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it a fair reading that that is your second justification for the cancellation fee being paid?
It is the only justification.
That work would have been done, and despite that, the deal could have fallen through. Is that right?
That's true.
Do you accept
I'm
that?
sorry. Yeah, maybe it is one, but I thought another one was it's an accepted practice in the industry. I thought that's what part of what that paragraph says. In other words, not only is it justified by virtue of the fact that the entity would have done the work, but also asking for this money is okay because it's accepted practice in the industry. I thought that was another reason you advance.
Yes, Chair, but here it's written, right at the bottom, I think for months and delivered on its mandate, but received no remuneration, therefore simple because the trigger for its remuneration, that is utilization of funds, wouldn't have occurred due to fault of the, or, due to no fault of the service provider.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I thought I was trying to help you in case you might be unfairly saying you gave one reason for this view, because I thought you gave two, but it's okay. I thought you gave two reasons at least. One is it's an accepted practice. Two, you have worked for the money.
Yeah, no, that's true what you're saying, sir.
Oh, but you agreed to Ms. Hofmeyer's, or no, actually, you didn't agree. She said to you, she asked you whether that was your second reason for the view you took, that there should be a cancellation fee. And your answer was, that was the only reason. So that is what triggered this discussion with me, because I thought you had more than one reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it's to your benefit.
I think it was just a misunderstanding, yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. No, I just wanted to make sure that you don't tie yourself into a corner to say it's one reason when actually you have given more than one reason. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're indebted. I would like to follow up on the reason, though, that appears at the bottom of the page, which is the reason related to the work that had already been done. Mr. Mahlangu, do you accept that until you have a mandate to source funds, it would not be appropriate to seek remuneration for any work related to that?
That's true.
So you had not been mandated to source funds by SAA until the 25th of May, 2016, correct?
That's true.
So why would you motivate for a cancellation fee based on work done on the very same day that you received your mandate?
Yes, Chair. I think there's misunderstanding of a cancellation fee here. Remember what I said initially about the success fee. The success fee was actually discussed on the 12th of May. Yes. In essence, what I'm saying is before even the letter of award was actually presented to us, we sent a proposal to SAA to say it would actually require 1.25. So as time progressed, come the 25th of May, when actually given a letter of appointment, subject to us signing an SLA, it's only then that we realize that the only thing which is actually not in this, that we've actually not touched, which is very critical, is the cancellation fee. So I think the question is, it's the when. You know, when are we supposed to have discussed it? Maybe 2 days after receiving the letter, or a week after, a month after. I think maybe that's the question that maybe you're asking us. However, when you received it, given that all the critical aspects, or that are critical as far as we are concerned, have been addressed, and the only thing which is the biggest risk in our business was that cancellation.
Mr. Mahlangu, you had no mandate to source funds from SAA until the 25th of May 2016, correct?
I agree with you.
So it would not be reasonable, I put it to you, to seek a cancellation fee for any work you had been done to source those funds prior to the 25th of May 2016.
Yes, Chair. Ms. Hofmeyer, can you maybe give me your understanding of the cancellation fee, so that maybe on the web page, because
well, let's Ms. Hofmeyer, you are referring to a letter that he wrote. Can you?
Yes, certainly.
Can we
Let's find it. Absolutely.
I wonder whether the problem might be a misunderstanding of the use of the sentence. I think you mentioned. What page is it? I want to have a look at it before he answers.
Indeed. Let us go first to your motivation on the 25th of May for the cancellation fee. You'll find it in Ms. Stimple's bundle, which is Exhibit DD1, and it's in the B volume. And you'll find it there at page 494. And that is under tab 47.
Well, Ms. Hoff, may I see that at least this letter? from
This
BNP
letter has
is
a date.
It has a
is
date,
true,
yeah.
Chair.
I think you may have
It's-
created the impression
I
that
did create
all
a-
letters from BNP didn't
Indeed,
have
I should have
dates.
said
This
the
one does have a
majority.
date, yeah.
Indeed. The majority of the letters do not bear a date, and I was exuberant in my suggestion that it was all because of my level of difficulty
yeah.
in trying to navigate when things were sent or not. But this one is indeed dated 25th of May 2016. And you'll see the first line. Sorry, Mr. Mahlangu, do you have it in front of you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
The first line reads, "We acknowledge with thanks the award of this mandate and hereby graciously accept it." Just to confirm, you'd received that mandate on that same date, the 25th of May 2016, correct? Apologies.
Did you hear the question, or would you like to just go through this letter first before you answer?
No, I know the letter, yes.
Okay, the question is based on the first line of the letter. You say, "We acknowledge with thanks the award of this mandate and hereby graciously accept it." And Ms. Hoffmeyer asked you to confirm that you had received the letter of award on the same day, 25 May. She was asking you to confirm whether that is the case.
Yes, the letter was received on the 26th of May,
25.
6th.
Well, you were responding on the 25th.
Yes, I'm saying the letter of award,
Was received on the 25th, 25.
6th.
Yeah, but how could you respond on the 25th on a letter that you had not yet received?
I think there was maybe an error there, but the letter of award was received on the 26th.
26th?
Yes,
You
Well-
say there was a mistake with the date.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, might I assist you? Because I also had some difficulty with that date of the 26th of May. My understanding of the facts is that you received the letter of award on the 25th of May, but it bore the wrong date. It bore a date of the 25th of March 2016. So you followed up with SAA and said the letter is dated incorrectly. And on the 26th of May, you had a response from SAA correcting it and saying, sorry, it shouldn't have said March, it should have said May, and attaching the correctly dated letter, which was 25 May 2016. I think that is why you recall that it was on the 26th that you got the award. But as a matter of fact, you got it on the 25th, but you were worried about the date indicated on it. Is that a fair reading of the facts?
It's fair, but it was on the 20, it was on April, not May, not March. It was on April.
Oh my goodness, Mr.
Oh,
Mahlangu, there was
I think
also
that
another
compounds
date.
the problem.
Mr. Mahlangu, there were two date problems. I
Yes.
know that this has gone on for long, but let me just assist you. There was an error in your first letter appointing you as a transaction advisor. That was the error between 20 March and 20 April, which was cleared up on the 22nd of April 2016. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, there are two date errors. I'm just trying to assist you here. When you get into May, as I have the facts, you receive the letter of award on the 25th of May 2016, but when you look at the attached letter, it says 25 March. So you take it up with SAA, and you say, SAA, it's got the wrong date, and on the 26th of May, you are sent a corrected version of the letter, which now bears the date 25 May and not 25 March.
That's true.
Super. So what that means, Mr. Mahlangu, just to get back, is that you did originally receive the mandate award on the 25th of May, and that's why, with respect, it makes sense for you to graciously accept it on the 25th of May. Do you see that?
Yes.
Super. Right, now we can proceed. Because, and I want to give you the benefit of my background to my question. You asked me before we went to the letter, what is my understanding of a cancellation fee, right?
Yes.
In order to assist us here, Mr. Mahlangu, I am relying on nothing other than what you yourself say in your statement about the basis for a cancellation fee. So let me just put that to one side. We looked at your statement, and as I read it, you said, a cancellation fee is justified when work has been done to discharge a mandate, but then the deal falls through. And in those circumstances, you should be remunerated for all that work that had been done despite the deal not going through. Is that a correct reflection of what you said in your statement?
Partly. Chair, I think,
What is lacking?
yes, the lacking is without fault of a service provider. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And our understanding is that, because cancellation fee is a standard fee, it's a standard concept, I think, in the financial services space. And our thinking then, or rather the objective of that particular letter, of the cancellation fee, was to say to SAA, you've actually given us a mandate which is a risk-free mandate. Yes, so which is a risk mandate. So go raise capital on our behalf at risk. If you managed actually to get something, then you're actually going to be compensated. And the compensation, how it actually was done was, as per the success fee. So then, given that this, the only thing that we have, as far as the business is concerned, was we're going to be remunerated only on the basis that we actually that we raise the funds successfully, one. Two, SAA utilizes those funds. Because if they don't utilize those funds, we don't actually get paid. So that was the spirit of our letter at that point when we actually sent it to them. To say, SAA, if we don't actually, if you for whatever reason, you terminate our mandate, right? We actually worked and then you're not actually utilizing those funds, then you need to actually remunerate us. That was the spirit of the letter.
Chair, there will be some follow-up questions, but I propose that we take the break if it's convenient now.
Yes, we can take it now or take it at exactly past.
I'm happy to take 2 more minutes and then we can take it at past.
Yes, but before you do that, let me ask this question. Do you accept, Mr. Mahlangu, that generally speaking, there are acceptable situations where somebody will do some work and only get paid if a certain result is achieved, and if it's not achieved, despite that person having put in a lot of effort, they might not be, or they would not be paid anything? You accept that in life?
That's true. Yes, I do.
That happens quite a lot.
That's true.
Okay.
Ms. Mahlangu, I understand you to have added a further requirement that there's no fault of the service provider when a cancellation fee is sought. But I would like to focus for this debate on the first part, that a cancellation fee is justified because work has been done, and despite the work being done, the funds are not utilized.
That's true.
Thank you. If that is so, Mr. Mahlangu, on the 25th of May 2016, you had not yet been mandated to do any work in sourcing funds for SAA, correct?
That's true.
Then my question is, how could you motivate for a cancellation fee on the same day that you were given that award on the basis of work done, as you had done no work
I'm sorry, I think this is, it was at the stage you were asking that
Yes.
question that I wanted
You
us
wanted
to
to
go
go.
the letter because there may be some confusion.
Indeed.
Let's go to the letter, and I want to see the sentence that you rely on.
Yes. Chair, if we go to the letter at page 494,
Yes.
and Chair, my question actually derives from what Mr. Mahlangu said in his statement, but I think for the purposes of this debate, it's useful to look at how Mr. Mahlangu motivated for the cancellation fee on that day,
Yes.
and you'll find it most clearly expressed in the penultimate paragraph. Mr. Mahlangu, would you mind reading that for us? It starts, "This is to ensure."
Yes, Chair. This is to ensure that we deliver on, this is to ensure that when we deliver on all mandates entrusted to us by SAA, accordingly, should SAA decide to unilaterally terminate our services ahead of us fulfilling our mandate, for whatever reasons, on any matter outside of our control, a cancellation fee of 50% of all fees as per our proposals to SAA shall become due and payable in 5 working days following the cancellation notification date.
I don't see what I was looking for there.
No.
It was the work done
Yes,
part that.
Chair, that's why I wanted to clarify. The point about work done actually derives from Mr. Mahlangu's statement.
Yes.
Because it's in the statement where Mr. Mahlangu is dealing with this cancellation fee.
Yes.
It was at page 20, where he says the reason why a cancellation fee should be paid, or it's reasonable for it to be paid, is because of work done. We saw that at page 20 of his statement. So my question arises from that, in the light of an exchange on the very same day that BNP Capital gets its mandate to source funds, that a cancellation fee should be payable, even before the mandate is fulfilled.
Let me put this question.
Yes.
Did you ask or demand that SAA should pay a cancellation fee for work that you would have done, if any, before you were awarded the mandate?
No, sir. No, Chair.
Okay.
So if pursuant to this letter, 2 days later, SAA had cancelled your mandate, would they have been liable for the cancellation fee?
No.
And why do you say that? Because as I read that sentence that we looked at, it says, accordingly, I'm picking it up, sorry, the second sentence in the penultimate paragraph, accordingly, should SAA decide to unilaterally terminate our services ahead of us fulfilling our mandate, for whatever reason, on any matter outside our control, a cancellation fee of 50% of all fees as per our proposals to SAA shall become due and payable in 5 working days following the cancellation notification date. Why does that not mean that 2 days later, when you receive the note of the cancellation, which was prior to your fulfillment of the mandate, SAA would be liable to pay your cancellation fees?
Yes, Chair.
You understand the question?
I think I understand the question, but the question, I think, Chair, Ms. Hofmeyer, can assist?
Okay,
Yes.
maybe let me try and
Yes.
answer this. You have, look at that paragraph that you read a minute ago.
Yes.
In the second line, it has the phrase, ahead of us fulfilling our mandate. Okay?
Yes.
As I understand this paragraph, it says that should SAA, after having awarded you the mandate, should it thereafter cancel your mandate before you fulfilled that mandate, they should pay a cancellation fee. And I think Ms. Hofmeyer's question seeks to establish whether this ahead of you fulfilling your mandate didn't include a situation where you would not have done any work. You received the letter of award on the 25th of May, 27th of May, SA cancels your mandate. In the meantime, you have not done any work. Would the cancellation fee be payable in that situation?
No.
Would it depend on you having done some work?
Yes, hence I was saying, it's the spirit of our letter,
Yes.
our discussion was to say to SAA, because it's a standard practice,
Yeah.
to say to SAA, SAA would raise the funds, and hence we're actually even, discussing, with the term sheets, to say SAA would raise the funds, and then post raising the funds successfully, and then you decide not to utilize our funds.
So your position, and if necessary, Ms. Hofmeyer can look at the letter if she thinks that what you say is not reflected in the letter, but was your intention to convey to SAA that, one, if you had already performed your work and you had done so successfully in that you had secured the funds, but they nevertheless terminate your mandate,
That's true, sir.
then they would have to pay the cancellation fee.
Yes, Chair.
That's the one scenario. Here is another scenario. You have started working to carry out the mandate, but you have not succeeded yet. Did you intend to say in that situation the cancellation fee would be payable?
Let me understand your question, Chair. Are you saying we have started the mandate and
You have not succeeded
On the-
in getting the funds.
so we wouldn't be paid because we haven't actually fulfilled our mandate?
You would
Yes,
not,
no.
it would not be payable.
Yes, because we haven't. Remember, our mandate says you must actually secure 50 billion.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you have not carried, if
That
you have not
mandate, yes.
successfully carried it out, the cancellation fee would not be payable.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so if you had spent you have done a lot of work and spent a lot of money towards your efforts to secure the funds, but you have not succeeded, irrespective of how much expenses you may have incurred, if SAA terminated your mandate before you secured the funds from them, the cancellation fee would not be payable.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chair, I will need to follow that up.
Okay.
Because my reading of the letters
Yes.
indicates that is not conveyed, but we will do that
Yes.
after the break
No,
with
that's-
your
that's
leave.
fine.
Thank you.
We'll take the tea adjournment, and it's now about 21 minutes to 12. We'll resume at 5 to 12. We adjourn.
Yeah, I did, but she, I don't think she, I sent a message, let me call. Just wait before you leave. What did she say? Hi, Ruby, how are you? Good. I wanted to check. Did we send out three notices to Zuma relating to Mbalula? You know, I can't find anything on my computer. I'm not sure. That is why I want you to check if possible.
I would have some follow-up questions in relation to the letter that we were looking at in Ms. Stimple's bundle, which appears at page 494. Do you have that still in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And just to aid the process, if you would also get in front of you Mr. van der Merwe's bundle, that is the soft file that I think is under one of your other files there. That's Exhibit DD3. And the page there that I'm interested in is page 31. 31. Thank you. I'll be relying on both of these letters, so it's just useful to have them in front of us. Let's start with the one in Ms. Stimple's bundle, Exhibit DD1B, the one that is bearing the date of 25 May 2016. Who drafted this letter, Mr. Mahlangu?
It's our partners. It's Mr. Mgadi.
Mr. Mgadi, and then did he forward it to you?
To Ivan, yes, and me.
And you. So did you check its content before it was sent to SAA?
Yes, I did.
And the one that appears in Mr. van der Merwe's bundle, which is Exhibit DD3, that one dated 31 May 2015, who drafted that letter?
It's Mr. Mgadi as well.
And did the same process take place? Did he forward it to you?
Yes, to Ivan.
To Ivan first, and then did you check it before it was sent to SAA?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
The reference to Ivan is a reference to Mr. Ivan Moyo.
Moyo, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mahlangu, in your answer before the break to the Chair, I understood your evidence to be you would not have been entitled to a cancellation fee from SAA unless you had discharged your mandate in sourcing funds. Is that correct?
That's true.
When you described that to the Chair in your answer, you spoke about the spirit of the letter. Do you recall that?
That's true.
And I want, for the purposes of this debate, to separate the spirit from the actual words used in the letter, if we may. Thank you. So if we go to the letter dated 25 May 2016, which is in Ms. Stimple's bundle at page 494, and that is the penultimate paragraph that we were looking at, I want to understand from you what it means in that second sentence to say, accordingly, should SAA decide to unilaterally terminate our services ahead of us fulfilling our mandate, and then it goes on, for whatever reason, then there's a cancellation fee that will be payable. What does it mean to say the cancellation fee would be payable ahead of you fulfilling your mandate?
Yes, Chair. I guess let me respond it in this particular fashion. When the letter was written, we basically, as I said, that cancellation fee is a standard fee, it's a standard practice. So we said, when we said ahead of us fulfilling our mandate, meaning our mandate was actually to raise approximately 15 billion for SAA, and SAA had to actually utilize that 15 billion. So what it meant is if all the legal documentation that have been drafted and basically at the financial close, and SAA decides at a financial close not to actually utilize that and cancel our fee, our mandate, it's only then that the cancellation fee will kick in. So it doesn't mean that in between, because as we understand it, we're doing this thing at risk. So we've been doing this with all the mandates at risk. So at risk, what basically happens is we take that particular risk. But if we've actually done our part as far as raising that capital, And because remember, our mandate is for raising a capital, and that capital must be utilized. So if you can raise the capital but it's not being utilized, that capital means we haven't actually fulfilled our mandate. So SAA at that point in time will have to actually remunerate us for that particular, for us to actually deliver that. But for them not actually using the funds that have been delivered. I think that was the understanding when they actually drafted this letter. It was obviously, I think, from where Ms. Hofmeyer is sitting, we know we're not lawyers, unfortunately, yes. And now, if one had to actually, because when this letter was written, we wrote it to another financial, so, we assumed that it's another financial savvy person that will understand that these things actually do happen in the market. And if there were any issues, they would actually engage us further, because this was a proposal right at the beginning.
Do you accept that this extended explanation you've given is not contained in the language of the letter?
Yes, Chair. Obviously, when one writes this letter to another financial savvy person, we don't actually put all the details, in a sense that they understand. When someone says a cancellation fee, they actually understand what a cancellation fee means. But and I agree with Ms. Hofmeyer to say we didn't actually explain it in detail. Yes.
But ahead of us fulfilling our mandate, are you saying that meant before you succeeded in getting the funds for SAA, or are you saying before that and without SAA using the funds? In other words, the fulfillment of the mandate that you were talking about, did it include that SAA should utilize the funds, or it would have been a fulfillment of your mandate if you secured the funds, irrespective of whether SAA utilized them?
Yes, Chair. I think in this case is the question of us raising the fund, because even in the discussion, you understand that we kept on, kept on being mentioned, which they were actually the backers then. So to come to your question it's for us to secure the funds.
Irrespective of whether SAA utilizes those funds or not.
Yes, the penalty then comes to say, because our mandate because the only time SAA will pay us is when SAA actually utilizes the fund. We can raise the fund and SAA signs on the term sheet and all other documentation, but decides not to utilize that fund. So in any event, we haven't actually fulfilled that particular mandate because we haven't been paid. Because remember, Chair, we get paid on drawdown.
No,
so
the mandate is not what the SAA would do, isn't it? The mandate is what you were going to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the question is, you go to A and say we have a client. Our client is called SAA. They need 50 billion rand. And A agrees, I will give you 50 billion rand for SAA. And these are the terms on which I will give the 50 billion rand to you. And you go to SAA, they say no, there's no problem with these terms. It's fine. But for some reason that you don't understand, they decide not to go ahead. Would you have fulfilled your mandate, or would you not have fulfilled your mandate?
Yes, it depends at what point. If
at the point where, one, you have secured the funds, SAA has said the terms and conditions attached to the funds have no problem, but
whether they've signed or not, they just decide not to utilize the funds.
At that point,
Have you not fulfilled your mandate?
can I specify, can I clarify where we would actually say we fulfilled our mandate? A, if we've actually raised the funds. B, SAA has actually signed a term sheet on those funds. 3, there are draft agreements on those particular funds, on the discussion. And 4, we've actually finalized those draft agreement. And then at the end, SAA decides not to actually use the funds that have actually been secured.
That is when the cancellation fee,
Will kick
you
in.
say, would be payable,
Yes,
but not before that.
not before that.
And let's go to the letter in Mr. van der Merwe's bundle, which is Exhibit DD3, page 31. That, as I have it in the sequence, is the second follow-up letter that you send in relation to the cancellation fee. And again, I want to draw your attention to the same language being used about before the fulfillment of the mandate. You'll find that in the third paragraph, from the third line. It reads, should SAA terminate this mandate before its fulfillment because of matters or issues outside of BNP Capital's control, BNP Capital's partners or stakeholders have a cancellation fee in US dollars against BNP due to the costs incurred of flying around the world to source funding for and behalf of SAA. And then it says, please note that the 50% of the fees that we asked for equate to BNP's actual cancellation costs. Ms. Mahlangu, do you see again there's the reference to before the fulfillment of the mandate?
Yes. Yes, it-
And you've had a engagement with the chair about what that means according to your understanding. I put it to you again, that more detailed explanation that you'd have to be much further down the road of success in achieving the sourcing of funds does not appear on this letter, does it?
I agree, but as I've said, that when you actually write these letters, you write to another financial, astute person. So that particular explanation, it was not actually not necessary.
Well, let me ask you this question, or let me make this proposition to you for your consideration. What would you say to the proposition that your explanation which you have given to me as to when a cancellation fee would be payable actually means a cancellation fee would be payable after the fulfillment of your mandate? Whereas both the letter at page 494, the letter of 25 May 2006 from your company to SAA, and the letter from your company to SAA in Mr. van der Merwe's file, both say the cancellation fee would be payable before the fulfillment of the mandate.
Yes, I agree.
You agree
Yes, I agree that,
that what you say and what the letters say are different?
yes, hence I said that, we're not lawyers. I think in hindsight now, a lawyer could have actually drafted it much better than we did.
Mr. Mahlangu, did you inquire of Ms. Nancy if she understood it in the same way that you did?
No, we got a response from her, however, and her response was, can you elaborate on that cancellation fee?
On the justification for it, correct? Because we don't have to go there now, but when she motivated to the board, she certainly didn't have this more nuanced understanding of the terms on which the mandate would be, the cancellation fee would be paid. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I think I agree with that, but I'm not surprised. But having had her testimony here and the level of experience, especially in the financial market space, I'm not surprised why.
But then why did you assume you'd be writing to somebody who would have that more detailed experience, and so would read into the words before fulfillment of the mandate all of these quite complicated things about where you are in the timeline.
Remember, we actually, as chair, we're dealing with the CFO of a huge parastatal. So I wouldn't actually think any lesser than a person who's supposed to have experience in that position. And also, just to add, when we actually discussed the cancellation fee, it was not discussed in isolation. At this point in time, we were anticipating that we're going to actually enter into an SLA, and that SLA was going to be, assisting us to actually carve out, to actually put more understanding on it. At this point in time, we're actually just putting proposal to say this is how this thing is going to actually work. However, we're still waiting for the contract because we haven't signed any contract with SAA then. So we're saying to SAA, these are our terms. If we, anticipation of that contract, that needs to be part of that contract. So it was actually in the spirit to say, firstly, this is the fee that we're charging. Secondly, the cancellation fee. So put those in the draft. Let's actually have a discussion about it.
Tell me, this phrase, ahead of us fulfilling our mandate in the letter of 25 May, you are not saying that you didn't see it in the letter. You obviously must have seen it. The phrase, ahead of us fulfilling our mandate. You are not saying you didn't see it in the letter. You did see it.
Chair, I said I did say it.
Yes.
And however, the difference is my understanding of it.
Yeah, your understanding
and the interpretation of it, yes.
Are you saying your understanding was that ahead of us fulfilling our mandate meant after all the things you were supposed to do that you have mentioned had been done? Was that your understanding?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So your understanding would have been that ahead, you would have read ahead to mean after. Ahead of fulfilling, you would have read it or understood it to mean after the fulfillment of the mandate, at least in terms of your understanding.
Chair, my understanding of ahead of us fulfilling our mandate, I think then, when I looked at this, where we're sitting, and I was sitting in a position where we're saying, when are we going to be in a position to fulfill our mandate? Our mandate is fulfilled on condition that SAA actually utilize the funding. If they don't utilize the funding, we haven't actually fulfilled our mandate.
And of course, the letter in Mr. Van der Merwe's file doesn't use the word ahead. It says before its fulfillment, that is before the fulfillment of the mandate. You would have had the same understanding that it meant after all those steps had been taken. The fulfillment would occur when all those steps that you have mentioned had taken place.
The fulfillment occurs, I know maybe it's just a language issue here. Yes.
Maybe, but both of us, English is not our first language, but you speak very, good English. I think you are fluent, so, but I'm not trying to hold that against you. I'm just saying it's not our first language, both of us.
Yes, Chair. I agree. Our understanding, I think the operative word is mandate, fulfillment of the mandate. And hence I said it was written by us financial professionals. And then if you give it to, obviously, a lawyer, the interpretation is different. Yes, I think how we actually have to, how I'm trying to close that gap where I'm sitting is to actually give you the background as to what was I thinking then.
Would you say, and I take it that from what you have been telling us, people in the industry would understand, would have the same understanding as you in terms of when a cancellation fee is payable?
That's true.
And is your position that if the intention or if the drafter of the letter intended that cancellation fee should be paid even before those steps happen, that would be totally unacceptable and unreasonable?
That's true.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up, Mr. Mahlangu, you spoke about when we had discussions about this in your answer to the Chair a moment ago. Can I just clarify, those aren't discussions you were having with SAA, were they?
Yes.
So they were discussions between yourselves and Mr. Mgadi?
Yes, ourselves at the office, yes.
Oh, just within BNP Capital, not involving Mr. Mgadi?
Mr. Mgadi forwarded us the documentation, the letter, and I'm going to discuss it.
Right, thank you. Just wanted that clarification. I then want to pick up the point on, we can still stay in Mr. van der Merwe's file at page 31. Ms. Mahlangu, I'm going to use this letter as illustrative of a point I want to make in relation to a number of these letters. Sorry, just to give it to you again, it's page 31, 31. That is the second letter, as I have it, motivating for the cancellation fee. We were looking at the third paragraph earlier. I want to just get clarity as to your knowledge of certain facts in this letter. When you wrote in paragraph 3 there, that BNP Capital's, middle of the way down that paragraph, BNP Capital's partners or stakeholders have a cancellation fee in US dollars against BNP due to the costs incurred of flying around the world to source funding for and on behalf of SAA. Can we stop there? Did you have knowledge of those facts when they were included in this letter?
We were told. I didn't actually have confirmation, but that's what we were told.
And who were you told that by?
Mr. Mgadi.
And did you not take any steps at any point to verify these facts with GRISAG?
No, as I've indicated, you Chair, that Mr. Mgadi is the one that brought GRISAG on board. So Mr. Peter van der Merwe had actually a relationship with Mr. Mgadi. So they were in constant communication. So whatever that comes from Mr. Mgadi, we took it as it's from him, it's a gospel. So we're just fulfilling it.
How do you know they were in constant communication?
If you check our files, even the emails, the MOU that have been sent to us, it's a correspondence between the two of them. It just gets sent to us. Even the meeting that we went to SA was arranged by Mr. Mgadi, so they were in constant communication.
And you, on the basis of what you've said now, I assume you would not have a basis to dispute what Mr. van der Merwe said under oath before this commission, which is that none of these costs had, as a matter of fact, been incurred by GRISAG.
That's true.
Thank you. I'd then like to just move on the question of cancellation, Mr. Mahlangu, to the reduction in the sought cancellation fee.
Okay.
Are you aware that it started as 50% of all your proposed fees, and then it got reduced to 49.9 million? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
If we go to the letter in which that is conveyed to SAA, you'll find it again in Mr. van der Merwe's bundle, which is Exhibit DD3, and it's just over the page where we were. You'll find it, sorry, I'm just looking, this might, oh, sorry, I do apologize. It is page 32 in that bundle. you'll see there, is this a letter that you sent to SAA?
Yes,
Does it follow the same approach as previously? Did Mr. Mngadi draft it?
yes,
Did you check it before it was sent?
yes.
Did you take any steps to verify the facts that Mr. Mngadi had put in the draft letter?
The facts with regards to the values or
Well, any of the facts.
no.
Right. Let's look at what is said there. In the first paragraph, as I read it, it says, our previous letter that required a cancellation fee of 50% of our total fees in the event that our fundraising mandate is cancelled by SAA for reasons beyond BNP Capital refers. Mr. Mngadi, I'm just going to pause there, but as these letters progress, I want to put it to you that your understanding of these letters gets less and less clear. Because this first paragraph is now saying nothing about fulfillment, it's just saying if SAA cancels the mandate at any point, there's going to be a cancellation fee payable. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, before you proceed, Ms. Hofmeyer, on a lighter note,
Yes.
I see that both this letter also
Yes.
has a date, as
Chair.
well as the one on the 31st on the page 31 has a date.
I should have
So
been much clearer
we now
earlier.
have 3 letters
We
from
do. They're standing
BNP
against me.
that have got dates.
Indeed.
So-
I think what I should be, and in fairness to the record and Mr. Mahlangu, once cancellation fees start being engaged upon, I note many dates on the letters. Prior to that, there is not many dates that I could find. But in fairness to you, I should not have suggested that the vast majority did not have dates. So I do apologize for that.
Accepted.
Thank you. If we move down to the second paragraph, it reads there, following concerns by SAA that the cancellation fee we requested is high, we have now consulted with GRISAG, and the issue is the substantial cost of their penalty to us if we cancel. Can I just break that down? When you wrote there, we have now consulted with GRISAG, were you referring to yourself?
Self meaning the company or the consortium?
No, yourself, Mr. Mahlangu. Are you part of that we?
No.
So who is the person or persons who were consulting with GRISAG?
Inline trading.
And in particular, the
Sorry?
individual?
What was that answer?
Inline trading, Mr. Mngadi, yes.
Oh, okay, Mr. Mngadi.
Yes.
Okay.
And then this question of a substantial cost of their penalty to us if we cancel. Again, I assume you're relying on Mr. Mngadi for that information.
That's true.
And you'd have no basis to dispute Mr. van der Merwe's evidence that there was no penalty that GRISAG was going to impose on BNP Capital.
There's.
I think repeat the question.
Yeah, repeat the
Apologies.
question.
Mr. van der Merwe's evidence was that there was no penalty that GRISAG was going to apply. Are you aware of that? That's the evidence he gave in this commission.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
And because you had no interactions with him, you couldn't say that he's giving false evidence when he says that, could you?
I can't say it. I can't
Thank
comment.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me ask the question in regard to that second paragraph in the letter at page 32, which says that GRISAG would impose a penalty on you, as I understand it, if SA cancelled. Now, you see that part?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Was that part true? As far as you knew,
was it true that GRISAC would impose a penalty on you if SAA cancelled?
Yes, I wouldn't comment on that. I wouldn't know.
Sorry?
I wouldn't know because to say to it.
You don't know, you didn't know then, and you didn't know then whether that was true.
Yes.
But one would have expected that you would have asked Mr. Mngadi, where is the basis for that? Because I am the head of BNP Capital. I don't know what you're talking about here, that GRISAC is going to impose a penalty on us. Where is that? Where do you get that from?
Chair, remember that right at the beginning, right at the beginning, Mr. Mngadi has actually been engaging with GRISAC right from the start. So I think it took us to this date, which is the 4th of July, where he's actually been engaging. Even the term sheets that have been sent to us, exchanged between him and GRISAC. So at this stage, in our minds, we actually had no doubt that perhaps that's the discussion that he had. Because firstly, he was actually interacting with GRISAC. Secondly, he was interacting with SAA. So even in the letter, it says, we've realized that your fee is actually too high. Hence, on our part, we didn't actually have any doubts in our mind that we're supposed to actually now at this stage engage GRISAC. So we thought, based as per status quo, and as things has been happening, he's actually engaging with GRISAC as part of his responsibilities.
But did you ask him, Mr. Mngadi, whether indeed that was so, namely GRISAC would impose a penalty on you if SAA cancelled? Did you ask him whether indeed that was so? Or you didn't ask him, you assumed what he was saying was true?
Yes, Chair.
You didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him.
I'm concerned whether you're not asking, particularly with regard to this aspect, maybe with regard to others, there might be another argument, whether you shouldn't have been concerned that you could be party to conveying to SAA something that was not true about your own company as well, that a penalty would be imposed on your own company by somebody when you know nothing about that.
Chair, and I agree with what you're saying now, but just to give a background of how things actually been happening, as I indicated that Mr. Mngadi was running with the process of actually engaging with GRISAC. So from the word go, even the term sheet, even the changes in the term sheet, he was actually involved in that. So our responsibility, because when actually the cancellation fee came, started, the discussion of cancellation fee started, where I was sitting as a CEO of BNP Capital, to me it was the initial discussion, which at some point I would assume that discussion was going to be catered for in the legal document, in the SLA that we're going to sign with SAA. So as time progressed, given that Mr. Mngadi was the one that was actually in constant communication with SAA and with GRISAC, I just assumed, as the case has been, that Mr. Mngadi has been interacting with GRISAC. So they've even sent, I think at this point in time, even the 4th of July, they even sent us a mandate with GRISAC through Mr. Mngadi to say we must sign this mandate between us and GRISAC. So hence I'm saying at this point in time I had no doubts in my mind that whatever Mr. Mngadi was saying concerning GRISAC wasn't true.
Yes, no, that's fine. Just this one question.
In terms of your experience in this sector, would there be circumstances under which a funder would impose a penalty on you if your client ends up not utilizing the funds?
No, sir.
There's no such in the industry,
There's no such.
which suggests to me that that would be all the more reason why you should have wanted to know more about why would this funder impose a penalty on us, because that's not normal in the industry.
And I agree with you, sir. But the circumstances here were different because GRISEC itself is not a bank. It's another extension of us who's got access to funds. So in that light, we thought GRISEC acts as an advisor, like us, in the big scheme of things.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mahlangu, I'd like to pick up on something that you address at the end of your statement, which relates to an affidavit that Mr. Mngadi required that you sign in 2017. But before we go there, I just want to be clear as to my understanding of some of the other things you said in your statement. Mr. Mahlangu, I've understood your statement to indicate that Mr. Mngadi was the primary contact person between yourselves and SAA. Is that correct?
And GRISEC, yes.
And GRISEC, indeed. For now...
Actually, the only person,
Indeed.
isn't it? The only contact person between yourself and SAA and
And GRISEC, yes.
Yeah.
And then, if you pick up at page 43 of your statement, you'll find that in Exhibit DD4.
What paragraph?
We page 43, paragraph 11.3.6, Chair.
Okay.
In paragraph 11.3.6, you're responding to the question, what was the nature of the joint venture with inline trading? Do you see that, Mr. Mahlangu? Apologies, page 43. And I'm at paragraph 11.3.6. Do you see that?
Yes.
There's a question below halfway down the page at paragraph 11.3.6. What was the nature of the joint venture with inline trading? Do you see that?
Yes.
And I'm interested in the first two sentences. You write there, inline trading is the company that was brought in by Mr. Mngadi as his company. As already explained in the background, inline trading, or Mr. Mngadi, was responsible for compiling the bid, liaising with SAA, preparing all letters, proposals, and relevant documentation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that an accurate reflection of the way things were run?
Chair, I think what we need to is to qualify in terms of, because they actually got involved as far as the sourcing of capital is concerned.
Well, they were involved right from the outset
Yes.
as your transaction advisor partner, were they not?
The extent of it, yes. At the beginning, as a transition advisor, because the transition advisor actually didn't go any further. Yes, it wasn't actually, we didn't do much. We did work, but it was actually overtaken by events.
Yes, but these facts, that Mr. Mngadi was responsible for compiling the bid, is that correct?
Hence, I'm saying now we need to actually qualify. The bid, what are we talking about? It's the sourcing of funding. That's what hence I'm qualifying.
Oh, I see. You're drawing a distinction between that and the transaction advisor services.
Yes.
There was no bid, though, for the sourcing of funds, was there? There was just a proposal.
To us, it's a bid. Yes, it's yeah. I
Understood.
agree.
Oh. And liaising with SAA, is that what Mr. Mngadi did?
Yes.
Preparing all letters, is that what he did?
Letters, yes.
And he preparing all proposals, is that what he did?
Proposals, as far as the, I think maybe proposal is just too wide, in a sense that if someone says you prepare proposals, it's, you actually, yes, it involves quite a lot. So in this case, he would actually, he was actually preparing letters, yes, but proposals, no proposals.
Who was preparing the proposals?
Proposals, it was us.
Which are those proposals?
The proposal, now we have to define what a proposal means.
Yes, because I want to understand why this is necessary as a clarification of that paragraph. Maybe I could assist with going through the proposals that I'm aware of. The proposal on sourcing of funds, did Mr. Mngadi prepare that?
Yes.
The proposal attached to your original bid, did Mr. Mngadi prepare that?
The proposal, his input.
Yes, for the transaction advisor services.
Okay, his input, yes. Not the proposal. That's
He
his input.
made an input
Yes.
that was used in the proposal,
Yes.
but the proposal was prepared by
By
your
us.
team,
Yes.
not by him.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. So he exclusively did the sourcing of funds proposal, but he assisted your team in the transaction advisor services proposal. Is that a fair statement of the facts?
He provided input, yes.
Thank you. Then I would like to go to page 52 of your statement, 5.2. Mr. Mahlangu, at that page, you begin at paragraph 12.2 on the basis that you, and I'm quoting here, find it vital to bring to the attention of the Commission something that happened in 2017. Can you please tell us what that was?
Yes, Chair. From 2.2, I said I find it vital to bring to the, must I explain or read?
An explanation is entirely adequate. Thank you.
In 2017, I got a call from Mr. Mngadi, and then he said to me he wants to actually to see me agently. And when I actually got to him, and then he says to me, you're actually, one of your, which is meant Bonani, has actually assisted me, Mr. Matebula, Bonan Matebula. He has assisted him with one of the affidavits, and that affidavits meant that we must, that he's not an employee of BNP Capital. And then we said, and then he was telling me that he actually spoke to Mr. Matebula, and Mr. Matebula actually assisted with. And I said, yes, you're not an employee of BNP Capital. And secondly, he says to me, and also that he was not actually involved with, and then the second affidavit is that he was actually indicating that he was not actually involved in compilation of the bid, meaning of the RFI. Yes, I said, yes, we compiled it to provide it in input. And then he said, okay, fine. Can you actually sign on that on the affidavit? But now, given that one has actually been sitting here, understanding all the issues that have been transpired, and and I realize that one has actually made a mistake as far as that aspect is concerned, because what in essence was trying to do was to try and divorce himself away from this transaction, to say he didn't participate, he didn't provide any input, he was not party to it. Yes, so I thought it's very critical that we bring this to this commission.
Did you consider carefully what you were being asked to confirm as correct before you signed the affidavit?
I tried, but I'm not a lawyer. But I think what he was implying is he didn't, because he actually mentioned even the bid, because we actually completed the bid. So he says he's not the one that completed the bid. I said, yes, you didn't complete the bid, we did it.
I think Ms. Hofmeyer wants to focus on whether you understood what was written in the affidavit before you signed it. Whether you understood what it meant.
I think I understood as a layman as far as legalities are concerned, but I think the essence of it, where I'm sitting, was basically saying to me, he didn't actually sort of complete the bid, which is the bid that is actually been discussed in this doc. And I said, yes, he didn't complete it.
But the affidavit that you signed, did it say he was not an employee and had not been an employee of BNP and had not completed the bid, or did it say something else?
Chair, there were two. One was actually signed by, I think it actually dealt with Bonani Matebula to say he was
What,
not an
two
employee.
affidavits?
Yes,
Yeah,
to say he's not an employee.
or the one that said he was not an employee was
yes.
signed by Mr. Matebula?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what he told me. And then
You
the
never
one,
saw that one?
I didn't. Yes, no, I didn't say it.
Yeah.
Yes, and the one he brought to me was basically saying to me he didn't actually complete the bid document.
But is that what the affidavit said as you read it, or is that what he told you it was saying?
It's what the affidavit is when I read it.
Or when you read it,
Yes,
you understood it to say he had not compiled or completed the bid?
yes, but that is what I'm saying. That was some time ago. I might have missed some of the points in there, but in essence, that's what it actually meant.
Okay.
Mr. Mahlangu, we've asked you if you have a copy of that affidavit still. Do you?
No, they actually brought a hard copy. Yes,
And then did he take it away with him?
yes.
And do you remember taking time to read through it before you signed it, or were you relying on what Mr. Mngadi told you it contained?
I tried to read it. Yes, I think it was a I think it involved also it was a bit lengthy. So I tried to read it from my own understanding. Hence, I'm saying I might have missed some stuff, but in essence, I think that's what he was saying.
Because at paragraph 12.2, you say that one of the things that you stated in that affidavit was that Mr. Mngadi was not in BNP Capital's employ. But I understand you just to have said in your testimony that that was something contained in another affidavit. So which was it? Was that fact in your affidavit, or was it in Mr. Matebula's affidavit?
Mr. Matebula's affidavit.
So it's incorrect when you say here you signed an affidavit in terms of which you stated that Mr. Mngadi was not in BNP Capital's employ.
Yes, I think that was incorrect. It's a mistake.
Right.
There were two affidavits. Yes, I think it's supposed to have explained it in that particular fashion.
Have you made attempts to get a copy of that affidavit from Mr. Mngadi?
No.
Did you ask him what prompted him coming to you and asking you to sign this affidavit? What had happened? What's wrong? And did you ask him where this affidavit would be submitted to?
The chair, I think after the expose, I think all the media, articles that came out, that we realized that he actually was employed by Nedbank, and basically I think he was fighting with Nedbank ever since. It was actually in the papers. So in 2017, I'm not sure what prompted him to actually ask us to actually do that. And then we said, yes, as far as completing the bid, you're not actually involved. We actually completed the bid.
So it was in the context of his issues with Nedbank?
Yes.
Okay.
But, Mr. Mahlangu, if it was public knowledge at that stage that Mr. Mngadi was employed at Nedbank while he put in a competitive bid with your company through inline trading, were you not concerned when he approached you in 2017 to ask you to put an affidavit together that would make it appear as though he had had no role in the submission of the bid that you put in? Were you not concerned about that?
Definitely I was concerned, sir. And hence, what basically, two things. Firstly, obviously it was suspicious to say, why at this point in time? Because I think at that point in time was not sure what already fired, was no longer working. Yes. So what we wanted to do was to actually set the record straight from our part, to say, how do we actually know the facts as far as we are concerned, to say what is that has done, what is that hasn't done.
But Mr. Mahlangu, if you were concerned to set the facts straight, shouldn't your affidavit have said what your affidavit, well, your statement before this commission says, which is this whole thing started with Mr. Mngadi approaching you. Mr. Mngadi led this thing through all its phases. Mr. Mngadi asked you to take his name off the bid documents. Wouldn't that have been the fullest account of what actually happened between BNP Capital and Mr. Mngadi?
I don't agree with that, because the affidavit, remember, was given to me. I didn't draft the affidavit. It was given to me. I had to read the affidavit, and based on the facts at that point in time, where I realized that, okay, fine, as far as these facts that is saying that, these facts are true, we're not misrepresenting any facts. We're just saying, Mr. Mngadi, firstly, when he told me that my colleague actually has signed, he has actually declared that he's not employee of BNP. I said, it's true. He's not employed by us, as far as I know, which is fact. And then secondly, and then he was showing me a bid document which was completed by us, to say this document was solely completed by BNP Capital. I said, yes, it was completed by us. And then I signed the affidavit on that basis, and not anything more.
Mr. Mahlangu, I'll put it to you in fairness, but I understood your testimony to be that you were concerned to set the facts straight in 2017, and saying only the two things you said in that affidavit would not have set the facts straight about Mr. Mngadi's extent of involvement in the BNP Capital bid. Do you accept that?
In light of the information I had, Chair, yes, that's how I acted. If for some reason someone came to me and said, what was Mr. Mngadi's participation, the discussion would have been different. But at that point in time, where I was given facts which are straightforward, to say these are the things I didn't complete this doc. Yes, you didn't. And then on that basis, it's only then that I signed. But I've qualified the statements Chair, to say, in hindsight, when one look at what has transpired and the testimonies and everything else, hence I said that I regret, because what Mr. Mngadi was basically saying, hence I brought it to this commission to say what Mr. Mngadi was basically saying was trying to say he never participated in this in the SA transaction. So it's only now in hindsight that I looked at it and think, what is it what I was trying to achieve with this? Or, hence I'm saying it's a decision that one regrets, to say, if in hindsight, given all the information that one knows, even before that, one would actually have taken that decision.
Well, you said earlier on that when Mr. Mngadi approached you and asked you to sign this affidavit, there had been the story involving him and Nedbank had been in the media already, as I understood. Your evidence is my understanding correct?
Yes, it was.
And you said he might even have been fired by that time. You were not sure.
Yes, he was not working at that time.
He was not working at that time. What had you understood him to be in trouble with Nedbank for, based on the media?
I really don't know, Chair, because he just said to me, your colleague has just signed that I'm not an employee. I said, yes.
No, Mr. Mahlangu, I'm not asking about now your discussion with Mr. Mahlangu. I'm asking what you had heard or read in the media before he came to you with the affidavit about what his issues were with Nedbank.
What we read, and it was public knowledge, that he was actually working for Nedbank.
And what did that mean in the context of the role that he had played in the bid as your partner in the bid? I heard that you might be needing to catch a flight.
Yes, I'm late.
What time must you be out of here?
I was meant to be at 12:30.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe just answer that and then we'll try and release you as soon as possible. But it would help if you answer questions, just straight. So the question was, what did the fact that he had been employed by Nedbank,
Yes.
what did that mean to you in the context of the role that he had played in the bid? What meaning did you attach to that? Did it get you concerned or not about his role?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Yes, it very much concerned. Actually, one regrets the moment, we met him. Because,
Yes.
because ever since we've been,
Yes.
it's been
Because
started.
I would have thought that, so did it mean to you that he had done something he shouldn't have done while he was employed by Nedbank?
That's true, sir.
And knowing that fact before he came to you with the affidavit, I would have thought would have meant that you would have been much more careful about what you were going to sign, because here was somebody who had not disclosed to you that he had been employed by Nedbank and yet was involved in this bid.
I agree with you, Chair. I think on my part, hence I said at the beginning, a couple of minutes ago, that it was just lapse as far as, the decision that I made.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I propose just to put some concluding propositions to Mr. Mahlangu for your comment in fairness. There are, I think, only 7 of them, and hopefully that will be the conclusion of your evidence, subject to the Chair's follow-up questions. Mr. Mahlangu, I would like your comment on the following, which appears from your evidence, I propose. That BNP Capital agreed not to reveal the involvement of Mr. Mngadi in the bid for the transaction advisor services with SAA. Do you confirm that that is the case?
Please repeat the question for him.
That
Proposition.
BNP Capital agreed not to reveal the involvement of Mr. Mngadi in the bid for transaction advisor services with SAA.
That's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yes.
Why?
So your question comes across as if you say reveal, as if we consciously hide.
Decided not to
Yes.
not to reveal.
Yes, it comes across in that particular fashion. But the essence, I think the true facts are Mr. Mngadi, at the 11th hour, he withdrew his details in the bid document. And it's not like it's BNP's Capital's doing. It's basically, he just sent us an information to one of our guys to say, can you take me out and replace me with this particular individual?
Yes.
It's not like we actually made a conscious decision.
Well, you were asked to remove every reference to him in the bid document. And as I understand it, your employee, Mr. Moyo, agreed to that, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. The second proposition is that BNP Capital's bid was not compliant with the terms of the tender, and as a consequence ought not to have been awarded the contract.
That's not true.
So all of the respects that we went through yesterday of the non-compliance, the non-provision of the consolidated triple BEE certificate, the non-provision of the financial schedule, the pricing schedule and the date of submission, the non-provision of a JV or consortium agreement. Do you regard those as not rendering your bid non-compliant?
I don't agree, Chair. Can I explain why?
Yes, you may.
Yes. As far as the JV or the consortium is concerned, I understand where Ms. Hofmeyer comes from. Ours was not incorporated. It was a loose consortium where there's a lead a bidder, which was us, and inline trading was just a subcontractor. So as far as the requirements are concerned, you cannot actually have a consolidated BA certificate for such. So we've done so many of these arrangements, even in this to date. We don't have. The only thing that you have, you actually submit separate documentation, especially with the subcontractor. Hence, we submitted their tax clearance certificate and their BE. So that's the requirement. But as far as if it's a consolidated, if it's a consortium incorporated in that particular fashion, that understanding, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mahlangu, just a follow-up question there. Did you say that you submitted Inline Trading's triple BEE certificate?
Switch on the mic.
I don't know what happened there. Yes. What I'm saying is...
No, just the question was, did you submit Inline Trading's triple BEE certificate with the bid?
I like to understand that
Yes.
that was submitted.
You'd like to understand, or did you submit it?
I can't tell what was inline information that was submitted, but I know certain information that is critical to the bid, as per our arrangement, was actually submitted.
Yes,
And so
but
it was a tax
I then
clearance
need to put
certificate.
it to you that no triple BEE certificate of Inline Trading was submitted with the bid. Do you have a basis to dispute that?
I can't tell now, Chair.
Thank you.
What is your position that you don't know whether, as a matter of fact, it was submitted, but you would have expected that your team would have submitted it?
Yes, I
Is
wouldn't
that
know
your
now.
position?
Yes, I wouldn't know. Basically, what I'm trying to clarify here is that my understanding as far as our arrangement is concerned, we took the lead, so we submitted all our information as far as the lead is concerned. So when we've got a subcontractor, we just submit minimum information. So I think it was also an understanding of SAA as far as that structure was concerned. So it was not according to us to actually determine, but it was the structure that is, currently being used.
How did you know what SAA was understanding about those clauses in its bid submission?
Yes, because if that was not understanding, they could have actually disqualified us as per your.
Well, that's precisely what I'm asking, Mr. Mahlangu, whether these deficiencies in your bid shouldn't have resulted in your disqualification.
That's not true.
Okay. The next one, Mr. Mahlangu, is that you did not check the factual accuracy of what was contained in letters that were drafted for you by Mr. Mgadi. Is that correct?
Some, not all of them, yes. It's not a blanket statement. I mean, some of them, yes, we did, but some we couldn't.
You couldn't or you didn't?
Some for obvious reasons that he was actually interacting with Grisek and other parties, so we just assumed whatever that was bringing to the party was the gospel truth.
The fourth proposition is that you have, as matters stand currently, no record of having sent that letter of the 13th of May to SAA, which dealt with the suspension of your FSP license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Mahlangu, the fifth proposition is that you motivated for a cancellation fee from SAA on the basis of facts that you had not verified and you did not have personal knowledge of. Do you accept that?
Chair, I think what we must be careful of is misinformation. Yes, in a sense that we mustn't give, public information that we actually send information to SAA, and then that information was not verified, because we had partners in the structure that was actually responsible for that. So I don't want to say I didn't when my partners actually did verify that information. So because now I'm putting myself in a position that I actually send that information to SAA without me actually not verifying that information. And
when you motivated for the reduction of the cancellation fee to 50 million, below 50 million, apologies, you did so again on the basis of facts that you had not yourself verified?
Basis on facts of our partners in the.
That you yourself had not verified, correct?
It amounts to, it seems to me, what you are saying, namely, you took what Mr. Mngadi gave you and assumed that to be true, but you didn't know for sure that it was true.
That's true, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Those are the propositions I wanted to put to Mr. Mahlangu for his comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlangu, for coming to give evidence. If a need arises for you to be asked to come back, you will be asked to come back, but for now you are excused.
Yes, can I just have a minute here?
Yes.
I know I'm running out of time.
Yes, okay.
Probably my flight is going to
Yes.
leave me, and we just need to make some
Yes.
arrangements.
No, sorry for that. Yeah.
Yes. I'd like to thank, this commission for giving us this opportunity to come. I know it's been a daunting task. I've basically lost time, lost resources, because you can see these gentlemen that are here, they don't come cheap. And also to deep this information from different sources, where to actually hire technicians to go into a laptop, search this, search that. So it's been a struggle. But I think we did that for obvious reasons. I think to just clear our name, number one. And number two, to say, I think given the evidence that has been actually, put forward here, we realized that there were bigger protagonists at play. And we find ourselves, sort of in between, being sort of scapegoats for some of them. And to say, I think also what was revealing to me, and if this was some of the testimonies that were actually shared before us, and especially with all the people that gave testimony. Firstly, I'll start with Ms. Stimple. I think the testimony that she gave, it was a good one, one, two, but if one look at it deeper, obviously there had other interest, yes. And other interest was, obviously, as far as this space of our space is concerned, her interest was just to actually ring fence this opportunity of fundraising for SAA to only the big banks, and those big banks would be given the opportunity to actually compete amongst themselves. So in any way, the big banks themselves, they basically captured SAA. One, two, she actually excluded, companies like us, as far as the black companies are concerned, that are up and coming. It's very difficult as a black company like BNP Capital, or even other companies, to actually penetrate this particular space. Yes, and for people in public sectors to actually, in a way, crowd out the black firms like us, it's worrisome because...
I allowed you to make a few remarks, but we have to be careful if you are going to be attacking any specific people who have not been told you would be here to attack them, who might not get a chance to challenge you and cross-examine you on the statements that you make. So we must stay within the bounds of just brief remarks you wanted to make without attacking any particular person.
Yes, thanks, Chair. That's what I'm doing now. Just 2 minutes. Yes. And my worry is, unfortunately, BNP Capital is the only company that is here, that is put before this commission, that is in a way disgraced, for...
That is?
Disgraced, yes, for other reasons, because...
well, that might come across as if you're suggesting that the commission is disgracing BNP.
Can I put it to you, Chair, that unfortunately, when one appears before this commission, there's already a stigma. Yes, doesn't matter whether you've done bad or good, but there's already a stigma. Can I?
Well, it may be that different persons might look at somebody appearing here differently. Some would say this is a person who is patriotic and wants to help the commission, help the country, wants to come and tell the country what they know about matters that may fall under state capture and corruption, and is a good person and is cooperating with the commission.
I agree with you, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
But,
2 minutes.
You are taking long.
Yes, just 2 minutes.
Yeah. I'll give you 2 minutes, strictly 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think as far as, let me just wrap up on the issue that BNP Capital, unfortunately, is the only company that is here. There's a company that called Seacrest that had nothing, was a shelf company. It had no credentials whatsoever, but was given an opportunity.
Which company are you talking about?
Seacrest. It was mentioned.
Yes, but why are you going there? I've just said to you, don't attack other persons or companies because one that was not in your statement, they have not been notified that you are going to attack them here.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Just
apologize.
like we want everyone to be fair to you, we must be fair, you must also be fair to other people.
Yes.
Your 2 minutes is almost up. Okay.
Just 30 seconds.
2 sentences.
Yes. With Mr. Piet van der Merwe, I haven't met him. We haven't actually spoken to each other. And I think what's worrisome that I think the commission must follow up with him is why he's so hell-bent to protect Mr. Mugadi. Because he says, from his statement, he says he's never actually, he knows Mr. Mugadi, but he doesn't know what Mr. Mugadi does.
Well, if you want to challenge anything that Mr. van der Merwe said in this commission, your lawyers would advise you what to do. Okay, let's stop at that.
Thank you, Chair.
We are going to take the adjournment, the lunch adjournment, and we will resume at 2:10. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. Monday, Ms. Mshe. But as matters currently stand, we have not received any such application. We were simply notified in a letter that that would be coming.
Okay, that's fine.
Chair, it does mean, unfortunately, that for the purposes of Dr. Dawa's evidence today and Ms. Mshe's on Monday, we aren't in a position to put the alternative version to either of the witnesses for comment.
Yes.
We've experienced in the past when that's feasible, it does aid the processes.
Yes.
But if the application comes in later than the 14 days, we will expect to see a condonation application, and that will be placed before you for determination.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then the last procedural aspect, Chair, if we could just enter Dr. Dawa's affidavit as Exhibit DD16 for the record.
The Live Arch file containing the statement or affidavit of Dr. Dawa is going to be marked Exhibit DD16.
Thank you, Chair. And if I could then ask for the witness to be sworn in.
Yeah, thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Masimba Philip Dawa.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence that you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
If
do.
so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Dawa, just to orientate you, on the witness table in front of you, you have a large lever arch file containing your affidavit and its annexures. And then I've also requested that one other file be placed before you. It is the file containing the third part of Ms. Stimple's evidence, and that is to be found in Exhibit DD1C, but I'll come to that later on in the course of your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Dawa, you've provided an affidavit to the Commission. Could you turn up page 1 of the Exhibit DD16? And as I have it, the affidavit commences at page 1 and ends at page 22. Can you take a look at that and confirm that that is the affidavit you provided to the Commission?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. I'd then like to start simply with your background, which we pick up at page 1 from paragraph 3. You commence there with your qualifications, Dr. Dawa. Could you please take the Commission through what those are?
Thank you. My academic qualifications, Chair, a Doctor of Business Administration specializing in logistics, Masters in Business, in International Business Management, Postgraduate Diploma in Business Management, BA Honors in Business Studies, and a Graduate Diploma in Purchasing and Supply. My second set of credentials, Chair, pertain to my involvement in the development and establishment and professionalization of supply chain and procurement that's across Africa. During my stint as a Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Council representative for Africa, and later on as head of regional development and integration of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, which gave me a wide involvement towards the development of the profession in Africa. And as such, I earned myself various awards by global professional bodies in my area of discipline, resulted in me being conferred with the Chartered Fellow of Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, Chartered Fellow of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, Fellow of Institute of Operations Management, Specialist Fellow of Institute of Risk and Safety Management, and Fellow of Institute of Leadership and Management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. And if you turn over to page 2, at paragraph 5 on page 2 at the bottom, you talk about 20 years worth of experience. that you've had in organizations, and with a particular emphasis on procurement. Could you please tell us what that experience comprises?
Thank you, Chair. Ideally, my experience has been in directing, leading, and managing various areas of procurement and supply chain for various sectors of industry, including aviation, retail, financial and banking, as well as in transport and distribution.
Thank you. And then to bring you to the focus of today's evidence, when did you start at South African Airways?
In August 2014,
And in what position did you begin at SAA?
it was initially as Chief Procurement Officer for 3 months.
And what happened after the first 3 months?
Because of my contribution towards the implementation of the long-term turnaround strategy, I then earned myself a further 6 months by merit of the contribution that I'd made.
And so we're now at 9 months worth, as I have it at your time at SAA. Did you remain after that, and if so, on what basis?
Thank you. What you find is during the 9 months stint, I did address specific tangibles to do with the LTTS, which are found under Annexure G of the LTTS, where the issues of procurement were covered. I made some significant inroads in terms of restructuring the GSM structure, putting in the necessary missing links that caused huge value leakages within the global supply chain, introduced training for my team, as well as remodeling the procurement governance structure.
And I want to get 2 acronyms clear. They'll be familiar to you, but they may not be familiar to everyone else. You referred to the LTTS. What is that?
LTTS, that's the long-term turnaround strategy, which was put in place by South African Airways around July 2013.
Thank you. We'll look at that insofar as it's relevant to procurement issues at SAA in due course. But you also referred to GSM. What is GSM?
GSM is Global Supply Management Unit. This is the unit of SAA responsible for procurement and supply chain management.
So would your role as Chief Procurement Officer have been to head that unit?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. If you are on page 3 of your affidavit, you'll see at paragraph 7, you talk about the extension of your contract after that 6 months period. What was that extension period?
I beg your pardon, Chair.
Sorry, in paragraph 7, you talk first about your 3-month contract period, then you talk about it being extended for a further 6 months, and then in the last sentence you talk about a yet further extension for a period. What was the period of the second extension?
It was 2 years, Chair.
And when would that have ended?
That would have been sometime in 2017.
Did you remain at SAA until 2017?
No, Chair.
We will deal with the circumstances of your departure in the course of your evidence, Dr. Dawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you just tell us in terms of what process was followed before your appointment? Did you go through a recruitment process?
Yes, Chair.
And was that before the initial appointment or in relation to the various extensions?
That was for the initial appointment, and also for the second appointment, I went for some further selection as well.
Thank you. Dr. Dawa, at page 3, paragraph 8, you talk about the duties that you had as Chief Procurement Officer of SAA. Can you tell us in summary what those main duties were?
Thank you, Chair. At time of joining SAA, my job brief was to make sure that GSM, which is the Global Supply Chain Management Unit, helped the organization to deliver on its long-term turnaround strategy. So ideally, my job was to ensure that there was that alignment and also to deliver onto the specific issues that were contained in the LTTS that pertain to supply chain, to advise the various stakeholders on various technical issues pertaining to procurement and supply chain management, as well as to manage the day-to-day operations of the function.
Thank you. And
1 second.
apologies, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Dawe, if we then go to page 4 of your affidavit, you'll see at paragraph 10 on that page, you talk about the key themes of the long-term turnaround strategy and what they had identified as the critical success factors for global supply management. Could you indicate to us what those success factors were?
Thank you, Chair. Top of the list was the issue of cost compression, because if you go through the LTTS document, you find that the airline was bleeding badly because of bad contracting, and the cost of running the business was just too high. So that was aspect number one. Then strengthening of the procurement governance was also quite top on the agenda, because of the various weaknesses that prevailed within the GSM procurement practices. There were issues that needed to be addressed. Then there was also issues to do with people initiatives, as well as their development and ability to support the operations of GSM in general. Then was also the issue of preferential procurement spend, which is promoting the development of small to medium enterprises, as well as the BEE companies. And also was the issue of implementation of the SAP, the SAP procurement system, which had been outstanding and not implemented for a very long time.
Dr. Dawa, you mentioned the need, I think it was the second key success factor, being strengthening the procurement processes. And as I have it later in the affidavit, you detail what some of the weaknesses were that you found in the procurement governance sector when you arrived at SAA. You'll find that over the page at page 5 and paragraph 12 on that page. Could you take us through what some of those weaknesses were that you found when you began at SAA in August of 2014?
Thank you, Chair. And interestingly, some of the cases, Chair, we had other witnesses talk about them. It is to my surprise that those weaknesses have gone back again. For instance, at SAA, when I went there, Chair, you would find documents lying all over, tender documents. And I think one witness here did mention that they went into the procurement unit and picked up documents,
Yes,
which
I
were
think
not.
somebody said that some people were keeping these tender documents in their drawers, and they were not put in one place where they were secured.
True. So when I joined SAA, that was really an item of concern because of the many audit findings that I observed before my time. It pertained to some documents going missing and all these kind of things. And from where I was coming from, any procurement chair must be available for inspection or for audit at any time documents are needed. And yet documents went missing because they were just left all over. And as such, I took effort to use, we didn't have money as an organization, but then I looked for quick wins, which included improvising, coming up with a locking system where I bought chains and lock for each and every commodity manager to store their documents in allocated spaces and would chain them off from the workspace so much that documents would be kept safe, and as and when they were needed for whatever reasons, we would find them. And also you'd find, for instance, the receipt of tenders was just in shambles. One person would go and receive tenders, and at times there were issues and problems where you find that bids come in late, and to try and verify and establish exactly what would have happened, it was quite a big challenge. And yet with a two-locker system where there's dual control of the tender boxes and everything, which is the standard practice in most public sector procurement, this was not the case. But all these things, Chair, we tried to implement to try and address some of the gaps that were there at the time.
Thank you, Dr. Dawe. If you go still in paragraph 12 on page 5 of your affidavit, you'll see midway down, you reference another, what I understand to be a weakness, which is related to procurements being done on the basis of letters of award as opposed to signed contracts. Can you explain to us what that issue was?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think this was one of the major weakness in the procurement practices at South African Airways, where when an RFP went out, Chair, half the time or most of the time they would go without the draft terms and conditions, where you're telling the bidders that in terms of delivery of the service or the goods, these are the respective draft terms and conditions we expect you to conform with. But the practice, Chair, was the whole tender process would happen without such kind of documents going out. And at the end of the process, you award somebody the tenders. And after you've awarded them, then you start negotiating to say, oh, okay, now what's going to be the terms and conditions? And to me, that's a bad practice, because the moment you communicate award, Chair, and in my understanding as a procurement person, you have lost it. Bidders are not at peace, or by then it will be your supplier is not interested in finalizing the contract, because that's how they end up making money for themselves. As you keep on the wrangles, things keep going on, and you could see even from my observation that contracts would go for months, you know, between 18 to 24 months before a contract can be signed. But in the meantime, the service is being provided. And this to me was a major risk that needed urgent addressing.
Thank you. One point I wanted to pick up on that we passed in your affidavit was just in terms of your reporting lines. Who did you report to during the time that you occupied the position of Chief Procurement Officer?
Thank you, Chair. I reported to Chief Finance Officer, Mr. Wolf Meyer.
Thank you. And if you then go over to page 6 of your affidavit, and if you pick it up there at paragraph 14, you detail there some of the processes and policies that you attempted to put into place, which were presented to the Board of Directors. Before we get into the details of those policies, first thing I'd like your assistance on is your understanding of the role of a Board of Directors of a state-owned entity in procurement matters. What's your understanding about how their involvement in those matters is supposed to work?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding of that question is the board has an oversight responsibility over the operations of the organization, including the procurement.
Do they get involved in the day-to-day procurement decisions in the ordinary course?
No, Chair.
Would you regard it as unusual if boards or board members were endeavoring to do so?
Yes, I would have concerns, Chair.
Thank you. We'll come to some of the details of your engagements around that issue during your time at SAA. But before we do so, if you can turn over the page to page 7 of your affidavit. And I'd like to take us to your Annexure MD2, which you will find in your bundle, DD16, at page 181. It's under tab 2. Dr. Dawa, what is this document?
It was a board paper that I presented to the board regarding the changes that I thought needed to be put in place in order to strengthen SAA procurement governance.
And when did you present it to the board?
It was around the 13th of March 2015, Chair.
And Dr. Dawa, assist us, what were the principal features of this governance structure that you wanted to put in place?
The key things that I presented in this document, Chair, initially it was the as-is of the procurement structures at South African Airways, where ideally there were two committees responsible for the procurement. The first one was known as the cross-functional sourcing team, which was mandated with the whole procurement process, that's from origin of tender specification right up to award or recommendation for award, which would then go to various levels of approval pending on the amounts involved. I had problems with that, Chair, and I thought there was no segregation of duties, and as such there was a huge scope for the processes being skewed towards certain individuals or preferred suppliers or anything of the form. And also I wanted there to be the issue of making sure that we were getting best value for money, as there were checks and balances, I would say, to make sure that things were done above board. And the second committee was the bid adjudication committee, which was more like responsible for just reviewing what the cross-functional sourcing team would have it done. Just talking about the issue of cross-functional sourcing team, Chair, I liked the spirit in which it was done, but I had problems with the credibility of that committee. By credibility, Chair, I meant the skill sets that were brought to try and assist in the respective procurement. I expected to see certain competencies, but this was not the case. It was more like, well, if we get people from across the business, it means we are doing a perfect job, but in standard practice and best practice for that matter, that is not the case. And those are some of the key things I then definitely wanted to address, Chair.
And on your structure as you devised it, if we go to page 184 of your bundle DD 16, you'll see there towards the bottom of the page that, as I have it, you recommended a 3-stage tender committee system for competitive bids. How was that going to work, that system?
Thank you so much, Chair. Obvious key to me was the issue of separation of responsibilities. So the first committee was supposed to be called the Bid Specification Committee. This is a committee, Chair, that's responsible for understanding the business requirement and crafting the specification of that particular requirement, as well as putting together the draft terms and conditions, which I also expect to be evaluated at some point. And the second committee, Chair, which would not involve of most members coming from the Bid Specification Committee, was the Bid Evaluation Committee. And their responsibility was to evaluate bids as they come back, and also to write recommendations to the BAC in terms of the award in line with the rest of the procurement processes spelled out in the supply chain management policy. And then the third committee was obviously the Bid Adjudication Committee in its current form.
Thank you. Dr. Dawa, were you familiar with the supply chain management policy of SAA during your time as Chief Procurement Officer?
Yes, Chair.
And I know I'm jumping ahead, but it's relevant for the questions I'm going to ask following up. When you left SAA towards the end of 2015, who replaced you in the position of Chief Procurement Officer? Do you know?
I overheard that it was Advocate Lester Peters.
Thank you. We have had evidence about Mr. Peter occupying that role towards the end of 2015 and early 2016. That was in the evidence of Ms. Nancy. But the point about the supply chain management policy, which I'd like to seek your guidance on, relates to clause 14. You'll find the supply chain management policy of SAA in Ms. Stimple's bundle, which is Exhibit DD1, and it was that volume C that I asked that you have available to you. And Dr. Dawa, if you turn early on in that file to page 868. Do you have that?
Yes, Chair.
What is that document?
That is South African Airways Supply Chain Management Policy, Chair.
Is this the policy that you would have been working with at during your time?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. If you'll turn within that document to page 894,
Yes, Chair.
you'll find there a section of the document dealing with clause 14, evaluation process. Do you see that?
Which point is that, Chair?
At the
yes,
top of the
that is
page.
point 14. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, just to locate ourselves in the evidence that we've received previously, you may recall that in the evidence of Ms. Nancy, she indicated that after the SAA board had taken the decision to not appoint Seacrest and not appoint the second alternative, which was the consortium of banks, and nonetheless to task the CFO and acting CEO to conclude the transaction with FDC, the Free State Development Corporation. As I have Ms. Nancy's evidence, she went to the then CPO, Chief Procurement Officer, Advocate Lester, and she asked him about how they could follow a process that would regularize, in a sense, what the board had done at its 3 December 2015 meeting. And as I understood her evidence, she was told that reliance could be placed in the SCM policy on clause 14.4, which, if we read it, provides, regardless of whether a bidder submits an offer conforming strictly to specification, alternative offers may be considered and accepted, provided that the other bidders are not prejudiced. And Chair, in the course of the questioning of Ms. Nancy, I put it to her that the interpretation she'd been given of this clause didn't seem, in my view, to bear out with what it is trying to achieve in this part of the policy. And given that we've got Dr. Dawa with us today, and he was the prior Chief Procurement Officer, I thought it useful to get his expertise on what his understanding of clause 14.4.1 is. Could you tell us, Dr. Dawa, how you understand that clause?
Thank you so much, Chair. My understanding, Chair, of an alternative bid offer, it is a bid that is submitted during the time of the procurement process. That's within the confines, that's the start and closing of a tender process. And this is like a bidder is offering you maybe two options to your requirement. They're saying option one has to be compliant with the requirement of my specification. And option two could be not in line exactly with my requirement in terms of the specification, but it's a possible solution to my requirement. And in that case, yes, that's what we call an alternative bid, but it's not anything that comes outside of the procurement process. If it comes outside of the procurement process, then that tandamounts to an unsolicited bid. But if it's an alternative bid, it can't be the first bid that is trying to respond to my requirement or to my RFP, but it must be a second option. Because, say out of argument, if somebody is to submit an alternative bid at time of procurement, it's deemed to be non-compliant because it will not address the requirement of the RFP. But in the case that there are two options, then it's up to the evaluating committee to consider the option or to reject it. They'll still be allowed to do so.
Dr. Dawa, if Ms. Nancy had come to you in December 2015 and asked you whether that clause could be used to consider a bid that had not been submitted during the opening and closing period of the RFP that was under evaluation, what would you have said to her?
It wouldn't, Chair, have tandamounted to an alternative bid. And if anything, I would also raise concerns regarding the time of its submission. What do I mean, Chair? In the event that this bid, this unsolicited bid, is submitted before we conclude the ongoing procurement process, and by conclusion, I mean we have communicated to all participating bidders the outcome that you were unsuccessful or anything of the form, I would have issues to do with collusion, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. If we could then move to page 8 of your affidavit. There you have a heading.
Did you say
Page 8. Yes, indeed, Chair.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. There's a heading on that page, setting aside of 30% of contracts for BEE entities. Dr. Dawa, we've heard some evidence about the set-aside approach that SAA embarked upon in 2015. But I'd like us to go through it in some detail in relation to your knowledge of it. And that commences at paragraph 21 on that page. What is your understanding of what happened in early 2015 and its link to this set-aside policy of SAA?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding, Chair, was there was a SONA, which is a State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic of South Africa, that's President Zuma, where he made comment that the state-owned enterprises needed to set aside 30% of their spend, thus for particular groupings of people, including those who were previously disadvantaged, the youth and women, and I can't quite remember off the head some of the groupings there, but that's what it was about, and this is what gave rise to this discussion, Chair.
Thank you. If you pick it up at paragraph 22 on page 8, you have, as I see it there, a quote of precisely what was said. That actually does feature later in some of the correspondence as well between members of the board. Could you just read for us what is quoted there as having been said by President Zuma in his February 2015 State of the Nation address?
I read, Chair. Government will set aside 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement for purchasing from small to medium enterprises, cooperatives, as well as townships and rural enterprises, end of quote.
Dr. Dawa, you go on in that paragraph to make reference to military veterans and whether they featured in the State of the Nation address or not. What is your knowledge of that? Were they mentioned by President Zuma in that speech?
No, not to my knowledge, Chair.
But why did they then feature in SAA and its procurement? Do you know?
I think this was a decision by the board, Chair.
Thank you. If we go over to the next page of your affidavit, page 9, you start at paragraph 23 on that page, explaining SAA's commitment to the transformation process. Can you explain to us the role that transformation was playing in SAA at the time?
At the time, Chair, we had a unit which was formed around the same time I joined SAA, which was responsible for the transformation agenda, and Mr. Tapelo Lehasa was heading that element. But obviously between me and him, by me I mean GSM, because we were the people responsible for engaging the small to medium enterprises, we needed to work together towards making sure that we achieved the various targets set by the organization regarding transformation.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 24 on that page, you talk about a query or a request that came from Ms. Kwinana in July of 2015. What did that relate to?
Well, what Mrs. Kwinana requested for was a series of contracts that were nearing expiring, so she needed me to provide her with that list, and that she wanted to use it for transformation purposes.
Thank you. Let's go to that email correspondence, if we may. You'll find it under tab 7 in your bundle, which is Exhibit DD 16. And we can pick it up at page 214 under tab 7.
Yes, Chair.
What we have in this email, as I understand it, Dr. Dawa, is first of all the request that came to you and then your response to it. So I'd like to start in chronological order with the request that came through to you. As I have it, that appears at page 214. Who is writing this email, Dr. Dawa?
That's Mrs. Yaki Kwinana, one of the board members.
And to whom is it addressed?
It was addressed to myself, Mr. Wolfmeyer, and Ms. Tulimpshe.
Thank you. And if you could just read for us the first paragraph on that page.
It reads, Dear Dr. Masimba, SAA is serious about transformation, and as promised in our signing ceremony with the DTI on 18 May 2015 and our promise on 12 June on Supplier Development Day, we cannot continue to do things the same way as they were done 21 years ago and expect different results.
And then she goes on to make reference to the need to negotiate. And what did that relate to? Who was she saying negotiations needed to be commenced with?
That was Swissport and Bidvest.
And what contracts would that have related to? In what areas of SAA's business?
This would have related to baggage handling at the airport.
Thank you. And then I understand she asked you to do something in relation to the tables that we see on that page. What was she requesting be done?
She was requesting for information, or maybe that I populate information in her table, namely for security companies. She wanted to know the name of the security company, amount of contract, start date, end date, ownership, and name contact details of key personnel for those respective contracts. So that was the same for insurance companies and insurance brokers and toilet paper companies.
And Dr. Dawa, if we go over to page 217,
Yes, Chair.
can you explain to us what's been done in the table that we see there on that page?
It has now been populated.
And who populated it?
I did, Chair.
And that was in accordance with the categories that Ms. Kwinana had requested the details be provided. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
What did you understand this request to relate to?
From a procurement point of view, that wouldn't have been a big issue, Chair, because it happens, and most of the times you can actually have, particularly in your contracts register, similar kind of information. That would then tell you when contracts are starting and ending, and it would also enable good planning in terms of what would happen and by when.
And you pick up that point at paragraph 25, back in page 9 of your affidavit. Because as I understand that paragraph, you summarize there precisely what the status was in relation to certain tenders. Is that correct?
Sorry,
That paragraph is at page,
Page 9, apologies, paragraph 25.
thank you.
Yes, Chair.
As I have paragraph 25, you indicate there the following tenders about to be re-tendered by SAA, were about to be re-tendered by SAA, as these were awarded around 1 July 2013 and expiring around 30 June 2018. Do you see that?
Yes, Chair.
And then you provide a list. Can you tell us what those contracts were?
That is from point 25.1.
Point 1, indeed,
Okay,
if you'll
thank
give
you,
us
Chair.
that list.
I beg your pardon. The tender award to Securitas for airport security services, they were awarded a further contract, in brackets. The tender award to Swissport South Africa with a value of 1.2 billion or 1,219,000,000 and 30. There were some issues surrounding the contracts and the award, and also included the tender award to Swissport South Africa of PAU and wheelchair value for 131,766,184. The tender award to Swissport South Africa for document verification of 20,674,827, and the tender awarded to Bid Air for busing services valued for 81,353,793.
Thank you. And then if you go over the page in your affidavit to page 10,
Yes, Chair.
you have a heading there which reads Board Pressure and Interference Relating to Procurement and 30% Set Aside for BEE. Dr. Dawa, can you tell us what this pressure involved that you experienced? And you detail that in a number of paragraphs on that page. But if you'll just explain to the chair the essence of what you experienced as pressure.
Thank you, Chair. I think what then happened is the issue of the 30% set aside as pronounced in the SONA became the big issue at South African Airways. Each and every procurement, Chair, wouldn't take off. Even we got ourselves stuck even to the extent of failing to finalize outstanding contracts. Remember, based on the practice where the awards were issued and nothing was happening. And the major issues there was how to operationalize the 30% set aside as pronounced in the SONA, because there were no guidelines from National Treasury, nor from PFMA or Triple PFA to guide us in terms of how this could be implemented. But unfortunately, regardless of the many times I tried to explain to the board that it was virtually difficult and impossible to implement the 30% set aside without the proper rules and regulations as stipulated at law to various organizations. And it really became a big challenge. And in some instances also, Chair, I had to be given specific companies to award the 30%, which even made the whole process very difficult, as no procurement process had been followed. So it was more like an instruction to say, just award this to this particular company, just award this part of a particular contract to this particular company. And to make the whole thing a lot more difficult, Chair, is it was like in the middle of a particular procurement that then we putting into play this whole 30% set aside. Because my understanding, Chair, of a proper procurement process, everything has to be spelled upfront and has to be documented so that you are not like bringing bidders to surprise in the middle of a particular procurement process. And this is what was happening, and I had to get instruction to say this needs to happen. And despite the many times I was trying to say it's difficult and it will not be possible, because we will be in breach and violation of the law, this did not happen, Chair. So that then became like the order of my day. It was so difficult. Any procurement, we had these challenges and hurdles.
Dr. Dow, I'd like to take you to some contemporaneous correspondence towards the end of 2015, where this issue is taken up by members of the board. As I have it, you were copied on some of that communication, and I'd like to seek your assistance in understanding what was going on at SAA at the time.
Yes.
So you'll find that under tab 8, and it's page 223.
Yes, Chair.
Chair, I have had the misfortune of trying to decipher these emails over some time because it's an exchange over 3 parts, and you have to work out who's speaking at what point because it's identified in different colors in the text of the email. So what I'm going to endeavor to do in order for us best in my submission to understand this email correspondence is actually take us to a part later in the pack, because that is where you will see the engagement starts. And Dr. Dawa, if any aspect of my understanding is incorrect, please indicate that. But let's start at page 223, because the most important thing or key you get on page 223 is about whose correspondence appears in red. But before we get that, could you just tell us what the email is?
Well, I wanted to find out whether it's going to involve anything like what we argued about with some of the evidence leaders earlier in the week.
Yes.
About starting with
Yes,
a later
later.
email
No.
instead of an earlier
No, we are going to start with the earliest,
Okay.
because it seems to me that's the only way you can intelligibly know what was happening.
Then I'm fine.
We just have to go later in the pack to do that. And what you also have to see is within the text of an email, the red signifies actually the first communication, and then
Okay.
the blue is actually
A
the
response.
recipient's response.
Oh,
Indeed,
okay.
Chair.
Okay.
So let's,
No,
but
at least if in reading we go according to the sequence that
Indeed.
happened, then I understand.
Chair,
that,
I would
yeah.
want it in no other way. So let's do that. But if we could just start at 223, who are the people corresponding on this email, Dr. Dawa?
It's Mr. Wolf Mayor, who is sending an email to Mrs. Yaki Kwinana and Ms. Dudu Zilemieni.
And it's copying, rather
Yes,
than
copying.
two.
these
Yes, copying.
people?
Sure,
Yeah.
thank you, Chair. And copying Ms. Dudu Zilemieni and some, I think this was another board
Tulimshe.
member. No, but before Ms. Tulimshe, that's another board member, I can't remember their name, and the company secretary, Ms. Ruth Kibuka, and myself.
Thank you.
So the people who were copied were Mr. Duzile Mieni, and then you say then there was a member of the board whose name you can't remember, but the name seems to start with John. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Is that
Or is that-
Dr. Tambi?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't
I can't
know,
tell, but it's a
okay.
board member.
Yes.
Email address.
And thereafter it's Ms. Tulimshe, and then it was Ruth Kibuka, and then yourself.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And this was on the 19th of November 2015, is that right?
Yes, Chair.
13:29.
Chair, as I have it, it's the 9th of November. Did you say 9th or 19th? I just couldn't hear.
I don't think I know what I said, but
Well, just for clarification.
I should have said 9. So
9.
if I said 19th,
Well,
that was
the
wrong.
record will reflect the
Yeah.
clarification that it's the 9th
Okay.
of November 2015. But then to enable us to read this chronologically
But
and
that- I'm
yes.
sorry, it's important actually to get it right where the date is written with the year first.
Indeed.
Because sometimes you don't know whether
course.
the next is the
Is the
month
day or the
date.
month.
Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. So this reflects 2015/11/09. If we then go to page 226, Dr. Dawa,
Yes, Chair.
we had a key on that earlier page that what would be reflected in red in this conversation would be the communication originally from Ms. Kwinana. Is that as you understand these emails?
Yes, Chair.
So I'd like us then to start at page 226 with what Ms. Kwinana says in that first red portion of the page. What did that relate to, Dr. Dawa?
Hang on, Ms. Hofmeyer, I must just make sure that
Yes.
I understand. To my eyes, the red on page 26, the red parts appear to be part of the same email
Yes.
as the blue parts,
Indeed.
but is a suggestion that they are not, they come from somebody else, different people. Blue and red come from different people.
Indeed.
Oh,
So
okay.
as we understand it, the red is what Ms. Kwinana first sent
Yes.
to Mr. Wolf Meyer,
Yes.
who is actually the blue reflected on this page. Because what
Yes.
he'd done in his email was he responded to Ms. Kwinana.
Yes.
That's why it begins at the page, Dear Ms. Kwinana.
Yes.
But he kept in red what her initial communication had said to him.
Okay.
So it is difficult to navigate.
Yes.
But with the assistance of Dr. Dawa, we've been able to establish that the red is Ms. Kwinana's initial communication. And then both above it and below it on the page, you see the blue, which is, as we understand it, Mr. Mayer's response to various points that she raises.
Are there lots of emails that they exchanged which are like that? Right?
This is the only one for today's purposes.
Oh, okay.
But this is actually an email that features in quite a number of witnesses' evidence.
Yes.
Because there was quite a bit going on at the time. The email also had 2 letters attached to it, and we will
Yes.
go to those because they're very important.
You know what I think might be helpful to me? At some stage, I might forget about this explanation.
Yes.
And when I read them, I think, I
Who's
don't know whether I
speaking to
read
who?
them, I could tell
Yes.
that it's from different people or
Yes,
not.
yes.
But I don't want to ascribe to
Yes.
one person something that I should ascribe to another one. Maybe it might be a good idea to have something that one can put here which has that explanation.
Yes.
A note. So if I come to the page, I see the note
Yes.
that warns me red is from so and so,
Yes.
blue is from so and so.
We'll do that.
Yeah,
We'll
thank
put
you.
just a note page into the bundle before we, probably at the start of this tab.
Yeah.
So that it'll just aid the reader to navigate.
Yes. What we might do, if another way would be to get maybe yellow or pink stickers and
Yes.
just put them on the page, on the actual page, with a handwritten note.
Yes.
That would just help. Otherwise,
We'll do that.
I could ascribe to somebody something that they never said.
Indeed.
Or wrote. Yeah.
And
Okay.
Chair, every day you hear much more evidence related to many other topics. So when we return to this, we'll need to have this guidance,
Yeah.
certainly. Thank
Okay,
you.
Okay.
Right, so we're on page 226, Dr. Dawa, and there is, around the middle of that page, red text. Do you see that?
Yes, Chair.
And we've clarified that is where Ms. Kwinana is setting out what she wanted to say in her correspondence to Mr. Mayor. What do you understand her to be raising in that first paragraph in red on that page?
Thank you, Chair. I think initially I need to give a bit of background to some of the things that were happening at SAA. As mentioned earlier in my submission, that transformation became core, and as such, I was tasked during the 90-day turnaround period during the time of the former Mango CEO, Mr.
Nico Bezuidenhout.
Bezuidenhout, yes, to come up with an initiative as instructed by the chair to try and drive forward the transformation agenda. And as such, I happily took the task, Chair, and we went on some information sharing roadshows that was across quite a number of the provinces, where we were sharing with the different bidders, no, not bidders, potential suppliers to SAA, explaining to them how to do business with SAA. These kind of events, we dubbed them supply engagement summits, because we were saying, let the suppliers meet the buyers, and can the suppliers explain to the potential BAE companies what kind of goods and services we require as an airline, and also to say how best can they prepare themselves for opportunities should they arise. We shared with them as well our annual procurement plans, which is more or less the template that Mrs. Kwinana asked me to populate, where we are advising them of when certain contracts would start and end, so that at least in their minds they can start to think and prepare themselves in terms of their areas of interest for that time when the bids, the RFPs would go out, so that at least they are knowledgeable. So we went on this exercise. Initially, we even had booths, we had exhibition booths. That's at those seminars. It was in a big hall like here, and I would have my different category managers presenting the various things within their area. So the august house of BE potential suppliers to SA would move from one booth to the other, trying to understand the whole mechanics around the respective requirements and all those kind of things. It was information sharing and non-committal. This is something, Chair, that was not done for the first time, and I can confess, I did this in the United Kingdom when I was responsible. Though we used to call it Meet the Buyer event, buyers were explaining their processes, because you find public procurement, Chair, is quite straightforward. But at least it was a deliberate move to explain, which Mr. Nico Bazenot was very happy with. We shared that with the Chair. She was very excited about it, and we started on our road shows. With that background, Chair, we then had one of the supply engagement summits in Durban. And the manner in which we invited people also had a bit of challenges because we didn't open it up. By opening it up, I mean in public sector procurement, Chair, there are overriding principles. Whenever you do something, there's need for transparency, openness, fairness, competitiveness, and value addition. So it means even when you make invites to anything, you need to open it up to any potential BE or any potential person who think they qualify to do that kind of a job. So the Chair and Mrs. Kwinana gave me some listings of some of the companies they think they wanted to be invited, and my category managers happily invited them to that session. So we had a session of almost about 60 different companies, if you want. We didn't quite know their names, but obviously we had a register where people could register their presence and attendance. And then when we were in those sessions, we started talking about the issue of transformation, aggressive transformation, which I didn't have problems with because it was something that I think is noble. But though I had problems with the how we needed to do it, the what I was very happy with, hence why we came up with that initiative. And now, at some point later, Mrs. Kwinana then, that's where she writes this particular passage, and she was then saying she wanted me to award the 15% set aside of, what was this product here? That was for Swissport Services as well as for Engine to the 60 companies that attended the Supply Engagement Summit in Durban. I explained to Mrs. Kwinana that it wasn't possible because legally these were individual companies, and it was very difficult for us to then say we are going to award to a group of 60 different companies in whose name was the award going to be made. So that was my problem number one. Then she responded to me and said she needed to, I needed as the CPO to set up a company, a holding company that could constitute all those companies. And I explained to her that it was virtually impossible because that was not within the mandate of the role of the Chief Procurement Officer, setting up companies to which I will procure from. It was a fundamental breach of my duties. And then she said she was going to do it herself. And we had some...
That is Ms. Kwinana.
Ms. Kwinana, yes. And we had challenges around that. And unfortunately, in all my efforts to explain to her the difficulties of me trying to merge different individuals attending a supply engagement summit and make them become a company, she didn't take it lightly. She felt I was being...
You were defying her.
Exactly. But at law, I wouldn't have done anything because it's virtually impossible. And it wasn't within the remit of my duties. And that's what gave rise to this particular email.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. Apologies.
So since she was a non-executive member of the board, she would skip the CEO and the person you were reporting to, who I think was, you said CFO?
Yes.
Skip those people and come and talk to you about procurement issues.
Yes, Chair. You will find she would even go a step below me.
Yes.
Later on, I'm sure.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is fairly important that we actually reflect what Ms. Kwinana wrote in this section because, Dr. Dawa, I'd like to ask one or two follow-up questions from it.
Sure. Thank
So,
you.
Chair, with your leave, I'll just read it into the record.
That's fine.
And then we can take it from there. So the first portion in red on that page reads, the allocation of 15% to BEE was a board decision which has not been implemented. The board allocated the 15% to all BEE companies in the SAA database who've been knocking on SAA doors. The number of these companies is plus minus 60. In the Sharks Board supplier engagement, the forum that you were supposed to be at, it was agreed that SAA or NGen, or for that matter, SAA or NGen for that matter, cannot sign an agreement with 30 companies and that they will be included as one company for ease of contracting. In subsequent meetings with Masimba, it was agreed that whether one company represents all plus minus 60 companies or all 60 companies sign, it is not an issue. What must happen is that the 15% must be implemented. In fact, Chairperson, non-implementation of board resolutions amounts to insubordination. Dr. Dawa, your evidence earlier suggested that you had difficulties with the practicalities of how to do this. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And the legalities, in fairness to your evidence.
Yes, Chair.
When Ms. Kwinana writes here that you had agreed with her that it didn't matter whether one company represents all plus minus 60 companies or all 60 companies sign, has she correctly reflected your position in your view?
No, Chair.
Had you communicated with her the difficulties that you saw following from this board decision?
Yes, Chair. And I think on top of that, Chair, we also had advice from the National Treasury and the DTI to that effect to say it was unlawful for SAA to continue on that path.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. That is a point made later in the communication, so I'd like to pick it up then if we may.
Hang on. I thought there is a part in the email where she seems to be addressing the chairperson.
Yes, indeed. Chair, the original...
that last sentence, I think it was.
Yes. So the way this begins, it's difficult to put it together, but it's a email addressed by Ms. Kwinana to Ms. Mieni as the chairperson, detailing the difficulties that she has, but she copies it to, amongst others, the CFO, who is Mr. Mayer. And it's then Mr. Mayer's response to her that we have on this page.
Oh, you see, I understood and I made a note next to it in line with the note that, explanatory note that
Yes.
I said maybe we should have. I said it's first email from, actually I said from Ms. Kwinana to Mr. Mayer initially. I thought
Yes.
it's from
It-
Ms. Kwinana to Mr. Mayer.
Indeed.
That's not the case.
It is to Mr. Mayer, the chairperson, the other member of the board. And what Ms. Kwinana does is at points...
But it is from Ms. Kwinana.
It's
Let's get
certainly
that
from Ms.
straight.
Kwinana,
Oh,
but she addresses different people.
or it's addressed to a number of people.
Indeed,
Among
indeed.
whom
Yes.
was the chairperson.
Indeed.
Oh,
And
okay.
also among whom is Mr. Mayer.
Oh, okay, let me see.
And it might have been my error to focus on Mr. Mayer because the blue on this page is Mr. Mayer's response.
Okay. Thank you. It can be confusing.
It is terribly confusing, Chair. But we will do
Yes.
those notes in due
Yes.
course.
Okay.
Could we then go to what I understand to be Mr. Mayer's response, which actually appears higher on the page? Is my understanding correct, Dr. Dawa?
Yes, Chair.
And what does Mr. Mayer reflect there under points 1, 2, and 3 in his response to this aspect of Ms. Kwinana's earlier correspondence?
First and foremost, Mr. Mayor is reminding the board member about the Chief Procurement Officer's fiduciary duty as being to ensure SA procurement practices are compliant with its own SCM policies as well as the public procurement laws and regulations. And is also reminding the board member that whatever decisions and conduct by the board, it must be beyond reproach it must stand the test of times. And also on point 3, he's saying, please note that the allocation of the 15% set aside to Quintessential Business Consulting Private Limited, registration number 2014/012470/07, represented by Mr. Peter Chiseve, is not part of the board resolution.
Can we stop there? What was Quintessential Business Consulting?
Quintessential Business Consulting Private Limited Chair is a company that was sent to me by Mrs. Kwinana via an SMS as the holding company that would represent the plus or minus 60 companies that would have that had attended the Durban Supply Engagement Summit.
So
And also an individual by the name Mr. Peter Chiseve was supposed to be the representative of that particular company.
So what is your understanding of why Mr. Mayor was making specific reference to that company not appearing in the board resolution?
Chair, you find the board resolution in as much as it was talking about the allocation of the 15% to a BEE company, but it did not mention a particular name of a company.
And despite that, was your understanding that Ms. Kwinana was saying the 15% had to be allocated to that specific company?
Yes, Chair.
If we go down the page to the next red that appears, could you tell us what you understand Ms. Kwinana to be conveying in that part of her earlier email?
I think what Mrs. Kwinana was then saying, she was in disagreement with Mr. Wolf Mayor in terms of the practical implementation of this particular requirement, and then she goes on to trying to say, was Mr. Mayor not part of that particular board where this resolution was made, as kind of implying that he should have it known about Quintessential, as it could have it been discussed at that particular board. I mean, that's my understanding.
Thank you. She's there in that second red dealing with the Swissport contract, is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And what was your understanding of the set aside that the board wanted to be implemented in relation to Swissport?
I think I also need to give a bit of background, Chair.
Please do.
The Swissport contract, Chair, happened well before my time. The tender happened in 2011 sometime, and it was awarded in 2012. And what you find is, because of the malpractices in terms of contracting, there had not been a contract in place ever since until this particular date. And for some reason, now that we're talking about BEE, the board felt that they needed now to relinquish part of their scope of work to a BEE company by the name Gemicron Private Limited. And where that company comes from, again, I didn't have an idea, Chair.
And what was Mr. Mayor's response to that? You'll pick it up in the blue above the red, halfway down the page.
I just note that at the end of each one of the two
Yes.
emails that Ms. Kwinana has written there, she ends up by emphasizing that to the chairperson that non-implementation of board resolutions amounts to insubordination. It's
Correct,
like
Chair.
she's instigating her to do something about what she perceives to be insubordination.
Indeed, Chair. And that is actually quite important for the rest of Dr. Dawa's story, because that is precisely as we have it the charge that was leveled at him. So if we pick up in the blue above that red there, what was Mr. Mayor's response, Dr. Dawa?
Shall I read, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, I read. The board resolution that SAA should endeavor to sign the contract with the BEE SMME directly to assist the SMME to raise any required funds is unrealistic. It is not clear how SAA would sign a contract with a supplier without following a due and proper procurement process.
Thank you. And then if you would just read the blue above that under point 4 as well.
Point 4, the practical implementation of the board resolution on the Swissport ground handling service is unclear, especially in that this is a regulated service. The selection of Gemicron Private Limited to work with Swissport as the BEE partner for the 30% set aside is not in line with the board resolution. Also, a due and proper procurement process was not followed.
Can I just confirm that in terms of the sequence on this page, the first email to be sent is the first red one on the page, and that the next email, which was a response to it, is the first one on the page? First red.
Chair, if
and
I can
first
clarify.
blue. Yeah.
The reds all come from a single email.
Yes, I understand that.
And what Mr. Mayor does in responding to it is he breaks it up into its various parts and then he responds to it in the blue.
Yes, but what I'm
Sorry,
asking
Chair.
is whether first we have the first red
Yes.
from Ms. Kwinana,
Yes,
and then we have a response to that which is above
yes,
Ms. Kwinana's
indeed,
one,
Chair.
and that thereafter we have the second red,
Yes,
which is from Ms. Kwinana,
yes,
and then we have the blue immediately above that.
correct.
And thereafter we have the last one
Indeed.
on the page.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay, no,
That's
I just wanted
precisely
to make
right.
sure I've got that sequence right.
Of course. Chair, there is a lot going on in this email, and I do also know that Ms. Mshe is going to spend some time on it on Monday.
Okay.
What I want to focus on with Mr. Dawa are the particular aspects that emerge from this email that then relates to his later engagements with Ms. Mieni and Ms. Kwinana. So if I may suggest that we then turn over the page to page 227.
Yes.
You'll see at the bottom there, Dr. Dawa, the last paragraph in red there.
Yes, Chair.
There is an indication from Ms. Kwinana. It appears to be an acceptance that, and I'm quoting here, it is true that the board cannot be seen to be operationally involved. Could you continue to read what is recorded there?
Yes, Chair. The board has specific functions which include, amongst others, making decisions that do not put the company at risk. Management has also a specific responsibility, among them being to implement management decisions and ensure that all of our suppliers have valid contracts in place and that we do not incur irregular expenditures. This is just for some of the responsibilities in quotes, in brackets, sorry.
And then the blue text below that is where I understand it, Mr. Mayor was making reference to that guidance that you referred to previously,
Yes,
that had
ma'am.
been received from the shareholder and DTI. What is that guidance, Dr. Dawa?
The guidance was, and I read from what Mr. Mayor wrote, SAA has received a direct guidance from the shareholder as well as from Department of DOT in respect
Is that
of...
transport?
Yes.
Chair,
Oh, we
I
don't
think
know.
read in context, it was a typo,
Oh.
because it's really supposed to be DTI.
DTI.
We'll see the
Oh,
letters attached in
okay.
the moment.
Okay.
Sure, thank you. In respect of the 30% set-aside matter, which should not be ignored by the board, refer to the attached correspondences from the DTI and National Treasury. We all agree that transformation in South Africa is important, but this goal does not justify that proper governance and supply chain policies should not be followed. SAA is currently exposed to and cannot afford an audit report containing findings, governance, transgressions.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. I'd like to take us then to the two correspondences that are referenced there that were then attached to this email. You'll find that if you flick a few pages on, at page 234.1.
Yes, Chair.
Were you aware of this letter at the time?
Yes, Chair.
And who is the letter written by and who is it addressed to?
The letter is written by Ms. Zodwa Ntweli, Acting Triple BEE Commissioner from Department of Trade and Industry, and it's going to Ms. Dudumiyeni, Chairperson of the Board, South African Airways.
Thank you. And just assist us with a date for the letter, if you may. You'll find that at page 234.3.
It was dated 13th of September 2015, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to pick it up at 234.2, if we may.
Yes, Chair.
And Dr. Dawa, to the extent necessary, I'll take you to any specific paragraph that I think is important. But if you could just summarize for us in essence, what did you understand this letter to be communicating from the acting Triple BEE Commissioner to the chair of SAA's board?
I think, in my own view, Chair, just a summary of the key message for me to South African Airways was, please do not proceed with this practice as it is unlawful.
Thank you. You do see that, I think that is a fair summary of the text, Dr. Dawa. If we start at page 234.2, you'll see under paragraph 3 there, the acting Triple BEE Commissioner writes, we reiterate all the contents of the letter sent to SAA on 9 September 2015 and advise that the 30% set-aside initiative that SAA is in the process of implementing, to the extent that it was explained to us in the meeting with SAA, is in our view not in line with the Triple BEE Act and the codes of good practice. Chair, if I may just pause for a moment there, that prior correspondence is going to be dealt with by Ms. Mshe. So we haven't included it here. She will be giving evidence on Monday. It goes on at paragraph 4 to state as follows: as an organ of state and public entity, SAA is required to apply any relevant code of good practice issued in terms of the Triple BEE Act, which refers to the generic codes issued by the Minister of Trade and Industry, or the sector code as approved and gazetted by the Minister of Trade and Industry. Any organ of state or public entity may deviate or be exempted through Section 9(6) of the Triple BEE Act as amended, if particular objectively verifiable facts or circumstances applicable necessitate the exemption or deviation. And then at 5, SAA confirmed that the deviation or exemption referred to in paragraph 4 above has not been granted in line with the framework of the Triple BEE Act as amended, and therefore it is our view that SAA is not in a position to legally proceed with the implementation of the 30% set aside in the manner proposed. And it goes on at over the page, at page 234.3. If you read at paragraph 8 there, Dr. Dawa, would you read that for us so that we know the terms on which this letter was concluded?
Yes, Chair. And I read, having said the above, we request SAA to send us written confirmation that it will not proceed to implement the 30% set-aside initiative until it has applied for and received the authorization to do so in terms of the Triple BEE Act as amended, as agreed in the meeting. We will appreciate if the duly authorized person at SAA can send us this written confirmation by Friday, 18th of September, 2015.
Dr. Dawa, when you were providing the summary of your understanding of this letter, I recall you as having said that the acting Triple BEE Commissioner indicated that this initiative should stop immediately. I certainly want to suggest to you that that's consistent with what paragraph 8 says, because as I read it, and you'll correct me if you have a different interpretation, it's saying that the BBBEE Commissioner is requesting written confirmation that SAA will not proceed to implement the initiative.
Yes, Chair.
And requests that by the 18th of September 2015. Is that how you read the letter?
Yes, Chair.
To your knowledge, what happened, if you have any knowledge, about whether SAA did provide that written confirmation that it would not proceed?
Not to my knowledge, Chair. And if it had, I then deserved to know, basically as the implementer of this particular task.
And we'll get there in your evidence, but as I understand it, post this date, which is 13 September 2015, there are still engagements between members of the board and yourself requiring you to implement the 30% set aside. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
We'll get into the detail.
I see also that in the same paragraph, or not in the same paragraph, in the same letter, National Treasury or the BBBEE Commissioner leaves the door open for SAA, if they take a different view, to come back to her and give their different view and reasons so that she can look at that.
True,
Was
Chair.
that ever done, if you know?
Not to my knowledge, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. And then if we can go over to the second attached letter, which you'll find at 234.4. Who is that letter from, Dr. Dawa?
It's from the National Treasury, Chair.
And who in particular there?
That is Mr. Kenneth Brown, the Chief Procurement Officer then.
And what is the date of that letter?
That's 28th of September 2015, Chair.
And to whom is it addressed?
To Mrs. T. Mche, who was the Acting Chief Executive Officer of SAA then.
Chair, the letter is fairly short, and most of its content I submit is important. So if I may just read it into the record, and then we can ask Dr. Dawa for his comment.
That's fine.
There's a reference to a previous letter dated 23 September 2015. Again, Chair, we will deal with that in Ms. Mshe's evidence, but it's relevant now because this was an attachment to Dr. Dawa's, the emails on which Dr. Dawa was copied. Then the author, Mr. Brown, continues. Your letter indicates that currently all procurement decisions are made within the framework of the supply chain management policy, and that the board resolved to set aside 30% of key procurement transactions for black-owned businesses. Decisions that are taken by the board to encourage transformation in procurement are commendable. However, the SAA board must not operate outside the procurement legal framework. The resolution of the board to set aside the 30% in its current form is not supported by any procurement legal framework and must be stopped with immediate effect. You are kindly requested to advise the board not to take procurement decisions that brings the name of SAA and National Treasury into disrepute. Kindly update me on the development around the 30% set aside of key procurement transactions. Dr. Dawa, what did you understand this letter to convey insofar as National Treasury's view of the 30% set aside decision was concerned?
I think, Chair, the advice was straightforward, that we needed, or SAA needed, to stop implementing the 30% set aside with immediate effect.
And to your knowledge, Dr. Dawa, was this point taken forward with the board?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I'd then like to return to your affidavit, if we may. We were at page 10 of the affidavit.
Yes, Chair.
Did you say page 10?
Page 10, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And we can pick it up at the bottom of the page at paragraph 29. Dr. Dawa, you there are dealing with the inaugural engagement summit at which the chair of the board said certain things in relation to you. What occurred on that occasion?
Sorry, which part, Chair?
Sorry, paragraph 29 at the bottom of page 10. You talk about certain of the comments of the chair that you regard as amounting to insinuations, and you talk about a specific event being the inaugural engagement summit and what was said there. Could you explain that to us?
Sure, Chair. Just to the public, the chair from Norway advised the audience that I was the acting chief procurement officer, and for me to secure a permanent position, I needed to take instructions from her and to make sure that I implemented them as per her request. And if I did not do so, she wouldn't appoint me permanent chief procurement officer.
Who was saying that to you?
That was Ms. Dudumuyeni, the chairperson.
Was this in a meeting?
Yes.
Apart from you and her, who else was at the meeting?
She was addressing the people. She would do it like in a jocular manner, but obviously to me...
So there were other people in the
Yes.
meeting? And what was the business of the meeting?
The same supply engagement summits where we were sharing information about
okay.
opportunities and
Or the board
possibilities
members
of doing
would attend
business.
those summits?
Some would, but all I know is always were the two board members, Ms. Quinana and Ms. Muyeni. And once, I think once, if my memory serves, Dr. Tambi attended as well.
Yes. And was it at one or more of these meetings where she spoke along these lines about you?
On another one, where I sensed trouble coming my way, we went for the first time with Advocate Lester Peter and the then head of procurement for SAA Technical. She was also Advocate, I can't remember her name, but it was a she. And the chair, again from Norway, started saying, I don't think as South Africans we cannot run these kind of things on our own. It's time we need to have our own wood that would help us to take this country forward. But she was saying it again in the Augusta House, but obviously me sitting there, I was the organizer and the chief architect of these events. So such comments, in my view, were not necessary, if I may use that word.
Yes, let's go back to the first one. Just repeat what she said, the first one that you mentioned.
The first one, Chair, she said if I didn't implement some of the things that she wanted in terms of transformation, she would not appoint me Chief Procurement Officer because I was acting, and I think this was happening in my second renewal of contract where I was still with 6 months to prove myself.
And at this stage, as far as you were concerned, everything you had been doing was in accordance with the policies of SAA and the law.
Yes, Chair.
But she was expecting you to do things differently.
Yeah, because
on
what
your
happened...
understanding of her instructions.
Yeah, what happened, Chair, initially we were doing these road shows in line with our wish, which was more of information sharing, nothing
Yes.
committal, just providing information, getting the audience to ask questions and would respond to. But
Yes.
as the time progressed, that's where now we started getting specifics to say, of this particular contract, I want you to award this. For instance, in Durban, she had to ask me to stand up and to say or confirm to the whole Augusta House that I'd awarded a contract to Swissport in line with this. But then I said, yes, a contract was awarded because that contract, in as far as I knew, was awarded in 2012. And from practice, Chair, a contract is only awarded once. You cannot award it twice or thrice or 3 times. So as time progressed, we started changing the goalposts and the whole thing started becoming a bit muddled. It wasn't still in the same spirit and vein at which we had started.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Hofmeyer.
Thank you. I'd then like to move to a particular interaction that you have with Ms. Kwinana and Ms. Mieni on the 2nd of October, Dr. Dawa, and you'll find that at page 11 of your affidavit.
Yes, Chair.
And you start with this aspect of your evidence at paragraph 30 on that page. Can you tell us about that date of the 2nd of October and take us as faithfully as you can through the sequence of events, because quite a bit happens, as I understand it, on that day.
True.
Could you take us through that?
Thank you, Chair. I think around 10 in the morning, I received an SMS message from Mrs. Kwinana that she wanted me to come to SAA Airways Park boardroom on the 6th floor. So I went there and I saw Mrs. Kwinana. Then she asked me how far I had gone with the implementation of the 30% set aside. And I repeated again my difficulties in terms of implementing these respective contracts or requirements per se. And then she called
This was Ms. Kwinana again?
That was Mrs. Kwinana, yes.
Yes.
Chair, if I may just interrupt for one moment before you continue, Dr. Dawa. The date is quite important, it seems to me, in relation to the letters that we've looked at.
Yes.
Because as I recall it, the first letter from the BBBEE Commissioner comes in on the 13th of September. The second one from National Treasury is the end of September. I think it was the 28th of September. And now we're a matter of a few days later. Is that correct in the chronology?
Yes, Chair.
So those two letters are communicating, as I understand the papers, that SAA must not proceed to implement this 30% set aside. Is that your understanding of it?
Yes, Chair.
Right. And then we get to the events of the 2nd of October. Thank you, Dr. Dawa. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. So that's where it all started.
I'm sorry, did you say you got a call and Ms. Kwinana called you and you had a meeting?
No, it was a text message,
It was
Chair.
a text message?
Yes,
from
that she
her,
wanted me on 6th floor. My
the
office
6th
was
floor.
on the 4th floor
of the SAA building.
building, yes. Airways Park building.
Did she used to be around in the building? She was non-executive, isn't it? Did she used to be around or
Yeah,
occasionally she would be there?
you'll find, Chair, we also had instances where I also wasn't sure whether there was any board meeting going on or whatsoever, as things started unveiling. But you find this was not like for the first time that they could be at SAA doing whatever their business for the day was.
Okay, so the SMS said, asked you to meet her where?
On the boardroom at 6th floor,
Oh, okay, yes.
which was
and
the
you
executive
went
suite.
there.
Yes, and I went there. So she wanted to know how far I'd gone with the implementation of the Swissport and the engine contracts, where the issue of 30% set aside was included as well. So I went at pains again to try and explain to her the challenges I was having in terms of trying to implement. And she then called Miss Eshla Fikilepi, who was the general manager, legal and risk, to try and explain to me the various options that could be looked at in terms of the implementation. And unfortunately, Chair, to me, those didn't still make sense. They didn't in any way improve my fears of violating the procurement rules and regulations. And as such, I insisted that it was a difficult task to implement, and I wouldn't find myself in a position to go ahead with that decision. And then during that time, from nowhere, the board chair walked in, Chair, and she started showering praises to GM Legal and Risk that, you see, our daughter, she's great, she understands what we are trying to do, in my face, and she went on and on saying all sorts of praise words for GM Legal Risk and Legal and Risk. And then she said, okay, now I want to know how far have you gone with the implementation of this 30% set aside. She actually said she didn't want me to respond to her, so she was asking Mrs. Kwinana to give her an update, of which she did, and she told the chair that Dr. Dawa hadn't even moved an inch in terms of trying to make sure that this is done, and is continually giving me excuses and as to why this is not possible. Then she started addressing me and said that she wanted to advertise my job, and she was going to start internally. Then she said, oh, okay, by the way, let me call the company secretary. So the company secretary, Ms. Ruth Kiboka, was invited to take minutes of what she said she wanted recorded. So I tried to make an attempt to respond to her, and I remember vividly in her words, she said, no, I will only accord you airtime if you do what I've asked you to do. You have all the airtime to talk to me and even to explain whatever you want to explain. So I just couldn't do it. Then she said to me, I needed to go back to my office and prepare the award letters. Miss Quinana then started making some draft sketches of how she wanted the awards to be done. And then I was asked to go and implement that. GM Legal and Risk kind of had considered to say maybe there was a way to do it, which I still didn't agree with, because from procurement point of view, it wasn't in line with the laws. So I was asked to go back to my office and to prepare award letters for the two companies, of which I did. I left, I went to my office and I tried to draft something. Then I came back and I said, but I can't sign.
Did they wait for you in the boardroom?
Yes, they did, Chair.
So it was like, go and draft the letters and come back, you'll find us here.
Yes, it was a very long day. You'll find I leave office now around 7.
It was
or
7.
around 5, 6-ish there in
Yeah.
the evening. But we started this whole thing from 10 o'clock.
But firstly, were there any tender processes that had begun, that had been triggered, that had been initiated, but they were wanting you to award before the processes were completed, or was the position that no processes whatsoever had been initiated for procurement?
It wouldn't have had been any need for any procurement process, because the Swissport contract, Chair, had already been awarded in 2012. Only outstanding was finalization of the contract, but Swissport was already delivering the service.
Oh.
What they wanted from me is to award to the BAE company, which was Jamie Cron.
So a tender had previously been issued,
Yes, Chair.
and that tender had already been awarded to a certain company, Swissport.
Yes, Chair.
All that remained was the finalization of the contract.
Yes, Chair.
And they were saying, change that and award this to a BE company.
The 30%.
Or they were saying, add the BE company to Swissport.
Yes, add the BAE company to
To
Swissport.
Swissport.
Yes, Chair.
And Swissport was not party to any of that.
That's another.
Oh, that's another
Problem on its
topic.
own,
Okay,
Chair.
all right.
Yeah.
But they were asking you to add a BE company as into a tender that had already been awarded 100% to Swissport.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Which
And
is
you were-
what gave rise to the difficulties I was having to say
Yes.
now, how do I go into time? And
Yes.
Anyway, in terms of best practice, Chair, this whole issue must have been implemented, or it must have been part of the original RFP
Yes,
to say
yes.
this is how the structure and everything is going to look like, so that it's not like on the 11th hour or way much later into the whole
Yes.
contracting, I'm having to introduce a third party.
Yes. But as at the time of this meeting, were you already aware of either one or both of the letters that Ms. Hofmeyer referred you to from Treasury? For one, from, is it DTI, from the BE Commissioner, and the other one from the Chief Procurement Officer from National Treasury, which in effect were saying this 30% plan must be stopped. Were you aware of any one of those letters at that stage?
Yes, Chair, because I even attended one of the meetings with Triple BAE Commissioner, with the acting CEO, then
Yes.
Ms. Tweli Mshe.
Did you know at that time whether either Ms. Kwinana or Ms. Myeni was aware of any one of those letters at that time of the meeting?
They were, because, Chair, I remember us giving feedback to the board regarding the issue of the set-aside as per the earlier communications, which I believe will be found in Mrs. Mshe's bundle. So you
Yes.
find we've got two sets of communication. The
Yes.
first set of communication from both institutions are coming to Ms. Mshe as the acting chief executive officer, and obviously she would share that with me as the implementer of those requests. And then at some meeting, the chair said she was going to write them directly because she wouldn't allow anyone to stop her from achieving the transformation agenda. So I'd like to believe that she must have wrote them, and then these were the responses.
But in terms of timing, bearing in mind that one of those letters was at the end of September, and the meeting we are talking about where they gave you this instruction was on the 2nd of October, are you confident that it would have been somewhere during that, by that time, by the 2nd of October, they probably were aware?
I wouldn't say with confidence, Chair, but what I
Yes.
know is the first set of letters,
Yes.
which contain more or less the same
Yes.
message,
Yes.
they had been conveyed to the board.
And those would have been around what time, the ones you're talking about, the first letters? Or you mean the first letter that you were referred to?
Yes.
Ms. Sodwa Ntuli's letter?
I think it should be maybe earlier around the month.
Or, but you say the board knew about the stance?
Yes,
From either
DTI
DTI or
and National Treasury.
No, National Treasury, that this 30% set
Set
aside
aside.
should not be proceeded with?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. So I think in the story, we were at the point where you were told to go back to your office and draft these letters of award. Can you continue with what happened thereafter?
Thank you, Chair. So I went back to the office, like I indicated earlier, and I drafted something, and I brought it back. But because of my conscience, Chair, I wouldn't sign. So I said to the two members of the board, here is what I think you're looking for, but unfortunately I won't be in a position to sign. I would be happy if any one of you can append their signatures, then I can send out the communications. So at one point, the chair appeared to be like going to do it, but for some reason, she changed her mind. Then she asked me to go back and redo it maybe for the acting CEO's signature. So I went back to my office. Before I went to my office, I went to see Ms. Mshe as acting boss. My boss, Mr. Hofmeyer, appeared to have not been in the office at that particular point in time. So I tried to explain the challenges that I was going through. And all I remember coming from here, that's Ms. Mshe, was, Dr. Dawa, if you know that this is wrong, I suggest that you don't do anything that's unlawful, because this will come back to you at some time. So she insisted, and it was in closed doors. So I went back and just to try and be seen to be doing something, because basically, Chair, I was being held at ransom.
They were waiting for you?
Yes. So I felt being held to ransom. So I went back to my office. I did another draft, I remember, and I put Ms. Mshe's credentials at the bottom of the letter so that she would sign. And then she said no, she wasn't going to sign. And then the chair said, let's go to Ms. Mshe's office. So we went to Ms. Mshe's office. She was there. Then we started talking about this whole issue. And again, the acting CEO told the two members that she wasn't going to sign. And she also advised me in their face not to sign if my conscience told me that this was unlawful. And I agreed with the recommendation, because I knew also that this was not the right thing to do. And the meeting went on, and they tried to give us sides of their stories. And also I remember Chair mentioning to us that she had received an email from someone from Swissport who was very happy. I think it was some white person from Swissport who was very excited about the award of this 30% to the BEE company, and she was so surprised how us as black executives were not in support of the idea. You know, she said all that, and then Ms. Mche later on excused herself, and she said she was going home. It was a Friday this day, so she said she had some other commitments at home and she wouldn't stay, you know, and she left. We actually left in her office. She packed her bags and off she went.
Oh, the meeting was now in her office,
It had moved from the smaller
from the
boardroom.
boardroom.
We had moved to a smaller boardroom now, so we're moving from the smaller boardroom
Yes.
to Ms. Mche's office.
So she said,
Yeah,
I'm
she
going home.
refused, but before she left, Chair, I need to confirm, she said to me in front of the two board members that, Dr. Dawa, you will be alone in court should this thing come back. And if you know that this is wrong, don't do it. Yeah, she insisted, and the chair tried to sweet talk and say, no, but you know, if anything is to come back, it will come back to me as the chair. Then Ms. Mche still insisted that, Dr. Dawa, with all your qualifications, experience, and credentials, you will have to answer to this one day. And in my view, if you contend and if you're quite satisfied that is the wrong thing to do, please don't do it. And off she went. So I remained with the two board members, and they insisted that I do sign. I refused. Then they said, okay, maybe what we need to do is we give you an opportunity to do an undertaking that you would do this by Wednesday.
But give you an undertaking, ask you to give what undertaking? You were making it quite clear you didn't want to sign this thing, weren't you?
True, Chair, and my honest view was they were trying to play with my mind, because that's why at times they're nice, they're singing praises. On the other time, you know, I'm being told off, that kind of thing. So to me, it was more like a psychology game where they were hoping that one way or another, I will end up just doing it. But from where I was sitting, Chair, if I had a way of implementing those resolutions without breaking the procurement laws, I could have done it without even the effort, because that was my job and I needed to do my job. And after all, I wasn't permanent, so I needed to prove my net worth. But what I wouldn't do, Chair, was to break the law.
What did they say to you, the two board members, whenever you said, but this is against the law, this is not right? What did you ever put it like that to them? This,
Yes,
you're asking me to break the law, you're asking me to do something unlawful.
Chair, there's a lot of to and fro emails, but obviously for the sake of these proceedings, we had to select what to present. Otherwise,
Yes,
yeah, but it's clear, my position had been clear right from the onset, even prior to us getting these advices from National Treasury, because one of my key roles, Chair, was to understand the statutes that regulate public sector procurement in South Africa, and to advise the business accordingly. So I did advise them. There are memos to that effect, where I even talked about the same thing. I think there is one, Chair, where I even said we are putting the company at risk, and I think Mrs. Kunana responded and said to me, I did not ask you about risks. I said implement. So this was the challenges I was going through, because for me, it was about the company, it was about protecting the company, it was about protecting the positions of the board members as well. So I was doing my advisory role, and I did in many times, Chair.
Well, did any one of them ever said something to you that suggested that she, in good faith, believed that you were mistaken in thinking that agreeing to do what they wanted you to do was going to be breaking the law, and that they thought there was nothing wrong with doing this thing, it was lawful? Did they ever say anything to you that suggested that in
No,
good
Chair.
faith they thought you were wrong to say they were asking you to break the law?
No, Chair, I think in their minds, like you saw in the earlier communication, to them it was more of insubordination. I just don't want, but not that was the case. Like I'm saying right now, and I'll say it, Chair, that if I had a way of implementing it without breaking the law, I would have done it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to pick up on one aspect that you referenced at paragraph 32 on page 11, but I haven't heard you refer to it in your recounting of the story now.
Yes, Chair.
At paragraph 32, in the last sentence of that paragraph, you state there, I asked her how I was going to be able to justify appointing pre-selected entity without having gone out on open tender to procure the most effective service provider for SAA. Do you see that?
Yes, Chair.
Who is the person you were saying that to?
That was Mrs. Quinana.
And
the
is
Chair.
this something you can confirm you conveyed in the
Yes,
course
Chair.
of that meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Because as I understand your testimony thus far, you've raised concerns about legalities. This is, I guess, a part of the legality point, but it's a new point also. It's about pre-selecting an entity before any procurement process has been followed. Is that
Yes, Chair.
correct?
True.
Was that another of your concerns?
Yes, but all the same, given where we were with this particular award, again, it was not practical. But why I brought up this point to them, Chair, was to try and knock some sense to say, in a procurement process, you can't just go around dishing tenders. You have to follow a process before you can then say, I'm giving to this particular company or any other. I was just trying to open their eyes to say, but hang on, did you also take this into consideration? But again, to them, it was not taken in good faith. It was more like I'm just refusing because I'm anti-transformation, and I think somewhere they later will talk about it. Then maybe if I can finish, Chair, regarding the meeting on the 2nd of October.
Yes, of October.
I think after everyone else had gone, now there's the three of us on 6th floor. Then Ms. Myen said to me that, by the way, EFF will be coming here on Monday, the following Monday, and they want to get rid of, because they are concerned about the transformation issues at SAA, and they would want to get rid of people like you, and then Mrs. Quinana, in her words, she said me and Ms. Mshe were going to suffer, we were going to go through a disciplinary hearing because we had refused to obey her word. So I also got a bit emotional at that point, and then I asked them that I needed to go because it was almost around 6, 7-ish, and I said I needed to leave. Then I just had to dismiss myself, Chair.
Around what time was it when Ms. Michelle left?
She left around 5-ish, if my
Okay.
memory serves.
So
Chair.
you still stayed with them?
For
with
almost
this-
another
for
hour
about
plus.
another hour or more?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Dr. Dawa, Chair, I note we're just at 4, and it may be an appropriate time for a short break, but could I just conclude this point
Yes.
at page 12, Dr. Dawa, if you would pick it up there? Because at paragraph 34 at the top of that page, you talk about what Ms. Mieni had said about the EFF coming to march to SAA on Monday. But as I have it reflected there, you state that the chair stated that the EFF wanted all the Zimbabweans out of South
Yes.
Africa. Was there a specific reference to Zimbabweans in the context of you?
Not to direct it to me, but obviously I was the only Zimbabwean chair in that room. So if you make reference to Zimbabwe, and when there's one Zimbabwean, impliedly, I would assume that you're referring to me, Chair.
And what did you understand that to mean? Were you actually afraid of your safety?
Yes, Chair. Because what you'll find then is I had to raise this with my line management, and the following Monday I didn't even turn up to work, as I wasn't just sure as to whether what they were saying was real, was going to materialize, or if not. But life being life, I needed to take a precautious measure.
What day of the week was the 2nd of October, that meeting? Was it a Friday?
It must have been a Friday, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll take a 10 minutes break and resume at 4:15. We adjourn.
At least he knows it.
Chair, just to orientate us, this letter is an attachment to the email that you find on the preceding page, 239, in which Ms. Kwinana sends a complaint letter to Ms. Mieni. But I'd like for our purposes now to concentrate on the letter itself, which you find at page 240. And Chair, with your leave, I propose, it's quite a lengthy letter, but there's a lot of it that is important. So my suggestion is that I highlight those aspects which relate particularly to the evidence we've heard thus far from Dr. Dawa, and then offer him an opportunity to comment on what Ms. Kwinana is recording in this letter. So if we proceed on that basis, as I read the letter, there's first of all a reference to the State of the Nation address, which is where your evidence began on this whole 30% set aside, Dr. Dawa. So Ms. Kwinana sets that out initially in her letter to the chairperson. And then if we pick it up right at the last paragraph on page 240, she writes, having noted all this, it is sad for me to seek answers from you, chairperson, where in particular I would like to report the following about Dr. Masimba Dawa. 1, he lied that the jet fuel tender is inclusive of 6 streams, whereas on further inquiry, the jet fuel tender is just supply of jet fuel. 2, I used the above lies to communicate that this tender has 6 streams to SMMEs to whom the board awarded the 15% tender of jet fuel. 3, these lies that I communicated to a room with more than 60 people has an effect of bringing my name, the chairperson's name, SAA, and the government's name into disrepute, as there are now inquiries where service providers want to know the way forward in respect of logistics and other streams as communicated by myself, as per the misleading information provided by Dr. Dawa. 4, he also lied and made the chairperson to believe that the award letters to the tenderers were signed, whereas there were no letters. 5, when I asked about the status of board resolution implementation, he lied and said that the delays are with legal. I subsequently asked legal, who informed me in the presence of Dr. Dawa that they are waiting for Dr. Dawa. 6, he traveled with us on transformational roadshows, and when we were communicating the board decisions, he also clapped his hands, knowing very well that he would not write the award letters, which I later discovered that he would not write, as he said, my conscience does not allow me. 7, the above statement insinuated that the board required him to do unprofessional, unethical, illegal, and criminal activities. Chair, I propose we stop there. There are a few more aspects I'd like to pick up, but Dr. Dawa, can you just help us with the background to this jet fuel tender and what you did or did not say to Ms. Kwinana about 6 streams involved in the jet fuel value chain?
1 second before you respond, Dr. Dawa, please don't forget the answer I want to give.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Dawa, the question was to assist us in understanding this background to the allegation that you lied about the jet fuel tender being inclusive of 6 streams. What was that about?
Thank you so much, Chair. I remember one day we were traveling with Mrs. Kwinana, and I think Dr. Tambi was there, and we must have been going to Cape Town for something. Then she asked me to go where she was. I mean, I was like seated at the back on the aircraft, and she was somewhere in front. So I went, and then we started talking. So she was asking me about these whole transformation issues. And, out of commitment and out of duty, I then also tried to share with her possibilities of exploring sustainably the transformation of the jet fuel value chain. And in our discussion, to me it was just an ordinary executive discussion, which happens with many people, either in the car or on the bus or wherever you're going, where you're exploring certain things. But obviously, I did indicate the possible areas where we could look at, and why I took a much broader spectrum of the jet fuel value chain chair is because we had also signed, SAA had signed an MOU with the DTI, and we had already put together a task force which was then going to try and explore various opportunities for transformation. Then I remember very well indicating to Mrs. Kwinana that jet fuel is such a delicate kind of product, and we needed to look at it from various angles, as opposed to just say we're doing transformation now. And what I was just exploring is maybe we need to look at scope and possibility of transforming the into-wing part of the value chain, or the distribution part of the value chain, or the storage, or anything. That's where I was coming from. But to my surprise now, Mrs. Kwinana took it as a presentation to the board. But I was just exploring opportunities and possibilities, which obviously as a supply chain professional, she needed to task me maybe at some point to say, Dr. Dawa, can you now do a paper, which is the usual trend of how you think you could transform the jet fuel. But unfortunately, it didn't work that way. When we went to Durban now, the whole agenda item had been hijacked prematurely, and then she started saying, we want to give you this business. That's where now the whole the 60 companies that attended, the quintessentials, all these things started coming into play. But I think she misled herself, even by making those commitments to the people, because we had not even fully explored. And when I shared with her, I was like talking to a non-executive board member whom I had seen, in my view, had passion to do with the transformation. And in terms of trying to see the whole thing come to fruition, I just mentioned that, yeah, we could look into these options and everything. But to my surprise, in this letter, it came back now as a lie. And Chair, my view was it became a lie simply because I had said I can't award without following a procurement process. If I had awarded, I don't think I could have been charged for having lied.
Are you saying that when you were having this conversation with her on the plane, you were speaking in general?
Yes, Chair.
And not that you were talking on the basis of specific awards being made already. You were just talking general on
Yes.
the understanding that if it became necessary to go into specifics, then you could deal with that at that stage.
Yes, Chair. And why, like I said, I took a broader spectrum is because we now had a third party here, which is DTI. And so either way, because we're the task force, we still needed to try and explore the opportunity through the task force, see how far we can go, and maybe come up with a proposal, which in my view was again in support of the transformation. I could have simply said, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to explore possible opportunities.
Chair, just with a reference back to some evidence we've already received from Mr. Vaughan, who looked at that whole supply chain on the jet fuel aspect, I appreciate that he comes after in time to this engagement with Dr. Dawa, but there is a great similarity in the evidence that we received from Mr. Vaughan about where in the value chain you might be able to introduce transformation initiatives, and the evidence that Dr. Dawa has just given us. Dr. Dawa, we then move on from that background, thank you for that, to some of the other allegations made in those 7 points. I'd like to focus now on the alleged lies you made in relation to the award letters, and the allegation that you said you were going to...
You allegedly made.
Allegedly, indeed, apologies. The alleged lie is that you had said that they were signed where they weren't signed, and that you had said they were with legal when you were the cause of the delay. What is your response to those allegations?
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, my understanding and through practice over the last 20 years, a tender can only be awarded once, not twice, not thrice. Unless you terminate it, you redo the process and then you award again, something along those lines. So when I was asked at the Durban summit, I think this is where it emanated from, was from nowhere. They said, oh, Dr. Dawa, have you awarded the contract for Swissport? And I said, yes. In as far as I know, and even to this day, Chair, the Swissport contract was awarded in July 2012. And there's no way it's going to be re-awarded again. So that's what I meant.
Had it been, were you there when the decision to award it was taken?
No, I wasn't there, but I made some frantic effort to dig into the whole tender then, and I understood it like the back of my hand, Chair, in terms of what transpired, the spec, how it looked like, what it entailed, right up to the time when the award was done. So I had that information and the various board resolutions that pertain to it. You also find, I think there's more than 5, 6 board resolutions even thereafter, which I also found to be irregular and a bit confusing in terms of our practice.
Dr. Dawa?
I'm sorry, was that question at the summit not made in the context of awarding it around that time?
But what I think, Chair, I think the board member themselves okay. At that time, Chair, I think the board member chose to mislead themselves, because she knew very well that we had not done any procurement for Swissport tender, for example. So to ask me to say, have you awarded, what would I have had awarded? Because they would have had seen the criteria, they would have had gone through the various stages of the procurement process. So to ask me such a question, Chair, in front of many different people, it's also like putting me on spotlight. I can't argue, but I can only affirm what I know as fact. And to me, the fact is that contract, yes, it was awarded in July 2012, and it needed not to be awarded again.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Dawa, if we can then move on further in the letter of Ms. Kwinana, and it's the letter dated 9 October 2015. I'm picking it up at page 241 of your bundle, DD 16.
Yes, Chair.
You'll see under point 7, it is recorded there that Ms. Kwinana wrote, Chairperson, I'm also sad that at board level we have to micromanage the executives in respect of the non-implementation of our board resolutions in general. Dr. Dawa, did you experience a level of micromanagement from the board at that time?
Yes, Chair.
And what did it relate to?
For me, I found it to be awkward because, I mean, SAA could be the 10th big company that I've worked for in my whole career. And to my surprise, we didn't have that kind of micromanagement from the board, other than maybe from your line manager, and it would give rise to various complaints and things of the form, but not from the board.
And then if you go further down that page to the last paragraph, in the middle, Chair, as I read it, Ms. Kwinana is making some complaints about the CFO and the CEO, and then she's also referencing some of the provisions of the disciplinary code of conduct. But then in the last paragraph, she goes back to Dr. Dawa. She says, from the foregoing, it is clear that there is no commitment on the part of Dr. Dawa to the resolutions of the Durban Roadshow. No positive outcome has eventuated since we went on a roadshow, judging by numerous inquiries from would-be service providers that have gone unanswered. The situation as it presents itself amply demonstrates that Dr. Dawa is hell-bent on sabotaging and derailing the transformational agenda of the present government in general, and that of SAA in particular. While the SAA board is doing all in its power to translate the government's intent of economic empowerment into concrete reality, to extricate the African majority from the quagmire of poverty, Dr. Dawa is equally doing his best to keep the same people in economic bondage. He is part of a sinister, retrogressive agenda which is aimed at reversing the transformation agenda of the present government. His behavior smacks of insubordination and conspiracy against the SAA board. This purulent attitude may be located in the fact that he does not share the agony of the people of South Africa, who have emerged from centuries of economic deprivation and whose freedom was born of struggle. It is actually ironic that he is sabotaging SAA that appointed him to such a senior position, essentially biting the hand that feeds him. This leaves me with no other option except to recommend that the strongest possible action be taken against him. Thank you. And then it's signed Yake Kwinana. Dr. Dawa, what is your response to those criticisms of yourself?
Chair, to be honest, I didn't find these criticisms as warranted. I share the same background with the Black South Africans, for instance. I'm also a product of a struggle. Zimbabwe has not been spared in terms of this. And besides my coming here and being a permanent resident of South Africa, Chair, it's a huge responsibility that has been trusted upon me by the government of Republic of South Africa. And I personally don't take it lightly. In the best interest of the people of South Africa and in the best interest of the development of South Africa, I didn't think this was warranted, because if I was anti-transformation, I wouldn't have done the many things that I did. The what, Chair, we didn't dispute. The what was transformation. And besides, in the LTTS document, Chair, this is there as part of the key things that I needed to do. It's the how where we differed. Because we risked breaking the laws, we risked bringing the name of South African Airways, the name of South African government into disrepute. So I do appreciate, but to me this was more like a hate message that was just crafted out of bitterness to say I had not done what they required me to do. But why I had not done them, Chair, like I indicated earlier on, I could have done them if they were legal. Yeah, even if it meant spending the whole night, Chair, at work, I could have done it. So to me, I don't understand why this was being directed at me, because I also see she doesn't say this to my bosses. But my bosses never attended any of our road shows, Chair. I attended every single one of them. I did everything. I made it look professional. I made it, because to my best of interest, Chair, I wanted the black people of South Africa to understand, first and foremost, to get the information of how SAA operated in terms of its procurements, which was something I did out of my whole heart and to the best interest of the country to move forward. But to me, again, I don't understand why a board member would direct this to me and about me.
Dr. Dawa, apologies, Chair.
Is there anything in this letter from Ms. Kwinana to the chairperson that says that what you were asked to do was not unlawful? Is there anything that addresses your concern to say, if I do what you asked me to do, I'll be breaking the law?
I think the indication, Chair, would be maybe covered under where I said it is against my conscience.
Yes.
I think that's the only aspect I can think of at this juncture. And why I said that, yes, I did say that. But my conscience, Chair, is I know right from wrong. And I'm saying I can't, on my own accord, choose
to break the law,
simply because I deliberately don't want to follow the law. So that was a serious issue to me, and it was against my conscience.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Dawa, you did respond to this letter, did you not?
Yes, Chair, I did respond.
Chair, for the record, we find that under tab 11 at page 245.
Thank you.
And Chair, given the explanation that Dr. Dar was given now of his response, it's actually not necessary to go through the text. But what you have said now, in essence, Dr. Dawa, as I read this response from you, is consistent with what you've just testified about. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
Is there anything in this response of yours that you'd like to highlight that you haven't covered already?
I think all has been covered, Chair.
Thank you. I'd then like us to go back to your affidavit, if we may, to page 13.
Yes, Chair.
To the extent that it may be necessary, you confirm that any emails that one may find in this bundle purporting to come from you and addressed to whoever correctly were from you and correctly reflect what you said in the emails or letters. So you are not going. We are not going to read this whole letter, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you have looked at it. Everything is in accordance with what you wanted to convey.
True, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. If we go back to page 13 of your
I think it
affidavit.
might be necessary to just cover that
Yes.
for those which we don't
Go through. Absolutely,
Yes, so
Chair. We'll
that-
make a note.
So that they are
So that
covered
there's,
as
so we have on record
evidence. Yeah,
that
yeah.
Dr. Dawa confirms that this is an accurate reflection of the email you sent on the 16th of October 2015. Is that correct, Dr. Dawa?
Yes, Chair.
And then that there's nothing in addition of its content that he wishes
Yes,
to raise.
yes.
Thank you. We'll do that in future.
Yeah, yeah.
Then if we go to page 13 of your affidavit,
Yes, Chair.
thank you, Chair. Dr. Dawa, you deal here with a meeting that took place on the 2nd of December 2015, which is 2 months, as I have it, after the meeting that you'd had on the 2nd of October, where you were kept late and were being forced to sign the letters of award.
Yes, Chair.
Can you please tell us what happened on the 2nd of December 2015?
Thank you, Chair. I beg your pardon. On the 2nd of December 2015, I think around 8 o'clock, my PA told me that the head of transformation, Mr. Tapelo Lehasa, wanted to see me urgently because he had a meeting set up between me, him, and one of my commodity managers, Mr. Tami Sogwazile, with a certain gentleman by the name Mr. Des van Rooyen, whom I was made to understand was the Director General for MKVA, that's the Military Veterans Association. And I didn't, because I had not expected that meeting, Chair. And I asked it a couple of questions as to what it was about and what was going to be dealt with in that particular meeting. But Mr. Lehasa then said I knew because there had been some emails sent to me about that meeting prior. So finally, Chair, I was told the venue of the meeting was one of the floors. I can't remember which floor exactly. So I had to go there. And when I entered into the room, I saw Mr. Lehasa was there, Mr. Tami Sogwazile was there, my commodity manager, and this gentleman who introduced himself as Mr. Des van Rooyen, he was there as well, and another gentleman who had a cap, he was tallish, but he gave me his card, to be honest, but for some reasons, I misplaced all that information. And then Mr. Des van Rooyen started talking that he was not happy with me because he had sent me emails and I had not bothered responding. So I wasn't so sure what emails he was referring to. And I just kept saying, but sir, I don't remember getting any such emails from you. But then he went on, and then he said, anyway, the reason why I'm here is because I want to talk to you about MKVA business with SAA. Then I said, okay. So he said there were two particular contracts he was interested in. One was to do with security, and the other one was to do with the Amadeus procurement, or the Amadeus contract extension, where they needed a BAE partner. Then I said, okay. So I said to him, but in as far as I can remember sitting here, I don't remember us having a tender, a running tender for security services. And however, the Amadeus contract extension was something that was still work in progress. And we had not even got to a point where we're saying we going out to tender to find the BAE partner for Amadeus. Then he told me that, what I was telling him he wasn't interested in. He just wanted me to give those tenders to those particular companies. Then I made a recollection that we had a security tender which had just been awarded to a company called Rishabile. And at one point it is told, the award is told as well, because the board felt it needed to be re-tendered. Then I gave them advice in writing as well to say the only grounds for cancellation of tender, as stipulated in the PPPFA, was when the scope of business would have changed, or the business had run out of funds, say that you can't afford that kind of contract and some kind of things. So as I was recollecting, this then came back to say, so is it why we had at one point wanted to cancel? Because finally the board took my advice and we awarded. So there was no tender for me to award to the two companies. One of them was Mafoko Security, and the other one, I don't remember the name of it.
I'll give it to you. We'll pick it up on page 14. But just before we go there, if we can just unpack it ever so slightly, Dr. Dawa.
Yes,
So I have your testimony to be that Mr. Van Rooyen says to you that there are two contracts that he wants awarded to whom? Were they companies that he was associated with? What did he explain to you?
The way, Chair, I got it was companies related to MKVA.
Right, and he was introduced as the Director General of MKVA to you at the beginning of the meeting. Is that correct?
Tapelo Reasa, yes.
Could it be that you were told he was Treasurer General rather than Director General?
From what I remember, Chair, now it's almost 4 years close, but even in my earlier writings, I remember, I don't think I would have had forgotten that. But from what I recollect,
wrote Director General when writing to him.
Yes. No, not to him.
Yeah.
But when I was working on this case, because after then I didn't have anything much to do with him, then I get placed on special leave the following day.
Okay.
Chair, I was interested in your question because it's one certainly that we've traversed with Dr. Dawa previously, because the business card of Mr. Van Rooyen that was handed over in the course of the meeting is at page 264 of the papers, and you'll see there that he's quite clearly indicated as the Treasurer General of
I'd not.
You had not seen that,
but
indeed.
I think I've read somewhere that at some stage he was, I don't know if he still is,
Yes.
Treasurer General of that association.
But just as confirmation of your recollection there, Chair, it is as it's indicated on the business card. But Dr. Dawa, just to be clear about your evidence, when you entered that room, what do you recall being told about Mr. Van Rooyen's position?
I think what I stated in my statement is what I recall.
That he was Director General?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. And then we get to the point, as I understand your testimony, that he wants two contracts, the security...
Maybe I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No.
Dr. Dawa, you said he gave you his card.
I think so.
And is
him
the card
and
in
the other
the bundle
gentleman.
the card that he gave you?
That one, I think it came as part of an email.
Yes, I think there was a follow-up with an email.
Oh,
Because, let's just see here, yes, the business card is attached to the email, actually. I
yes.
think Dr. Dawa's testimony earlier was that he was given it, but he didn't keep it after the meeting.
Oh, okay.
But it was attached to an email that we have at page 262, and then the attached card is at 264 of the
okay.
papers.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
And then Dr. Dawa, so he was talking about a security contract, is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And just, if you could give us again your testimony there, what precisely did you say to him about that contract?
I told him that in as far as I remember, there was not any security contract that was running. The one we had just been awarded
Yes.
to another company.
And you do actually give us, as an annexure to your affidavit, that letter of award which had gone to the successful company. You can find that at 272, which is under tab 14. And you'll see if you turn up that page.
Yes, Chair.
Is that the letter of award that you were referring to?
Yes, Chair.
You'll see at the top of the page it's dated 14 September 2015, and it's addressed to Reshabile Aviation and Protection Services. And as I read that first paragraph, it is congratulating Reshabile Aviation and Protection Services on being awarded the above services for a period of 1 year and 6 months, starting from 1 October 2015 to 31 March 2017. Do you see that?
Yes, Chair.
So is that what you were referring to when you said to Mr. Van Rooyen, it's already been awarded?
Yes, Chair, because in as far as I remembered, that was the only security tender we had run.
And what was his response when you said that?
He then moved on to talking about the one for Amadeus.
Thank you.
For the sake of completeness, this letter at 272 awarding that security tender was written by you, is that correct?
Yes, Chair. Well, indirectly by my category managers.
Or you signed? at least?
I didn't sign. I don't think I was there even when
Well,
it was issued. Yeah, it was PP'd on my
it was
behalf.
PP'd, yeah.
Because I was aware,
but
I think.
it was your decision?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Then let's move to Amadeus. And before we get into precisely what Mr. Van Rooyen said on that day, I'd like to ask you to provide us with a little bit of background about Amadeus. What is it? What services does it relate to?
Thank you, Chair. The Amadeus contract pertained to provision of the online booking system, which is used by airlines.
And what was the status of that contract at the time that Mr. Van Rooyen met with you on the 2nd of December 2015?
Maybe I need to give a bit of background.
Thank you.
One key aspect, Chair, of the long-term turnaround strategy was to look at various contracts that existed, try and interrogate them to see if there was scope for taking out costs which were irrelevant to the operation of the business. Because remember, SAA's major challenge was costs. It was just a high operating business cost model. So what I then did in my first 3 months as part of my job brief was to pick up the top 20 contracts within SAA for renegotiation. So what that meant was I needed to interrogate each and every contract, particularly the big ones, because I used the 80-20 principle rule to say maybe 20% of our total cost is coming from, 80% of our total cost is coming from 20% of our contracts. So Amadeus contract happened to fall within that 20%, and as part of the many other contracts that we renegotiated or that we interrogated to see if there was scope to say maybe at time of procurement, we bought a car with a sunroof, with this and that, which we are all paying for. I then used my procurement skills to then say, how do we work together with bidders, or with our current suppliers, to eliminate or to remove the unnecessary components in our contracts. And obviously it means a term of procuring it. With the Amadeus contract in particular, we had bought this big, but then later on we were only utilizing a small component of what we had procured. So Amadeus kindly cooperated, and we started interrogating with an intention to make savings for South African Airways. And unfortunately, the Amadeus, we have got some that went through before this whole 30% issue became a big challenge. But then the Amadeus fell, squarely when things had changed and the 30% issue had just become introduced. If you recall, Chair, in my statement, I did say that I made savings of 211 million within record 6 months' time. It was purely because of the renegotiation of existing contracts. And that exercise also helped me to see quite many contracts that were not finalized.
And Dr. Dawa, you're focusing on the saving that you were able to agree with Amadeus. What was the amount of that saving?
That was around 19 million, Chair.
And what was your understanding of the saving? To whose benefit would that saving lie?
To South African Airways, Chair. Like I said, it was a response to the long-term turnaround strategy where the airline was bleeding because of excessive costs. And it was my duty to make sure that I weeded out all unnecessary costs within existing contracts, Chair.
Chair, I'm going to ask that we go slightly back in time just so that we can follow the background up till the meeting, because Dr. Dawa is assisting us with understanding what Amadeus was contracted for. I understand your testimony then to have covered the efforts you made to find savings with it and the identification of a 19 million rand saving. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Then I'd like to take you to a board decision that took place on the 26th of August 2015. You'll find it under tab 17 at page 281.
Yes, Chair.
Dr. Dawa, can you indicate to us what this record of decision of the board relates to?
Thank you, Chair. This related to the Amadeus contract extension, that's provision of passenger bookings services.
Thank you. And could you read for us what the Board of Directors resolved? You'll find it in the fourth block on that page.
It reads, the Board of Directors resolved to approve that SAA extended the existing Amadeus, I can't read the other part, agreement.
Looks like CITP.
CITP, thank you, Chair. Agreement for the provision of PB services, as well as associated supplements and related agreements with Amadeus Global Travel Distribution South Africa for an additional period of 3 years at an estimated total savings of 19,073,000. The other part I can see where there's a 6 or 8, 698 maybe, per year, calculated at 8.5 million PBs.
And then what decision was taken in the blocks that appear there, either approved, referred back for rework, or declined?
It was approved, Chair.
And what is the second part of that block detailing?
It reads, point 1, Amadeus should set aside 30% of the contract for partnering with a local BEE SMME in the IT space. And another condition, the savings that Amadeus is willing to concede should be utilized for enterprise development and or any other equity contribution which may be required from the successful BEE company. Point 3, should Amadeus reject the above proposal, SAA should go out on tender with immediate effect.
Thank you. Can we look at that second condition? I want to understand from you what that second condition means as far as you understood it at the time. What is it saying there?
I think my understanding, Chair, is the savings that had been secured for South African Airways under the LTTS implementation plan were supposed to be utilized for enterprise development. And Chair, let me make a submission at this point that SAA did not even have a transformation policy in place as at that time. So even to say we needed to use that money for enterprise development, I didn't quite understand how that was going to work because we still were struggling to get that policy from the head of transformation for quite some time. Secondly, to say it was going to be utilized to buy an equity contribution which may be required from a successful BE company, I also don't quite understand that. I'm a non-finance person, Chair, but with my little understanding, buying of, when we talk of equity, to me it sounds like buying shares in some company. And obviously, from where I'm sitting, Chair, I didn't quite understand how that equity would be secured in a third-party company, utilizing the savings that we had got. Because also, on one hand, savings come in two forms. There may be a check written back to you to say, here are your savings, or it's a paper thing where you just say, okay, going forward, we are not going to be charging you X amount, but we are going to charge you a reduced amount. So since we're still in the whole process of finalizing this whole thing, this second condition doesn't quite make clear sense to me as to how that condition would be applied. That's my understanding, Chair.
Dr. Dawa, I understand from your statement, your affidavit, that amongst the things that worried you about that condition was that it was going to be redirecting a saving to SAA to a third party that was going to be brought into the Amadeus contract. Is that a fair reading of your affidavit?
True, Chair.
And then if we return to the meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen, because you meet with him on the 2nd of December, as I have your evidence.
Yes,
he
ma'am.
first raises the security contract. You indicate to him that's already been awarded, and then he moves to the Amadeus contract. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Please tell us what he said about the Amadeus contract.
He then said there's this issue about the Amadeus contract that I understand it has been renegotiated, and there are savings of about 19 million that are there. Then he said, in search for the BEE company, I would want you to use the other company that I said I needed to get the name again.
Yes, let me give it to you. If you go to page 14, at the bottom of the page, paragraph 44,
Yes, Chair.
you'll see you record there that Mr. Van Rooyen then stated that he should be awarded the tender for Amadeus to a company, Christatus Investments and Information Technology Solution, as the BEE partner to Amadeus.
Yes, Chair.
Does that accord with your recollection of the company he referenced?
Yes, Chair. Then when he mentioned that, I was surprised, Chair, that Mr. Van Rooyen knew about the negotiation that we were having with Amadeus. And what I didn't quite get is because in one meeting with Amadeus, when we were still doing the to and fro's, going to the board, back to them, the board wants 30% and all those kind of things, they did mention to me and to the Chief of Information, Mr. Pintankala, that someone had come to them and told them that they were going to be partners for the BEE component. We tried to see if they could disclose who that someone was, but they refused. So now the event of the 2nd of December made me remember now that there was that conversation which had been said somewhere by an official from Amadeus. And also, like I said, I was surprised to say Mr. Van Rooyen knew about the savings, because even at that stage, Chair, we had not even made a position. We're still moving between board, Amadeus, IT, procurement, we're still trying to find our feet in terms of concluding that whole thing, but that really surprised me. Then in my response to him regarding that issue, I told him that, unfortunately, sir, I'm a procurement person. I wouldn't know how this 19 million would be apportioned or would be redirected or transferred or whatever it is to a third-party company. And I even kindly said to him, I think finance would know, because they deal with these issues inside out. But from a procurement point of view, I'd never dealt with situations where I had to move money, first and foremost, which had been secured for savings because the airline is bleeding. And then we are saying we don't want it, we want to pass it on to third parties. It didn't make sense to me, but I did refer him in that meeting to say maybe finance people would understand what you're talking about. But we didn't go into how impossible it was to appoint his particular company.
And Dr. Dawa, if we then move to page 17 of your affidavit, you summarize at paragraph 47 on that page what aspects of the meeting were of concern to you. Can you tell us what those concerns were?
What my concerns were, Chair, is that Mr. Van Rooyen knew all the details of this particular contract that we are renegotiating with Amadeus, and he also knew about the discussions that were going on, that we would eventually require a BE partner to partner with Amadeus, and which is why most probably then came forward and say he had his company as the partner to go along with Amadeus.
Dr. Dawa, was the 19 million rand saving public knowledge at that time?
Not at the time, Chair.
And do you remember Mr. Van Rooyen making specific reference to that saving in that amount?
Yes, Chair.
Was that something that concerned you?
Yes, it did.
At this meeting, I don't get the impression from your evidence that Mr. Van Rooyen was talking to you in the way of making a request and or making a proposal. Is my understanding correct?
Chair, I don't think he was making a request or a proposal. To me, it was more of an instruction. Given that I don't know him personally, even that he was a treasurer general, I didn't know. I was just a mere chief procurement officer. And now I'm getting this instruction to say, I want you to award, because the two companies were presented to me, the profiles of those two companies. And obviously, I didn't know what he wanted me to do with them, because to then say, I want you to award, again, I couldn't understand exactly.
Yeah, well, you repeat the word want, but that's the basis for my question, because you did say earlier on, he said something like he wanted you to give to award the tender to them, or to whatever the company was, and I was concerned about whether you are quite clear in your mind that that's how he put it. He wanted you to do that.
Yes, Chair.
You are clear about that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Dawa, you mentioned a moment ago that you were then provided with the details of those two companies. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Chair, I'm not suggesting we go there now, but the emails that follow the meeting then do provide letters from each of those companies that were referenced by Mr. Van Rooyen in the meeting. The one related to the security tender and the other related to the IT tender. Well, the engagement with Amadeus around the IT system. Dr. Dawa, if we could then move to lower on the page 17 of your affidavit.
Yes, Chair.
Well, before we go there, maybe akin to a question the chair asked you about the 2nd of October meeting, how did the 2nd of December meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen end? On what terms did it end?
I think I remember very well. I did tell him that I do no tender for security to award, and regarding the Amadeus contract, he needed to consult maybe with finance, as this was something strange to me, or something that I couldn't help with, because it didn't sit within my procurement remit.
And did you have any further interactions with Mr. Van Rooyen after that point?
No, Chair.
We'll come to what happened 7 days later in the history of South Africa in relation to Mr. Van Rooyen, because as I understand your evidence later, that did have a bearing for you on your sense of what was going on at the time. But before we get there, if we could just turn to page 17 of your affidavit.
Yes,
And
Chair.
maybe before that, Ms. Hofmeyer, there were other people at this meeting of the, is it 2nd of December?
Indeed.
2nd of December, where Mr. Van Rooyen was speaking to you.
Yes, Chair.
Did they participate in the discussions, or was the discussion simply between you and Mr. Van Rooyen?
The discussion, Chair, was between me and Mr. Van Rooyen.
Yes. Okay.
And what I would also want to put before you, Chair, is the nature of the meeting was very unusual. I mean, I had a PA, and if I was the organizer of that meeting, definitely my PA needed to come and take minutes of whatever the proceedings were. However, I was not the organizer of the meeting. Mr. Tapelo Lehasa was, and to my surprise, one of my subordinates was also present in that meeting, which also
Without
gave
your
me,
prior knowledge?
no. Even to this date, I don't know why he was there, because the following day, I was asked to leave.
Now, who was the person who had told you about this meeting?
It was the head of transformation, Mr. Tapelo Lehasa.
Yes, and he was at the meeting as well.
He was, him and Mr. Tamiso Gwazile, one of
Yes.
my commodity managers,
Yes.
Mr. Van Rooyen, and another gentleman that he brought along with him.
Yes, and you can't remember the name of the gentleman.
No, Chair.
Now, Mr. Lehasa, in relation to the hierarchy in the company, in relation to you and the hierarchy of the company, where was he? Was he your senior in the company, or were you
No,
on
we
the
were
same
peers.
level?
We are peers, we are at
You were
same
peers.
level. Yes, Chair.
Yes, yes. Okay, but he never said much at the meeting.
No.
Yes.
But what I kind of pick as well from other emails and exchanges, it appears there had been some discussions going on without my knowledge. So I think when that meeting was called, I was more like the odd one out. I was trying to get to understand what it was that was going on. But the two gentlemen from my team seemed to have an idea of what it is that was going on.
Did you ever ask Mr. Lehase how it came about that he called you to a meeting that ultimately appeared to have been essentially between you and Mr. Van Rooyen, without you having been consulted in advance about that meeting being arranged? Did you ever get to talk to him about that?
Not on the day, Chair, but what I could get was a lot of excitement from my direct report, Mr. Tamiso Gwazila. He looked very excited about things that were going on, because you also find he had direct communications with the chair, with Mrs. Quinan and them, and I hope we'll cover that. And so most probably, I was the only one who was trying to get up to terms. And in terms of asking Mr. Lehasa, Chair, this happened on the 2nd, and on the 3rd, I was asked to go on special leave. So I never got a chance. Even the cards, most probably I left them on my table, because you know when you come from a meeting, you may leave your things there. But
Yeah.
the manner in which things happened thereafter, I may not have had a chance to pick up what I thought I would need.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Dr. Dawa, you've made references on 2 occasions to your concerns about the reporting lines of persons who were below you in the hierarchy and who they were engaging with. Can
Yes,
you
Chair.
tell us what that concern was?
Sorry. Chair, as head of procurement of the Chief Procurement Officer for South African Airways, I reported to Chief Finance Officer, who then in return reported to the CEO, and the CEO in return reported to the board. But what was happening now in my area is I had 2 members of my staff reporting direct to the chair of the board, Mrs. Muyeni, and there's evidence to that effect. And even the issue of my lying, that I lied, I pick it for the first time from Mr. Tamiso Gwazile in one email where he said, we're at a CSF team for jet fuel and we would want to let you know, Dr. Dawa, that we are going to report you to senior leadership that you lied. And then I reported that case to my boss, which was the CFO, to say this is what I'm told. And another issue that happened at the same time was I was made aware by Mr. Tami in a meeting, in my departmental meeting, that the chair had instructed him to call for a meeting between SAA procurement team and SAAT and Mango to come and discuss some transformational issues. Then I sought for clarification to say how could the chair talk to my line, my direct line, and not even through my boss or boss's boss, and that seemed to have been becoming more of a problem. You also find that there is evidence to the fact that one of the Durban road shows where that issue of 60 whatever companies, Mr. Tamiso Gwazile actually took it upon himself to lead on the arrangement and everything, and now I was like playing second fiddle in the whole state of affairs.
He reported to you, but now he was like taking over and doing things without talking to you, without your approval.
Sure, Chair, which is why then even in my meeting with Mr. Des Van Rooyen, he was there. I don't know up to this minute as to how he found himself there. If I wanted, most probably it should have been myself inviting him to that meeting, pending on what it was going to look at, and maybe if I wanted him to get first-hand information, because they were the implementers of some of these issues. But to my surprise, he knew, and that's why I'm saying most probably there were many other things happening behind my back, and especially if you look at events that happen from that meeting going forward.
Dr. Dawa, we're going to get to the next day, the 3rd of December, in a moment, because that is when I understand you were served with letters of suspension, a letter of suspension. But before we go there, if I may just take you to page 17 of your affidavit.
Yes, Chair.
Because you deal with a crisp topic, which is the tender award cancellation for LSG Sky Chef. Chair, this is a matter that Ms. Mshe will also deal with. But because we have the benefit of Dr. Dawa's evidence today, I'll ask him to traverse his knowledge of that issue as well.
I was just thinking, but I realize we might still be within time.
Yes.
I was just thinking that not about for adjourning,
Yes.
but I was just thinking whether we had, without noticing past the deadline by which he had promised to write those letters awarding tenders to the 2 members.
Yes.
The promise to the 2 members of the board.
Indeed.
But I think we are still within.
Indeed.
Yeah,
We'll come
okay.
to that.
Yeah.
So if we can do the cancellation, and then we'll conclude on the letters of award, and then we'll go to the suspension, with your leave. So page 17,
Yes,
Dr.
Chair.
Dawa, you deal there with a tender that was awarded to LSG Sky Chef. Do you see that?
Yes, Chair.
When was that letter of award issued to LSG Sky Chef?
That was on the 21st of August 2015, Chair.
And what process had preceded that?
A formal tender process had taken place and evaluations done and an award made to LSG Sky Chefs.
Thank you. And what then happened about 2 weeks later on the 2nd of September 2015?
I was invited to join the board members, including Mrs. Muyeni, to Parliament in Cape Town. And during the discussions pertaining to issues of SAA, the many issues, as always, out of the blues, the chair started, she just mentioned the issue about these executives, they kind of seem like they don't know what they're doing, because recently there's a tender for catering which was awarded to Sky Chefs, which is a German company, as if we are saying in South Africa there are no women who can cook, So straight from there, attention was moved to me to say or to explain what this was about. And as the Chief Procurement Officer, in a nutshell, I just didn't want to have too many words, because media was also quite interested in the whole thing. I did say to them, and it was even in the newspapers, online and everything, that a due procurement process was followed, and the outcome of the evaluation resulted in the tender being awarded to LSG Sky Chef. Then when we had there was a whole lot of discussion, because now it really, but what prompted that discussion is because, in my view, Chair, the matter was taken out of proportion, and I think we had taken a very narrow view of South African Airways as a brand. South African Airways, Chair, in as far as I'm concerned, is not a national airline. It's a global airline. It's a big name, and it goes, all its destinations define who South African Airways is. It's not like Joburg, Cape Town, and back, that kind of a thing. So I found those comments, in my view, to be kind of unwarranted for a national, for a global player, for an international airline.
The catering was to happen where?
It was to happen at OR Tambo International.
Yes, but
yeah.
weren't they meaning that it might be flying globally, but its home is South Africa?
True, Chair, but I think in terms of looking at a global player, Chair, it will be very difficult to try and localize it in many spheres and even to make it an issue. Because a global company, as far as I'm concerned, it has to live within the confines of the international space, because if everyone else within that space, Chair, starts making such assertions, then even running that nature of business may be very difficult.
But your first answer was due
Procurement process
processes were followed.
Yes, Chair.
And what happened after that parliamentary session and the questions?
So when we returned home the following day, I think, all execs were running all over like headless chickens to make sure that something had been done about this. And in as far as I understand, I think Ms. Mshe would know more. I think there was an emergency board meeting that took place, not necessarily at Airways Park, if my recollection is well, at some hotel around the airport, I think. And then from there, I was made to understand that the board had made a resolution that the award be cancelled, and legal had drafted the cancellation letter for my signature, and I did append my signature because I felt all executives were in agreement that we needed to cancel that contract.
Well, let me ask this. When SAA issued tenders,
Yes, Chair.
would there be a stipulation that only South African companies, South Africans, were eligible to bid for the tenders?
No, Chair, unless we're following the triple PFA route, where all this is embedded within a criteria. the evaluation criteria. That would then, in a way, give added advantage to South African companies, but not to say
Not
this
to say
is
that-
confined only to South African companies and no one else can do that.
So there was no stipulation that if you are not a South African bidder, you may not bid for the tender.
No, there wasn't. And more so, Chair, my understanding of LSG Sky Chef, it's a company registered here in South Africa. So what I just
Yes.
don't know is its composition and all those kind of things. But if we were to dig into all that, you may find that they just operate locally.
Yes. So one, in regard to that particular tender, there was no stipulation that if it was a company that was not a South African company, it was disqualified from bidding for the tender. Two, you say it was, you think it was registered in South Africa.
Yes, Chair, and not to my recollection. Also, Chair, I think I would want to make a submission to you that say we had that condition by whichever means, we still had an obligation to follow it through the evaluation process and then
Yes.
make sure that we award to the rightful person. Now that we had gone through the whole procurement process, evaluations and everything, and we have awarded, then it still affirms my view that there must not have been that condition, because if it was there, obviously I would have thought it would have been a critical criteria, pass-fail. So are you a South African company? Yes. Tick. We proceed to the next level of evaluation. Are you a South African company? No. We reject because you're non-compliant or because you're not meeting what we call the critical criteria. But
course.
in as far as I know, that wasn't the case, Chair.
Of course, one leaves out the question whether it would have been constitutional to put that kind of stipulation. Okay, all right.
Of which, Chair, just a small point, which is why, in my view, when I look at South African Airways, it's more of, all Africans love South African Airways. Yeah, wherever you are in the world, when you see South African Airways fly past you, your heart beats fast because it's for Africa. And that's the mindset and the spirit in which I look at South African Airways. And trying to confine it to just South African borders, in my view, is a little bit, unwarranted.
Dr. Dawa, you indicated that you did sign the letter that cancelled the award to LSG Sky Chefs. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And to whom was the contract then awarded?
It was awarded to Air Chefs.
And
Two?
Air Chefs,
which is a subsidiary of South African Airways.
Oh, okay.
And do you know at the time who was the chair of the board of Air Chefs?
I'm not so sure, but
That's
all I
fine.
know is between Miss Mieni and Miss Quinana.
One of
It
the
was
two
one of them.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure, Chair. But I know they were involved in that board, but not sure as to in what capacities.
Thank you. And if you go to page 18 of your affidavit, paragraph 51,
Yes, Chair.
Maybe before
Yes.
that, Ms. Dr. Dawa, you covered this, but I think I immediately asked you another question and we focused on something else. Let's just go back to when you came from Cape Town,
Yes, Chair.
where this whole issue about SAA executives giving a tender for catering to, was it a German company?
Yes.
It was a German
Yes, Chair.
company, and implying that South Africans can't cook. When that whole thing erupted, you said that when you came back,
Yes, Chair.
there was a board meeting, an urgent board meeting, and you felt like all the executives, or most of the executives were against, wanted this tender to be cancelled. Just give me the picture of exactly how the situation was when you came back and just go through that again. I want to understand that.
Yeah, I should say, Chair, I went on, when we came back the following day, we were all in office. I went back with my business as usual. And later on, I started, I think it was Ms. Mshe who called me and told me that there was a board meeting going on, and she got wind that this needed to be cancelled. And legal were already busy drafting the grounds or the cancellation letter, if you may want to call it. And they were coming to see me. And then later on, I remember Ms. Zooks, who is the current acting CEO, came to my office as well and told me that there's been that resolution to say we needed to cancel this. I remember asking about the resolution, which I believe I must have seen, Chair, but I'm not sure where it's sitting, where this was made, that we needed the cancellation to happen.
Was she talking about a resolution of the board or a resolution of some other body or committee?
I think it was of the board, because this came from the company secretary, if my memory serves. Yes, and then the letter was drafted for me by legal, because generally it was us drafting any letters as procurement. We draft them, then we take them to legal for editing and maybe additions or anything of the form. But in this case, the letter came from legal, drafted and done for me, and I just appended my signature and we communicated.
So the only discussion you had with anybody at SAA on that day around the alleged need to cancel the award was with who and who and who?
It's quite a number of people, Chair. Obvious, Miss.
You mentioned about 2 or 3.
Yeah, Miss Zooks Ramasi, we spoke about it. Miss Tulim Share, we spoke about it. And I think the commodity manager responsible. And I remember some people, people kept coming to my office, and it was more like an agent thing that needed to happen. I had to call the LSG, and I spoke to some lady, even right there, to notify them that they needed not to proceed with setting up, because we had just awarded and they were already busy trying to mobilize to make sure that they started their work on time.
Had the letter to the company, had it gone to tell them you have been awarded the tender?
Yes,
Had it gone
earlier
by that time?
it had.
Yeah.
Yes,
but
Chair.
they had not started working.
I think they were in the process of
Preparing.
mobilizing resources, yes.
Yes. Okay, all right. So you were given a letter that had been drafted by the legal department,
Yes, Chair.
which was cancelling the award,
Yes, Chair.
and the letter was addressed to the successful bidder.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. If we just pick it up at paragraph 51 on page 18 of your affidavit.
Yes, Chair.
You state there, I have since learned that there is currently court litigation between SAA and LSG. Do you see that?
Yes, Chair.
How did you come to learn of that?
Following these ongoing probings and investigations by the Commission, I think they got to pick up that as part of maybe the main other things that they were looking for. But I didn't know all this long that there was that litigation, though I was not surprised.
Were you in agreement with this letter of cancellation?
I think, Chair, I just did it for a duty, and mostly because all my other executives were in agreement that we just do so. And if I didn't quite think I wanted to be the odd one out to say, no, let's not do it. But everyone was saying, let's do it. And I said, it's fine, we can.
Who had awarded the tender?
I did.
You had to awarded the tender.
Yes, Chair.
And when you awarded it, you were satisfied it was the correct thing to do.
Which is why I defended that even at Parliament, Chair.
Yes, yes. Is there anything that was said to you
by those who wanted the award to be cancelled to show that you may have been wrong in
Not
awarding
from,
the tender?
not from any board member, no, from
Or
my
colleagues and
colleagues,
so on.
no. Nothing like that, Chair.
Was there just some big noise that it should be cancelled?
Yes, and for me, I took it to be quite a sensitive issue, you know, particularly where people were trying to arouse the feelings of the general public to say, no, you guys, you are like being perceived as you can't cook. I mean, that was a bit too much of a statement, and obviously, considering the sensitivities around that matter, I didn't want to be the odd one out,
Yes.
trying to defend
Yes.
against such a practice. But in my mind, like I had indicated, I knew it was not the right thing we were doing.
Yeah, you knew it was not right.
No,
Yes, but you
I just
looked at the sensitivities and so on.
around that particular discussion, yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Dawa, if I could just follow up on that, because the timeline is interesting to me. You had the meeting on the 2nd of October 2015, when you were kept there late on the Friday for the better part of what we think is about 8 hours, dealing with those letters of award. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
You then, as I have it, signed the letter cancelling the award to LSG Sky Chefs on the following Tuesday, the 6th of October 2015. Is that correct?
I would like to think so. Yes,
I
Chair.
could take you to the letter if it's useful, but if we can take it for
But I think
present
from my
purpose-
statement, I can see it
Yes,
says 6th of October.
6th of
Chair.
October.
Yes, Chair.
Was your willingness to sign on the 6th related at all to the events that had happened on the 2nd? Is there any connection there?
I think, Chair, if you can come again, I'm failing to get
Okay,
something.
the question is, certain events had taken place at the meeting of the 2nd. It was 2nd of October.
Correct.
2nd of October. So the question is whether your decision to sign this letter of cancellation, whether your decision to do so was in any way related to what had happened on the 2nd of October.
Okay. I think that's why I'm talking about the sensitivities around the issues. If you remember what I was struggling with, and now we are like coming up with other issues along the same lines, that would suggest some form of, but it was just a difficult thing, and I would like to believe, Chair, because I in my sixth sense, I heard that there was that sensitivity, which I didn't want to try and cross path with at that particular point in time, especially that there was agreement by all other players or executives, including the board. I just thought would let the sleeping dogs lie.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dawa, I'd then like to return to the question of the letters of award that you were kept at the office for many hours on the Friday, the 2nd of October. As I understand it from your answers to the chair, that meeting concluded on the basis that you gave an undertaking to prepare those letters by the Wednesday of the following week. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
What then happened? Did you do so?
No, I didn't. And I think what I then did, I wrote another board paper explaining my position, which must have been signed by myself as the initiator and supported by Ms. Pshe and my line manager, Mr. Wolf May, if I still remember. But now, right up to the time when I left, we had not got a response to that recommendation.
But if you follow the chronology that we've canvassed already, that Wednesday would have been the 7th of October on my calculation, because the Monday was the 5th. That was when you didn't attend because you were worried about the EFF march, correct?
Yes, Chair.
And then we've seen that on the 9th of October, which is the Friday of that week, that is when Ms. Kwinana writes that letter setting out all of her misgivings about your conduct. Is that a correct reflection of the chronology?
It is, Chair.
And just to have your evidence clear, despite giving that undertaking on the Friday, which you've indicated to the Chair, you gave to be released from that meeting, you did not subsequently prepare those letters. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
And that letter from Ms. Kwinana, which was addressed to the chairperson and made allegations that you had lied, was that written after the deadline by which you were supposed to have written those letters awarding the tender to those two companies?
I think so, Chair, because if my understanding from the proceedings is correct, is Wednesday was the 7th, and then this came on the 9th, or it was initiated on the 9th.
Okay. Well, the meeting was on a Friday.
Yes.
The EFF was, according
Monday.
to Ms. Yeni, supposed to have happened on the Monday,
Yes, Chair.
and the deadline for you to send those letters was it a Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yes, Chair.
And the letter from Ms. Kwinana that we are talking about to the chairperson happened later that week,
On the 9th, yes,
on the
Chair.
9th. Okay. Thank
Indeed,
you.
Chair.
Are we able to say what date the Wednesday was?
Yes, so the Wednesday was the 7th.
7th, okay.
So we have the Friday, Monday the 5th,
Yeah.
when the march is supposed to happen, Wednesday the 7th, the deadline for the letters, and then the letter from Ms. Kwinana is dated the 9th, which would be that Friday, but we actually saw it was emailed to Ms. Mieni actually the following Monday, the 12th.
Yeah.
But that's the
okay.
full sequence as I have the
Okay.
facts.
I must just say that earlier on, I may have got confused and thought that the meeting of the 2nd October was 2nd December. When we spoke about, when I was saying,
Yes.
have we passed?
Where are we?
Yes, so we
Indeed.
had passed.
We had
Yeah,
passed it in
yeah,
time,
yeah.
indeed.
Okay.
On my schedule, we were still coming to it, so that
Yeah.
might have created the
Okay, all right.
confusion. Thank you, Chair. Before we go to your suspension, which occurs on the 3rd of December, I do just want to ask one or two questions about the meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen.
Yes, Chair.
You said the conversation took place between you and Mr. Van Rooyen, is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Would the other attendees at that meeting have overheard the conversation and been in proximity to do so, or were they elsewhere in the room when
They
you were
were
talking?
in the room with me.
I beg your pardon?
We were in the same room, Chair.
So would they have overheard what Mr. Van Rooyen was saying to you?
Yes, they did, Chair.
But I understand your evidence be they didn't participate in the conversation.
No, not even one of them, Chair.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know whether it's overhearing. Were you sitting around a table or at a table?
No, it wasn't. Normally, when we did our meetings, Chair, it was on round tables. But on a round table.
Yeah.
But in this case, it wasn't a round table because I can visualize the two SAO officials at the walls of the room.
Yeah.
And I was sitting pretty close to
Oh,
Mr. Van Rooyen, and another gentleman was sitting on my left.
Oh, okay, so overhearing is probably correct. So the way where they were standing
Yes, Chair.
and where you and Mr. Van Rooyen and the person that he was with were the three of you, it was like they were not meant to be part of the meeting. They were standing against the wall, I think you said,
Yes, Chair.
and you were having a meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen and the person that he came with.
Yes, Chair. I think what was very unusual.
They would have heard. They would have
Yeah,
heard.
because it was
all
a
the
small. It was a
discussion.
meeting room. It wasn't like a big boarding.
Yes.
Boardroom. It was a small boardroom.
Oh,
You know
okay.
those side rooms where you have your meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's why I then say, in my view, that it seemed like this was a pre-talked issue, and I was the
Yes.
only odd one in terms of what needed to be done. So I was like being brought up to speed to say, tell you what, this is what needs to happen. But my colleagues already knew about
Yes.
what the issue was about, which I didn't know of.
Yes, it's also just strange that you know nothing about a meeting, you get asked to come to a meeting, and you discover when you are in the meeting that actually you are one of two sole participants
True, Chair.
at the meeting, and the people who called you are there, but they are not taking part in any way in the discussion.
True, Chair. So even the body
And-
languages as well,
And this
Chair.
is not a situation where a superior, the person you report to, calls you to a meeting. It's just somebody on the same level as yourself or a peer.
True, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dawa. If we can then move to page 18 of your affidavit, where you deal with your suspension.
Yes, Chair.
And that, as I have it from paragraph 52, occurs on the day after the meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen. So we
Yes,
are
Chair.
now in time at the 3rd of December 2015, correct?
Yes, Chair.
And what happens on that day?
Thank you, Chair. I had my day as usual, that's doing my day-to-day. And somewhere around, I think it was around 3-ish, I got to be told that I was wanted at 6th floor boardroom. So I went
Is that
there.
the same boardroom where you had spent almost the whole day with the two members of the board on the 2nd of October?
Yeah, but
Or was
I
it
didn't
another
even
boardroom?
enter into the boardroom. So, but now what happens is with the layout, you get to the lifts, and as soon as you come out of the lifts, you see the reception, and then from the reception, there is the various ways to the various boardrooms that are on 6th floor. So when I went to 6th floor, Chair, I saw Mr. Zwane, who was now the acting CEO, after Ms. Tuli Mshe had gone back to her original role as GM HR. And he was standing with Miss Muyen, just close to the reception area for 6th floor. Then as soon as I appeared, they moved back into the boardroom. Then I was greeted by a lady now who came from like behind me. And then she introduced herself to me as the new interim chief finance officer. And she told me her name, that she was Miss Pumeza Nancy. And with her was another gentleman who told me their name as well. And she asked me that we needed to move to her office. So we took a walk into her office, and soon we entered that office. She left briefly. It wasn't, I don't think that was her office, but I'm not sure. It seemed like it was just a side meeting room again. But she then left. She left me with that gentleman, and then she came back holding some papers. And then she said, Dr. Dawa, unfortunately, I've been instructed to put you on special leave because there are some issues that are being investigated in your area. And so the company wants to put you on special leave. And then I was handed over the letter. I read through it, and I signed acceptance of the letter. And the BMK lawyer, whom I was told was an external, that's Mr. Ambuleli Kolisi, was with her. He also signed as a witness to say I had been given that letter. So I just went back to my office. I said, thank you. There's nothing I could have done. And I went back to my office, went through the letter properly, and realized that I had been suspended with immediate effect, or put on special leave, to use their words. So I packed my things because I then didn't know, and unfortunately SAA had a history, or has a history, of locking executives out. So I didn't want the embarrassment of leaving, then trying to come and take your things the following day, and you find you've got no more access to your office. So I went to my office, I packed my things, and I left.
So in the meantime, it looks like two things had happened. One, there had been a change in terms of the person acting as CEO, as well as a change
in terms of the person acting as chief financial officer. You
Yes,
had,
Chair.
there was Mr. Mayor who was the chief financial officer,
Yes,
and
Chair.
you were reporting to him. But on this particular, and then there was Ms. Mshe, who had been acting CEO. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
So on this day, it seems like you, well, certainly you seem to discover that there is an acting CFO.
Yes, Chair.
Were you discovering that for the first time, or you had been told?
It wasn't for the first time because an email
There was
had
an
been
email.
circulated to say, I think it was circulated on the 29th, if
But
I'm
you
not
had not
mistaken.
met the person?
No, I had not met
Yes.
with her.
And then Mr. Mayor had left when?
Mm,
A few days before, or the
Chair, I think
previous
we have had evidence on that.
Oh,
From Ms. Stimple, I think it was mid-November 2015, because, and then Ms. Nancy comes in, according to her evidence, on the 27th of November. So that
okay.
accords with an email around the
yes.
29th.
Yes. Okay, so those two changes had happened,
yes, Chair.
and Mr. Zwane was now the acting CEO, and Ms. Nancy was the acting CFO.
Yes, Chair.
And the letter of suspension you got from Ms. Nancy.
Miss Nancy, yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Dawa, whether this is significant or not, I'm not sure, but I do just want to go to your letter of suspension that you received on that date, the 3rd of December. You'll find it under tab 22 at page 307. And what I've just noticed in the course of your testimony can you confirm this is your letter of suspension that you received on the 3rd of December?
Yes, Chair.
Your evidence was that both Ms. Nancy and the lawyer who was with her, Mr. Mukulisi, had signed that letter of suspension. But if I go to page 309, I only see Ms. Nancy's signature. Where could there have been another page to this, or where was that signature, or might you have been mistaken?
No, I wasn't mistaken. I think there must be an omission, or the last page to this document is missing.
We should then try and source that just for completion. But you receive it, you go back to your office, and as I have your testimony, you then leave the building. Is that
Yes,
right?
after packing up my things, I did, Chair.
And what happened thereafter? If you go to page 19 of your affidavit, we can again just track the sequence of events.
Yes, Chair.
I'm sorry. Before we leave the letter of suspension, you said that you had not had any interaction with Miss Nancy by the time you were given this letter of suspension.
Yes, Chair, that was my first encounter with her.
Yes, and you said that when she gave you the letter, she said she had been instructed to suspend you or to put you on special leave.
Yes, Chair, and interestingly, I had in her evidence as well that she had been instructed. She has said it
I'm
as
sorry,
well.
just repeat that.
I'm saying yes, Chair, and also listening to her evidence in this room, I think she confirmed to that effect as well.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You'll recall we did ask Ms. Nancy in the course of her evidence whether she had any knowledge of the grounds of suspension in this letter.
Yes, I was trying to remember.
Yes, and she had said no, and she, as a consequence, could not justify
Deal with it,
or
yes.
deal with the veracity of the grounds.
Yes.
She had simply been given it, as I understand her evidence, and because she was in the direct line of reporting,
Yes.
she understood it to be her role to then
Yes.
issue the suspension notice to
Did
Dr.
we
Dawa.
ask her who had given her instructions to suspend Dr. Dawa?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain.
Because that's important.
It is important.
That is important.
But
And
think
what
she did.
grounds she was told? Sorry?
I think I listened to the proceedings.
Your recollection may
Yeah,
be better than
with,
ours.
with
Than
keen
ours.
interest, Chair.
Yes.
Because that pertained to my particular case.
Yes.
She does say that if you even go to the recordings,
Yes.
that she got that instruction from Mrs. Pinana and the board chair.
Thank you.
And that the charges had already been crafted by
Yes.
some external lawyers. And so she was just given
Yes.
the
Okay.
mandate to implement.
That's helpful.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
I think maybe some of your colleagues assisting you might need at some stage to just have a look, or maybe you
Yes.
might, if they find it, you can have a look and
Yes.
see whether
We'll put it in.
whether there
absolutely.
is any need to bring her back and supplement on
Yes.
that or not.
Indeed.
Yeah, yeah.
But we're indebted to you, Dr. Dawa. I think your memory is slightly better. It might be the time of the day, if nothing else. But we'll look for the transcript, Chair, and follow it up if there's an issue of any gap. Dr. Dawa, then if we go to page 19 of your affidavit, and Chair, just in terms of time, we're very close to the end, so I'm quite optimistic that we will complete in the next while. But if you pick it up at paragraph 54 on page 19 of your affidavit, you reflect there what happened on the 9th of December and what you made of that event.
Yes, Chair.
Can you tell us about that?
Following my placement on special leave, I know at times it's referred to as suspension, but according to the letter I received, it was a special leave. I went to seek legal counsel in Senton, and as we arrived at the place, there was a big screen, television screen, which was talking about Mr. Des Van Rooyen now having been appointed the Minister of Finance. I tell you, I was with my wife. I didn't know what to do, Chair. And I realized that I had undermined or underestimated the kind of person I had a meeting with. And literally I was shaken, and I just felt we were not safe and we needed to make plans, and so said my wife. And you find, as soon as we got home, Chair, we sent a letter to Miss Nancy. We sent an email, rather, to Miss Nancy, where I sought that I be allowed to go to Zimbabwe and be with my family. And I gave my contact details just in case she needed me for whatever reasons, she would contact me on those respective numbers. And I gave that, I also copied in that letter to GMHL, who was now Miss Mshe. And she responded back to me, and she said, it's fine, you can go. We'll call you as and when we want you. And a couple of days later, we packed our bags, and off I went with my family to Zimbabwe.
You say that you were shaken when you saw this news item, you heard this news.
Yes, Chair.
Wow. What is it that drove you to decide as a family, or you and your wife, you must go to Zimbabwe? What's the connection between that news item of Mr. Van Rooyen being made Minister of Finance, as I understand was the position, and your decision to go back to Zimbabwe?
Thank you, Chair. My meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen on the 2nd of December, followed by my suspension on the 3rd of December, then followed by the appointment of the same man. Because you see, Chair, when you meet suppliers, because to me he was more like a supplier, if you want, you expect to have that relationship of a buyer-supplier, where you put all your cards on the table, you discuss, you engage, you see what's possible, what's not. But my meeting with Mr. Van Rooyen wasn't that of a supplier and a buyer. It was more of an authority trying to tell you what you should do. And obviously, given my stance and the responses I gave, and now this very same person you discover is now at that level which is where SAA would report as well, because then we're reporting to National Treasury. It just left me shaken, literally.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Dawa, on page 19, you then go on to detail your response to the allegations that were made against you in the letter of suspension.
Yes, Chair.
Chair, just in order to aid the conclusion of the evidence, the aspects that are picked up in the letter of suspension, Dr. Dawa, are they the same issues that were referenced in that letter that Ms. Kwinana wrote on the 9th of October 2015?
Yes, Chair.
And we've dealt in some detail with your responses to each of those allegations as they appeared on the 9th of October 2015 letter. I have also looked carefully at your response to the charges now, which are in a sense a replica of those allegations back in October.
Yes, Chair.
I have gone through your answers, and my sense of your evidence is that you've covered your responses to each of those charges, but I do want to offer you an opportunity. If there's an aspect of any charge made against you that you don't feel you've covered yet in your evidence, to do so. And to assist you, you may just want to take a look at your response. You'll find it under tab 23 at page 311.
Yes, Chair. I think the anomaly that I would want to bring to the attention of you, Chair, is I think around February, I then got another set of charges, which was more like a breakdown of this particular one. But the gist and the theme of everything was just one and the same thing.
So that was February 2016, was
Yes.
it? Thank
Yes,
you.
Chair.
And then at the bottom of page 19, you talk about, at paragraph 56, a disciplinary process that followed. How
Yes,
did
Chair.
that unfold?
I then got to be invited at some point to come and defend or make a representation as to why I should not have been suspended. Why Ms. Nancy made that position is because I was querying my being placed on special leave, and I was saying to her, I've been looking into SAA human resource policies, and I'm struggling to find a section that speaks to special leave, because I wanted just to understand what it was, because obviously the SAA handbook was part of my contract of employment. And then she didn't get back to me, and I was copying HR all along, and she told me not to copy HR on matters that she was dealing with, because she would have done that outside of me, and she didn't want me to copy. And I insisted, Chair, that I was not going to stop copying HR, because when you handed me the original letter, there was no HR, and I felt exposed in a way, because I wasn't so sure whether the custodians of these policies approved of the various things that we were doing. And then when I came, I saw a new set of charges, and I think one other component that had been included there was that I had absconded from coming to make a representation on a particular day. Then I said, what do you mean? Because I'd come, and when I sent an email explaining myself, GMHR, Ms. Umshe, confirmed receipt. But then Ms. Nancy was trying to make an impression that she had not received it. But then I took out some documentation, email copies, and I showed it to her. And then at the actual hearing, they dropped that charge. Then I was also talking to my lawyers now, trying to see if we could get anything. Another issue, Chair, I need to bring to your attention is I said, and on that particular day, there was a representative from HR, and I did say to Ms. Nancy, why have you decided to take an expensive route for my hearing? Because within the ASA handbook, there's a straightforward way of handling disciplinary issues, which would involve myself getting a colleague from within, and they would appoint whoever the chairman of that from within, not even to try and go outside. So I did ask whether SAA would pay up for my costs, because I just didn't have that kind of money, Chair, and we had just bought a property in Pretoria, so my finances were thin, so I didn't have anything to spend on legal issues. And she told me that she had the prerogative to decide the route she wanted to go.
I mean, who was there a lawyer from outside SAA at the disciplinary hearing? Is that what you are saying?
The hearing was conducted by lawyers. That was, sorry, Chair, there were 3 lawyers from external and Miss Nancy as the fourth person, but we had 3 advocates that attended my hearing.
Who was chairing the disciplinary hearing?
It was an advocate, Kasim, I don't know him.
He's
an
somebody
external.
from outside the
Yes,
SAA.
and yes.
But you say there were 2 other
Lawyers.
lawyers from outside
That
SAA.
is Mr. Mkolisi, the one that was
Yeah,
there when I was
yes,
handed the letter,
when you were
and there was a
suspended.
Mr. Naren, who was another advocate,
Yeah. Now, you say the chairperson was Mr.
Kasim.
What was the role? What were the roles of the other 2 lawyers from outside SAA?
I queried that as well, Chair, during the day of the hearing, but they told me that these were just there to support the chair and to try and make the process much easier.
But you say your understanding was that the disciplinary process contained in SAA's handbook did not provide for outside lawyers to be involved in a disciplinary process. Was that your understanding?
Yes, or maybe they could have used other options, but unfortunately, I couldn't get HR to advise me as the custodians of the police. But from my general understanding and reading through the SAA handbook,
Yeah.
this was supposed to be done internally first.
Yes.
And if there were any issues, then it could be taken out.
But you say you did ask Ms. Nancy, and you said, why have you taken the expensive route of bringing in outside lawyers to this disciplinary process?
I did, Chair. And
Yeah.
if we were to look at the ruling that was done by Advocate Kasim, he refers to all those, because we really had torrid time initially, with me trying to question the integrity of the process and why a bleeding airline, which already did not have money, can afford to splash. I don't know how much money was spent on those 3 advocates to come and just tell me to leave, because I didn't see any fairness as to whether this was a fair hearing where people would then say if you found innocent, you can stay or anything. But I think it was a foredone conclusion. And even the dismissal, Chair, was done when I was off sick. I didn't even attend that hearing.
Before you came to the hearing, had you been notified that the chairperson would be somebody from outside or not?
No, Chair.
You had not been told who the chairperson would be?
No.
Yes, okay.
And if I can just pick up on that point about the day when you didn't attend the disciplinary hearing, why was that?
I was so stressed because of what I was going through. You can imagine, Chair, you are in a room where there's 3 advocates. I'm not a lawyer, with 1 chair, I'm more than enough. Now, getting 3 of them all on your case, and you are also perplexed that there is a new boss who has never worked with you, and she's saying she's a credible witness to lay charges on me. It didn't make good sense. So I was so stressed, and also this speaks to the many things that I was going through, and I just found later on day 1, I was just feeling weak in my joints, and I needed to go and see a doctor. And when I went to see the doctor, he said to me, we need to sign you off. And then I was signed off, and I immediately communicated to Miss Nancy, and copied HR, and she came back to me and said, we'll proceed without you. and the verdict will be made, and they did exactly that, Chair.
And what steps did you take after the decision of that disciplinary tribunal to dismiss you?
Maybe before that, as I understand it, you attended the disciplinary hearing on the first day.
Yes, Chair.
For how long?
That was the whole day.
The whole day.
Yes, Chair.
During that day, during that hearing, were any witnesses called by the management to give evidence about the charges against you?
Yes, Chair, they were. I remember there was the gentleman from Cargo, and they were witnessing over a procurement which I had serious problems with, Chair, which I'm sure in the near future it will be looked into, because that was not, that was a wrong procurement anyway. But he came and said whatever he said and left. Then Mrs. Quinana came as well, and another lady from the strategy office, she came citing some case where I had not tried to put a shared services structure between SAA and Mango and SAA Express, which is something way above my capabilities anyway. But she came and tried to testify along those lines, as well as Miss Nancy. She did also testify. I'm not sure what she was testifying about.
And earlier on, you mentioned something along the lines that there was a meeting where what was being looked at is whether there was justification for the suspension. Did I understand you correctly sometime earlier? Did you say anything along those lines? That there was a time when, I don't know if it was a meeting, but what was being looked at was whether there had been justification for the suspension.
I think I was asked to make a representation as to why I should now not be suspended. And this was following my querying of being placed on special leave.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
I'd sought the relevant policies
Yeah.
to do with placing somebody on special leave. So I think at that point, Miss Nancy then, I don't know, with advice from wherever, she then said, okay, can you come back now and tell me why I should not suspend you? So it was like a step of trying to remove me from the special leave to a suspension.
Yes. And the persons who testified at the disciplinary hearing, they testified with regard to the charges, or let me rephrase, the charges that you were facing, were they substantially in line with what was said, was written in the suspension letter?
Some cases, yes,
To a large
but
extent.
yes, to a large extent, yes. There was
Yes.
more to do with issues of insubordination and failing to implement the 30% set-asides, as well
Yes.
as lying at these road shows and what have
Yes.
you. Yeah. So that was
Yes.
the bulk of
Yeah.
of those issues. Then I think they were also trying to find one or two cases
Yeah.
where I don't know how the system worked. Most probably, they went around asking people to say, what did Dr. Dawa do wrong for you? Oh, he did this. Okay, bring it on. What did he do for you? It's like the other case, Chair, I'm talking about. It's a shame if we were to dig into it, and I then have executives of a global airline trying to make allegations over such matters. It's a you know, your heart bleeds. It's not quite a good thing.
Thank you.
Dr. Dawa, if you go to page 20 of your affidavit,
Yes, Chair.
you indicate at the top of that page that you took steps to challenge the dismissal. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And what happened with that process?
When we tried to do that, we went one of the CCMA meeting where we are just going to try and seek like some conciliation, where you try and find each other and then say, okay, can you settle, and that kind of a thing. But when we got there, SAA was, they tabled 3 months salary, and you go, and I didn't agree to that, and so did my lawyers, and as such, we left CCMA, and then the next thing was I changed lawyers. I then got a different lawyer now, and after presenting my case, she then said, no, I think we needed to take a broader view to this whole thing. And the lawyer wrote to SAA instructing them that we wanted to subpoena certain people, including Mr. Des Van Rooyen, to come and be a witness, as well as we wanted the report for the EY forensic audit. Because the way it happened, Chair, we just got Ernst & Young to come and do a forensic audit. And there were a whole lot of issues to do with contracts not being signed, and which is something I'd raised much earlier, leading to the changes in the procurement governances, which I had done. But now, the way it appeared in media, it was now more like I had been asked to go on suspension because I had not done proper contracting and things like that. So I told my lawyer to that effect, and they were not happy with that. Then they said, now let's get the record straight. Let's get the report from Ernst & Young forensic audits. Then we want to see which contracts we're talking about. Were they during your time? How did they come about? Well, some of them I knew anyway. And we knew they'd all been left open, backdating to the time I was not with SAA. And when we made that request to SAA, then SAA was quick to say, no, I think let's come together and let's agree for a settlement. And then my lawyer advised me as well to say, tell you what, I think with these people, they lose nothing because the monies that they're using to work on you, it's not their money. This is government money. They will splash it and drag this case as long as they want, but you will be suffering and you can't move on with your profession. So I was advised to agree to settle, and I accepted the advice. And part of the agreement was that I would resign from SAA, and then they would give me a letter of mutual separation, which they did, and then we settled at 6 months.
Dr. Dawa, since that occurred, I'm now at the bottom half of page 20 of your affidavit. You detail there some of your personal circumstances since having left SAA, and in particular at paragraph 60, you talk about your current employment position. Can you please tell us what your personal circumstances were like after you left SAA?
Thank you, Chair. After I left South African Airways, Chair, I obviously was troubled because this was an untimely exit. And like I said, I just bought a property in Pretoria, which was the only family home we had. And by the way, I'm a permanent resident of South Africa, Chair. And so we had made our conscious decision with the family that we needed to settle in South Africa and to make it our permanent home. But then following all this, Chair, I thought it was going to help me to start afresh and move on. And I would like to say, Chair, for the last 3.5 years, I've not had any formal offers for a job. And I don't, it beats me to say, why am I in this predicament? Simply because I was trying to do my job right, in the best interest of the company, in the best interest of the black and white people of South Africa. But now here I am, I'm stuck professional as I am, simply because there were certain individuals who could abuse the power that had been entrusted and put upon them for the betterment and development of the nation, but to my detriment. As we are speaking, Chair, our property in Pretoria, it went to court here in Joburg, that's on the 25th, which is like some 3 days ago, because the bank wants to repossess it. And that's the only asset we have. I can't send my children, Chair, to schools of my choice. As you can see, Chair, I'm one person who has been patriotic, very committed to the development of my profession, not only personally, but as well as for South African Airways. I would tell you, Chair, I made significant strides. When I joined SAA, none of my 22 commodity managers had a qualification or even a certificate in procurement. I looked into the organization structure, I think you saw it. I turned it upside down, and I had to make provision for my people to address the various key issues that are required for the effective delivery of the long-term turnaround strategy. And apart from that, I seconded all my 22 managers to go for special training with the Chartered Institute of Purchasing Supply, which was an 18 months training, which I thought was making significant strides. And to my disappointment, Chair, here I am, 4.5 years later, qualified as I am, experienced as I am, not only in South Africa, but even internationally. I've worked in the UK for the government for 4 years, Chair, in the same capacity, and I've never, in my whole 24, 25 years of being in this profession, lost a job because of people who pursued personal interests first before the interests of the companies that gave them that opportunity. So, Chair, it hurts me in very serious ways that we're still talking about issues of transformation. I'm part of the transformation, Chair. I share the same pain that those respective board members talked to me about. I'm a product of that struggle. I may have all the credentials and qualifications, Chair, that you saw. They didn't come cheap. It's after my own parents sold nuts, just like any other parent. They did that for my welfare, and here I am today, Chair, stuck simply because I was trying to do my job right. I think that's what I would just want to say regarding my personal circumstances, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I don't have any further questions for Dr. Dawa.
Thank you. I will need to see the decision to dismiss him.
Yes.
I take it that full reasons were given by the chairperson of the disciplinary inquiry. I hope that there is a transcript
Yes.
of the whole evidence given in the disciplinary inquiry. I would like to see that as well. It may be necessary, it may or may not be necessary to look more closely into that evidence because it may well be that at the end of the work of the commission, I may have to consider whether to make a finding whether he was subjected to a disciplinary process in circumstances where there was clearly no case, but it was for other reasons. And if I don't know what evidence was placed before the chairperson of the disciplinary inquiry, it might be difficult to get to that point. So maybe apply your mind to that, and at some stage, then it can be looked at.
Indeed, Chair, we will follow that up.
Yeah. Dr. Dawa, thank you very much for having come to give evidence and share with the Commission the experiences which you had at SAA as you have outlined them in your evidence to me. I do want to hear from people, including senior executives from parastatals and government departments who went through experiences that they believe were connected with people who may have seen them as stumbling blocks towards whatever it is they may have wanted to do, which those executives and senior managers may have
regarded as wrong and may have been resisting. And I think part of your evidence is that you were pursued in the way it was done because you say you were resisting attempts to break the law and attempts to act against the interests of the entity SAA. So I do want to hear from many people who may believe that is what they went through. Obviously, I also want to hear from those against whom those allegations are made to say they were pursuing certain agendas and abused their power in order to get people who would agree to carry out certain instructions or to simply deal with people that they believed were standing in their way. At the end of the work of the commission, I'll have to make findings. I'll hear everybody and then make findings. But if indeed people like you were dealt with in a certain manner because of simply standing for what was right, it will be important for the Commission at the end of its work to see what recommendations to make. But obviously, whether or not indeed people like you were subjected to the kind of treatment that you have told me about, because of that is something that I can only decide once I've had all the evidence from everybody, including those against whom you have given evidence. You understand that?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Yes, but thank you very much for having come to give evidence and tell me exactly what you experienced. If it becomes necessary to ask you to come back again, you will be asked to come back. And I'm sure you will come back if you are asked.
Sure, thank you so much, Chair.
Yes, thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
It has, Chair.
Yes. On Monday, we start at 10.
Indeed.
Yes. Okay, we'll then adjourn today, and then on Monday we'll start at 10.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.